reversal day is the wrong word. The pullback day, or at least a little bit of a dip day for NIO. So it's pretty simple for me. If it doesn't break out 680, then I'm looking for the gap fill at least back into prior close on NIO. That'll be at the open. So if we get a false break at 680 or just a little bit of sideways action, I'd rather play it tight for a pullback day on NIO and then can look for the trend resumption a little bit later on, but not at the open on NIO.
Yeah, that PDD move is absolutely crazy. We were talking about this a little bit earlier. Strong push, strong earnings report as well. I guess we're seeing a little bit of a miss here on EPS, and then revenue coming in pretty nice as well. Oh boy, that was a 64% miss on EPS. I gotta check a couple of different sources for that one. But regardless, when I looked at it in the morning, it looked like it was pretty strong. It was pretty good. 142 was the high, 141.99 if you want to get specific. And then I guess they started the meeting where people start to get talking, and sentiment might be take a shift, and that's exactly what we saw here on PDD, giving it all up. So reference price off of the earnings reaction low and the open of that candle both getting taken out and now trading even lower below prior day's low. So now we're seeing that this short-term support was taken out, and then the support from prior day, technically as of right now, see that 126 wick. This is a 15-minute chart, so that prior wick just wicking that prior day's support as well. So the question becomes, have we taken a full turn here, Neil? We're observing some of these supports turn into resistances here in the pre-market, and we can see coming into the end of the week, we had a pretty decent bid. Nothing too crazy, but Thursday bid up, and Friday sustained a pretty tight range at those highs from prior day as well. So nice little push, multi-day run into earnings, but giving it all back and then some on that report. So it's got me looking the other way, to be honest, but you never know. We could still just be like, all right, the buyers were there in these areas, and maybe we come back down here to find some buyers once again. But beautiful shake and bake, giving it all up here on Pin Duo. NIO is definitely on watch when it comes to the ADRs, but NIO is kind of doing its own thing, I think, as of right now. So Hang Seng, definitely you want to keep an eye on when you're trading these names at the same time. But PDD is going to be on watch. Let's see if it shows up with any sort of executable price action. I'm just speaking for myself in the open session today. We'll see.
All right, let's go on to Open Door. Back to the downside right now. We tested that Friday high early on this morning in the pre-market here, but coming off a little bit. I mean, there's so much attention around this stock. There's so many different eyeballs and reasons why we should be looking at this. Here we are up again today.
Yeah, and I'm going to talk about two of, I think, the main reasons people are looking at it. One is, and I will fully give it credit, there are some fundamental reasons for this to be up. And that would, of course, be the implication that Fed Chair Jerome Powell made during his Jackson Hole Symposium speech on Friday, that they could basically be open to adjusting the policy. That was just a rate cut. Now, as Anthony Pompliano posted on X, these interest rate cuts could be a great deal for Open because companies in that mortgage and housing space are very poised to benefit from lower interest rates. Now, Anthony Pompliano brings me to my second point with Open, which is the heavy retail investor interest. Anthony Pompliano and an individual by the name of Eric Jackson are two very big proponents in terms of trying to, I guess, push the stock higher. They're both invested in the stock, and we know Eric Jackson has been standing outside Drake's house and trying to get Drake to buy shares. So there is the very real fundamental element here for Open Door, but you also have to remember the other side of it, which is this, I guess, glut of retail interest and interesting tactics to try to get retail involved.
Trump on Truth Social here with a new post. Talking about how much he paid for Intel and its value among a few other things. So I just looked at Intel, didn't really do anything on that. But Trump is truthing currently.
Sharing his truth? I don't know what to call it.
Whatever.
Rising. I mean, come on, and we'll see more of that. We'll see more of that this week. And as I said, I'm not going to think it's going to be a negative overall for Intel. But the Open Door, why can't you hold $5? Look, the rally and the squeeze has been pretty epic on this, and that's a lot of what is likely driving this stock is that short squeeze. What I don't like about it is, well, 5 was the key level on the daily. 5 was a failed breakout. I mean, it ended up being a good long if you bought the dip on the 5 level in the afternoon, no questions asked. But 5 effectively was then a failed break, and then we closed pretty much on the dime, and now we're losing the $5 level. It's just, for me, not bullish at all unless we regain $5. And a gap fill could see 420 easily. Like, that wouldn't even be that crazy for you to see 420 here. Pull up a 15-minute chart. Like, that makes, oops, we go the other way here. That makes all the sense in the world. It was a prior high. That's where we dipped into before we got the big resumption. So I think you got to be patient with this. If it cannot hold $5, then I think you're wading back into closer to the 420 level for any kind of resumption here on open. Great run on Friday. But I saw this in the chat, and someone mentioned in the chat, they didn't really catch the name specifically, and it was, should we not be concerned that we could have like that Jackson Hole rally, lose a bit of that gap? That we rallied up, and then we just give up that move? Of course we got to be concerned about that. Like, that's the thing about these moves that go like liquidity vacuum up, is then you could easily have the same thing on the way back in. You just got to be very particular about it. That's why I don't want to chase this thing up here. If there aren't buyers above that key $5 level, then I wait until it shows me something closer to that 420, which I think would be the next place of support.
Yeah, I like that look. Looking for that prior kind of resistance to come in and act as a little bit of support. We saw how clean the $4 level has been in the past. Again, in July, this stock ran up pretty aggressively, doing a similar move here all the way up to $5. And we kind of talk about the general idea of what may be going on here in terms of just, I guess, maybe some float mechanics here. You can see strong volume push, bit of a failure to break back below on lower volume. We talked about this a little bit last week. And even through earnings, we can't really get back below some of these prices. And then you can see that's really low volume here relative to the strong volume nodes that we had I guess, coming into the end of July. So slow creep back up on increasing volume. I really like this look here, Neil, and I want to see. I'm going to give it some time. I don't expect it to kind of just blow the top right away and just blast through $5. It is pretty thick. It is very liquid. It's definitely going to take a lot of dollar volume for this to kind of push to be pushed around a little bit. But I'm definitely keeping a close eye on it. That 420 does look good. But yeah, let's see if we consolidate and create some healthy action in and around that 5, higher highs, higher lows as well. So I'm going to be watching prior days 536s as well. So this range is looking pretty decent. Let's see if we get more of the same. We were seeing that multi-day increase in price as well as volume. I'm going to be looking for more of the same. Let's see if VWAP buyers are in. I want to see that buyers are still very much in control. And remember, it could just consolidate. Today could be an inside day as well.
Yes, sir. And shout out to VinFast for delivering over 35,800 EVs in Q2 2025, marking a 172% jump from last year. That brings their first half total to more than 72,000 EVs, up from over 220% year over year. With stronger sales usually in the second half, they're on pace to easily double 2024's 97,000 units. They're also crushing it on two-wheelers, with nearly 70,000 e-scooters and bikes sold in Q2, up 432% from a year ago. And with gas-powered two-wheelers being phased out in Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh City by 2026, the growth potential looks huge. You can find them on the NASDAQ under ticker VFS. Shout out to VinFast. And ooh, we don't say this too often, but I guess recently, Palantir has been a little weak.
We're giving back most of Friday's gain. We did come off pretty heavily into the close on Friday for Palantir, but gapping to the downside in a pretty big way. This morning there's really nothing significant as far as news is concerned here this morning, but if you zoom out, we're essentially right back into this choppy mess from last week here for PLTR.
Yeah, I mean, that 156 level is just very, as you said, it's just chopped this whole morning. I want to mention as well, Palantir has still had an incredible year. You can check out this infographic on X at TTV Research, but I want to show this because it shows Palantir is in the top 25 most valuable companies in the S&P 500 still, even after this drop. Now, of course, this infographic is as of August 1st, 2025. So right now, Palantir is actually valued a little bit below Home Depot. That's really the only salient difference, but it's still the number 22 or 21 most valuable company in the S&P. So even with this drop, it's done really well. But given how far it's risen, you could also argue if it falls, it could fall pretty hard as well.
Just watch Webull here, B-U-L-L. Just reading they've launched crypto trading in the U.S. Initial move downside there, guys, for Bull.
Ooh, I like that story. I don't know if I like that downside move. Shout out to Jedi. Thank you for the super chat, Jedi. In here, Jedi 2828. Guys, long or short TQQs, any pain? Look, the way I'm looking at the futures today is be wary of the gaps, right? Like the support on the Qs on Friday was at 23,525. And we're trending underneath that and underneath VWAP. So a trend break would occur, essentially breaking out that level. So that's where I'd be watching. Look for some resistance up at that spot. But overall, every stock is going to be a little bit different. Palantir, this 158 just cannot, it doesn't stop being significant. Highs on Thursday, and then there was support there on Friday on the way up and then on the way back down. So 158 is an easy over-under for me. What I mean by that level is favor short under until you're breaking out over 158. I don't want to be touching that thing to the long side. Looks like that one is relatively weak. It's a name that, to me, I prefer to fade, and I was asked in the chat what was on the note about Tesla. We had said Tesla is breaking a wedge. Remember the wedge? Well, that's not even dead on. Whatever, I'm not going to bother moving it. You get the idea. It's trying to break out that wedge pattern. You have a nice triple top, or you can call it 4 times at 341. 1, 2, 3. You could argue 4. If it's breaking 341, I'm long. If it's not breaking, then I can find some kind of structure short as it's failing the resistance level. So that one for sure going to be on watch. And I think we talked about Wayfair a little bit, looking for that one to fade, but it's already starting to slide off. Yeah. I want to short pops back into prior support levels in here at about 74 on Wayfair, as the U.S. government taking aim at furniture companies, not necessarily, or imports I should say, not very good for Wayfair, Williams-Sonoma, and RH, but Wayfair down 8% on that.
Yeah, I think you're very correct on that. We don't normally say that, Palantir is looking weak, right?
No.
And it's been doing that for the past couple of weeks, I guess. We saw that maybe slightly, if you want to call it, a little capitulatory move there into those 140s. I think the low was 142, 142.35 there, and stepping up from there. But the question becomes, are sellers still kind of in charge here on the shorter time frame? Bigger time frame, definitely not. You can see that we're still pretty much decently within this range here. I know I have a lot of indicators. I don't know if I have the same ones on my chart here, but yeah, we're holding trend pretty well. Let's just say that. There's a lot of lines and a lot of anchorage, but we're holding trend, the uptrend, pretty well, even after, I guess, a few weeks of a little bit of selling here. So the question becomes, does the bid just lock back on and we do more of the same? That 150 level is going to be interesting for me if we continue to sustain structure above 150 and continue to kind of step right back up into some of these prior levels here. I like it for the continuation, but I'll be watching some of prior week's levels here. If those sellers are still in charge, maybe a push below 150, and then maybe coming into 140s as well. We know that this thing has broken a little bit of trend before, and it goes on a bit of a choppy run whenever it does. So this is just another one of those times. The question becomes, though, Neil, you can see this on a weekly chart. This thing is absolutely crazy, right? Multi-week, multi-month run up here. Really depends on when you want to kind of call it from. We only have 5 seconds left till the open. The bell brought to you by VinFast as well. 3, 2, 1. Hey, yo, let's go. Oh boy, got my eyes on some NEO, got my eyes on some Wayfair, some Google, some Zoom as well, and the market's coming in hot with a little bit of a bid right off of the open. So let me know in the chat what you guys are trading. What's your morning plan? Let's get started, Neil.
Yeah, we're already starting to go. By the way, Roblox, I didn't see a story on Roblox as to why it was up that 5%, but catching a big bid here in the morning, Roblox, they had that negative news, obviously. By now, we all know about some of the negative news with Roblox is the best way I can think about it. It's not the first time that they've had issues with, oh, wait a minute. Let's go to Tesla. That was fast on Tesla. We'll get to Roblox in a quick little second. It did break that 341, but remember I said if anything fails a break at the open, I am not hanging around at all. Give it about like a $0.50 there on that 341 break, but it just didn't want to go. If it pulls back into VWAP, that can be one thing. But if you fail a breakout after what we saw on Friday with those gap fills, I do not want to be hanging too far around for that failed break. Roblox, again, whatever. I feel like it's been a buy since the latest news, but there seems like it could just be technical, but it's actually accelerating here, now up 7%. I'm going to keep my ear to the ground because it's actually catching a pretty solid bid here on Roblox. This is looking
There's
pretty.
no news, Neil.
Yeah, it's strong right now, at least off of the open. Up to hit 127. So yeah, Dara, no news. I've seen no news. Could just be continuation of a relief rally here for Roblox.
Yeah, we're catching a little bit of a pullback in here on the market, selling off. So yeah, right off the open, we get a little bit of a push, and oh boy, the sellers are coming in pretty nicely here across the board. And yeah, just getting in a little bit of Neo here as we pull back into some prior day levels. We talked about that 660.
Oh, you
being
got
prior,
660?
Prior day level. Yeah, that was also confluence with some pre-market lows as well. So let's see if this action kind of sustains. Do we see that control of sellers kind of come in on the day today, or are we still going to bid
Palantir
a little bit as well? So no idea, but it's coming in quite nicely. Intel selling off as well. Oh boy, I had AT&T on watch as well. That's coming in with a strong bid. Zoom Communications zooming to the upside once again. Beautiful continuation there on ZM as well. So Open Door not really doing anything too crazy just now. PDD holding its own 125s as of right now. And Google, a little bit of a shake and bake. That wick, you can see the market's pulling back as well. And Google came in pretty strong as well. So let's take a quick look at that chart. We'll go to a 15-minute here and look at the opening.
Palantir is dumping.
Minutes. 12 minutes left for this 15-minute candle to print and coming in real little hot. You said Palantir?
Palantir is absolutely dumping in here. Wow, it's at 152. It just tanked $5. $4.50 as it continues to go lower and lower and lower. Yeah, I mean, over under 158, but it just only went to the under and went to the under rather heavily. Good look on Neo. Glad you got into that one. I missed. So I wanted it back into the 680 level, and it did not. Whatever. It just didn't actually pop. We've only dropped in. Wayfair, we had mentioned the U.S. government looking into furniture tariffs, effectively. That one failed a break of the high and came right back underneath. 70 is held. So 70 has held double pop, double bottom in here on Wayfair. Got to make sure that we get some out on the way to the 70 level. And it's pretty much an everything pullback. Like I just saw NVIDIA pulling back, Tesla. That's why we get out of that break really, really quickly. Cancel on NVIDIA. That one just broke through the low of the day. Yeah, looking like it's a short and maybe a temporary gap fill, but the NASDAQ only down half a point. It's not like we're falling like an absolute rock, but individual names looking very weak, with the exception of that Roblox.
Yeah, so I'm just staring down this tape on Neo. Sellers coming in pretty nicely off of the open there. Maybe finding a little bit of balance here on top of 630s as well. So just have eyes on kind of watching this come in here. So that was a pretty bit of an aggressive sell-off. Not really at VWAP just yet. I have VWAP at 661. Oh boy, that's a little bit of a confluence with prior day's highs as well. So let's see if that VWAP can potentially come in and give us a little bit more here. But what else do we got on watch? Palantir coming into that 150 mark, Neil. A 150.61 as of right now. So let me pull that up. This furniture trade is not really doing too hot right now. Just lounging around at its opening prices here on Wayfair. So nothing too crazy. I'm going to take that off the block as of right now.
It's dropping.
You know what? Yeah, it's kind of dropping, but it might take a little bit longer than I'm looking at. So I'm just waiting and watching for that one. Intel. Strong selling coming in. Let's take a quick look at the Mag 7 and see if there's anything that is of distinct difference here. Apple catching a little bit of a bid, so that one's kind of stronger than the rest of them. Amazon as well, still technically green on the first 15 minute. We still have 9 minutes left to print this 15-minute chart. Yeah, SPY is still holding up. Sometimes you just got to wait. Sometimes when things are not really moving around that crazily, especially on the names that you're looking for, if they're not doing what you're looking for.
Open just failed. Yeah. Open Door was looking relatively strong. That just failed the $5 level. It looks like we are waiting for that 420, but if it can't hold 5, then I guess it's taking a dive, for lack of a better term. I don't like that pun. I wanted this stock to go up today. I'm sure everybody wanted that stock to go up today. Got a 71 print on Wayfair there, and now it's just kind of going sideways here underneath the volume weighted average price. Let's see if we can get that low of the day. 70 is also, if it breaks $70, then you're effectively down 10%. So it's really going to be an SSR area bounce as well at that level, so I got to respect it. But open, not looking terribly healthy. I want it to hold $5 for long, but I can't ignore the fact that if it's going to lose $5, I should be short the same. We have free locates on this as well. If we close under VWAP, then I guess I'm going the other direction in open, even though you can want it to be one way, but sometimes it's the other way. Come on, open. Do something good. Remember, we have new home sales at 10 o'clock as well, so keep an eye on that. Don't know if it's going to be a huge mover for the market, but the home builders have been in play for anyone looking at them. Tesla's trying to catch a bid, so I'm going to go over and just quickly show you. We had the break, said I did not want to hold on to Tesla on a fail break. It's now trying to hold VWAP. This might still be a chance at a long after all, if we can hold VWAP.
Yeah, I got a few things on watch here, and also reading through the chat to see what you guys are up to. People talking about some CoreWeave as well, and PDD. Yeah, no, I'm watching PDD. PDD actually caught a bit of a long, Neil. I don't know if you saw PDD catching a bid back through. So we reverted that action. Now maybe the reversion of the reversion is coming in with a low of 121.77. Nice little push back through that 126 level as well. 3 minute. Let's go take a look at that opening range high. Oh boy. Okay, so 130 is coming in as of right now. So let's see if we can kind of pull back in. These are reference prices from the earnings reaction as well. Look at that opening candle, candle open and candle low in and around. We're coming in to that initial candle open as well. So some prior pre-market levels potentially as well, but the bid is coming in quite nicely. VWAP, where you at? That's Tesla. Coming in there. And I think if I put on an anchored VWAP, will be relatively similar to that of the VWAP on the day today. And you can see, yeah, I already had this bit of a downtrend, and this is another reversion that I potentially missed, but that's okay. That's not really what I'm looking for necessarily off of the open, but sometimes it does come in nicely. And you can see that PDD, that this trend break or reversion to VWAP came in absolutely beautifully. Part of my playbook? Perhaps. Did I take it? Absolutely not. So where is the next trade? That's what I'm looking for here. Let's take a look at Open Door. Open Door, Neil, that's coming right back in. So shake and bake, this is what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a lot of chop and churn in and around that $5. Really show me that price is being accepted higher. Right, I want to see maybe some fresh holds of some fresher highs there as well. So I like this action.
I tried the 5 short into the open into VWAP,
yeah,
but that just broke VWAP. I really wanted to be long this stock, but I tried the 5 short into the volume weighted average price. It looks like it wants to now close above VWAP on open. Where's my bid on Wayfair? Okay, Wayfair is still chilling. I'm looking for about 60, 70 pennies more in Wayfair to the downside, but Open Door is starting to look strong again. I do prefer this to the long side. Let's see if it can close this candle above the volume weighted average price. We do that, and then I can reverse it. Well, I'm out of it, so I can go into the long trade. Just to give you a look on Wayfair here, it's tracking toward the bottom, but we're actually catching bids at 70.5. Aftermarket on Friday was the low at $70, but now $70.5 is holding. If I continue to see this hold, like a third time here, then I'll probably just jump out and look for a reload there in Wayfair, as that one continues to be relatively weak. They do not have what you need, but Adara does.
Thank you for that lovely little transition there, Neil. Keep an eye on AAOI. This one actually making a topping tail candle right now. And Applied Optoelectronics, no news story on this one, 20% short float. As you can see, it rallied a little bit on Friday here. They are in the Russell 2000, and no other news. Again, no news, but just certainly a mover here. AAOI, back to you.
Thank you, Adara, for that. AAOI, we'll have to put that on watch with some small cappers out there. And shout out to Day Trader La Tilray. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
I know that MSOS was going.
It's a Tilray kind of day. No, we've seen them move. We know that they're back into, well, they're back in play. just remember what we always said. No one ever went broke taking a profit. But, they're around for a good time, not necessarily a long time. Tilray is about to double top, trying to break one. It's 137 I have as the high, but this has been a legitimate, I want to say a legitimate trend on Tilray. Just watch out for this double top. And then 170 looks like a bit of a level. I'm not taking a breakout on this. It wasn't part of my plan of action. I didn't really know a new catalyst on it. I know we're going back to Adair in a quick little second. This might be worth it for like a failed break, pullback, and VWAP idea on Tilray. That seems to work more often than you'd think. Adara?
I was going to say there actually is a catalyst on Tilray today, Neil. It was on our watch list this morning. Jefferies raised its price target for the stock from $1.50 to $2. They maintained a buy rating, and they said that they think Tilray, I mean, there's still some issues, but they think it's probably one of the stocks that is best posed to benefit within that cannabis sector from a potential rescheduling. Now, also on Friday, we had this article come up from the Marijuana Moment to provide a little bit more color for these cannabis stocks. Apparently, the new chairman of the Republican National Committee, who, by the way, has been backed by President Donald Trump, is in support of the legalization of marijuana. So a couple different catalysts, but again, for Tilray specifically, that Jefferies price target increase is likely what's moving it. Back to you.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, I don't love price upgrades. But it's breaking that high right now. I still want to go for, let's say, failed break, pull back into the volume weighted average price on Tilray makes some sense. But Open Door's got it as well. And Open Door, to me, it's got better volume. We know the volume has been fantastic on this thing multiple days in a row. You're going to get it's on 118 million shares already. And it could also break out that high and go squeezing. So I just prefer Open Door. Come on, close above. Just hold VWAP. You're going to fail the high. This time, hold the volume-weighted average price, and then we think we have something a little bit more enticing. Still nothing crazy over here in Tesla. Like, it just continues to hold lower. The breakout doesn't go. Got to get out. And very simple. I always get out, most of the time, prior high, or it'll be like the pre-market high in that situation. Never want to give up those profits that you have in other places. At the end of the day, you've got to be able to get away from these breakouts if they don't go. NVIDIA never broke and is only heading lower. And the name that we wanted short on a pop, Palantir, just cruised into VWAP. So if the only thing you can get is a shot at VWAP, then that might just have to be the shot that I take. We don't get the short here, so might need to look for it in front of the volume-weighted average price. That's the continuation trade, like it or not, when the market heads to the actually to the upside a little bit here. Palantir going the other way.
Yeah, I'm looking at what some of you guys are saying in the chat. Canto Lanto in the chat talking about Uber. Didn't have eyes on that one there. And yeah, maybe doing a little bit of relative volume coming into the open. I have about 1.6, 1.5-ish. And we're attempting to push prior day's highs there. So strong push there on Friday, along with a lot of other stocks as well. 97.54s is the high of a prior day, as well as today, 97.50. So almost got there. But let's see if we can get back up to some of those highs. I was looking for that 100 mark here over the past couple of weeks. It seems like we're finally trying to maybe attempt a bit of a push into those levels here, but could be a bigger picture push. No idea. Here comes NEO back into its VWAP here. So I did cover a decent chunk in and around the 30s. Let's see if sellers can step back in. That 60 was prior day's high. I'm waiting for that to come in to give me maybe a little bit more information. But here is the knock on the door of VWAP. I have that at $6.56. We're currently trading 650s. Here on my P8, you can see that VWAP is coming in just right now here at that $6.50 level. So curious to know, do the bidders come back in? Are buyers still in charge? Do we kind of do a V-shaped recovery? No idea. But let's see what's going on elsewhere here.
PDD really bounced.
Palantir. Palantir, no bounce on Palantir, dude. Oh boy, back through 150. We're trading below 150 here on Palantir. So nice little selling coming in. So weakness for sure. Interesting stuff. So no bid here as of yet on Palantir. So looking good. I really like that look, Neil.
Yeah, Palantir is really slumping, but PDD was able to catch a pretty solid bid here, right back above the volume-weighted average price. So that looks pretty strong. If you you could have shorted this one right at open into the prior 127. It gives you $2 and then rips your face off to the upside. So you gotta watch out. When these Chinese ADRs catch a bid, you know how nasty it can be. I know you're over there on NEO. I do want to acknowledge, I know a few people in the chat have been saying, have a look at gold. Not much. Individual names probably moving a little bit better than gold in general. Although I want to point out, while we're sort of looking at actual gold, Bitcoin, low of the day, breaking right now. You've got ETH as well, which is losing the bid a little bit here. So, you know, like I can prefer one direction or another, but it doesn't make a difference. You just saw that breakdown in Bitcoin. You see the breakdown in ETH. BMNR doesn't go to 55, but this is the one I like to the short side when they're weak. BMNR. Let's see. I mean, crypto pulling back pretty heavily. With the market still having mostly an inside type of morning. Like you look at the NASDAQ, we have one candle, which is red, but really it's ran the top and it's ran the bottom in the pre-market. Now we're looking to break the bottom. So I'm still favoring the short, but got to look at that BMNR. I wanted it to break out today. Would have been great. If ETH could have just rallied and kept on going green like it was, 55 looked like a breakout price. But that's not happening. It's going the other way. So crypto to the downside. Hang on to your shorts right now.
Oh boy, yeah, definitely got to hang on to some of those shorts as the market comes in as well. So I got a little bit more involved here on NEO. Man, I hate it when I can't push in orders when I have orders already kind of sitting out. I tried to short the 50s and definitely was not getting filled. And I was like, oh boy, why am I not getting filled? My orders are rejecting. That's because I had orders posted to buy some more down here. So yeah, a little bit of a bid on the offer there. You can see 1,000 lots at 645s on NEO coming in. So let's see if we can kind of push into that VWAP there. Like I said before, 60s and 50s. But first, guys, exciting news for Canadian sophisticated traders. Beta Pro by Global X Canada has just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs offering 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P and the TSX 60, semiconductors, and US Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st of 2025. These ETFs also employ currency hedging to seek to neutralize US dollar exposure, providing performance that may more accurately reflect the underlying US equity indices. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca/3x daily to learn more. What's going on, Adara?
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know here about another small cap name on watch, HCWB. The company's name is HCW Biologics. Market cap here of about $11.4 million, so pretty small market cap for this company, and a float of about 1.63 million shares. Now, there actually is a catalyst on this. They announced this morning that their scientists have developed some, immunotherapeutic treatments for the use against solid tumors. They also reported earnings last Monday, so relatively recent earnings play and new catalyst here for HCWB. Back to you.
Dara, appreciate you. Thank you, Day Trader LA. Thank you for the super chat. That'll buy a lot of cookies, actually.
Lots of cookies.
Oatmeal raisin is always a favorite. We appreciate
raisin
you.
is your favorite cookie?
You don't like oatmeal? Oh, it just doesn't. I love oatmeal raisin. That's easily my favorite for sure. But let's be real. The market is actually catching bid. And we appreciate all the super chats. In a couple of minutes, I'm going to go and see if we can't get the board up. But make sure you type in your symbols and make sure you use $ to see what you guys are looking at. It is working now, Fabian. Thank you. It wasn't before. There it goes, the stock visualizer. So remember, if you have a symbol that you're interested in, then type $. I'm going to give it a fresh start right now. $, and then the ticker. Make sure $ first, and then we'll be able to look back and see what it is that is piquing everybody's interest right now. AMD, it's early. You just started typing them in now, so MP is going to be in there, AMD, NVIDIA. Those ones we're looking at, BBAI for sure, Open Door. Open trying to hold that 5 and not doing a very good job of it. I want it to be a lot stronger than it is. We'll check back in a few minutes on it. But eyeballs here on ETH and BMNR. So ETH is trying to hold on to the volume weighted average price on a bit of a bottoming tail candle. So that was a pretty solid bottoming tail candle. BMNR looking to get into the volume weighted average price. So I'm shorting this one into 52. At least that's the plan, but I'm keeping a really tight, close watch on what's going on in ETH. Because if ETHA, let's go back here, breaks this trend to the upside, then I know BMNR is very likely to go as well. Wayfair was able to just get a reload. Is it still holding under 72, but now the buyers are getting in front of the 71 level. Here will be. Sorry, I tried to hold that sneeze. It is what it is. But BMNR, ETH, big reversal pattern here on Ethereum.
A little bit of a bid, eh?
I'm still favoring short on BMNR, but I don't want to ignore that bottoming tail candle that you see here on ETH. Still downward trend, still like it, but if we break trend, I pull the offer on BMNR.
Yeah, that speaking of some crypto names, that MSTR is now trading below some of these pre-market prices. So looking good for that continuation. But let's see if we reclaim and sustain some of these prices, like Neil just said. If we start to see some of that reversion come in, you do want to be wary of a potential bid. That 340 is holding pretty nice as of right now here on MSTR. Let's take a quick look at our friends in the mining sector as well. I know that we don't look at Mara or Riot or anything like that as much anymore, but still very valid in terms of some of these crypto trades. So you can see already doing relative volume here in the pre-market session, over about 2 times relative volume. So strong flush. You can see the same kind of sentiment across the board on a lot of these crypto stocks or crypto related stocks off of the open. Seller dominance potentially coming in the first 15 to 30 minutes as of right now. So we only have about, I guess, 6.5 or 7 minutes roughly left for this second 15-minute candle of the day to print. And we're printing a little bit to the downside across the board. You can see here on the futures chart as well. First red candle, second red candle, and already coming into the open, bit of a downtrend as well. So just seeing if we see more of the same here across the board on some of these stocks. Let's take a quick look at Google. Google I had in mind for a bit of a long today, but it didn't give us that strength right off of the open, kind of shopping around its opening range here. So I'm going to be patient for that one. Prior day's high is important for me. That's coming in at 208 halves. We have not even clipped anywhere near those prices except for the opening range high. So I think that's coming in. We saw that when we did get up there on Friday, selling came in pretty aggressively all the way down into VWAP, and you can see that we were holding that reference low going into the close as of right now on the open. So let's see if we see more of that continuation coming in on the day today. Tesla as well. Tesla was a hella strong on Friday, finally kind of broke out or starting to look like it might want to break out of that price compression that we've been noticing over the past few weeks here. And I'm looking for that 350. And if we sustain these prices, start to push a little bit, then I think I like it for that 350 test. Well within range here on Tesla. People talking about Open and Apple. Okay, cool. Let's take a quick look at Open. Open has not gone anywhere past its opening range as of right now. So going to be patient with that one. No real continuation happening on that one as of right now. And like I said, that $5, do I expect it to have a serious churn? Yes, I do. And is it doing that? Yes, it is. So I'm going to be patient and let that kind of come in. Apple looking bad.
Apple's good. No,
people
it's
talking
green.
about Apple. Apple? Huh.
Apple's green on the day.
Yeah. Okay. Here's the thing, though, Neil. Look at where it came into. This was that Friday high off of that, I guess, did we get intraday news? Something, whatever happened at about 1 p.m. on Apple. Bit of a shake and bake, push into 229s. We're coming in right back into some of those prices as of right now, maybe with a little bit of a pullback here. So let's see if that resistance continues to stay as resistance on Apple, or do we finally break? This bid is absolutely aggressive, and it's within the first half hour as well. So I think all those things may be confluencing for a better potential for a break if we do get past these prices, and it's coming onto it right now, Neil, with the market catching a bid once again.
Yeah, and look, the crypto names still going a little bit sideways, but ETH just pulled another lower high. Apple, I'd argue, I know it just pulled back there, but this is strong. Come on, the Nasdaq's doing absolutely nothing, but this has a chance to break out above 229. It's got a rounded bottom on it. I don't necessarily favor breakout trades at this time of day, but let's be real. Apple is a relatively strong stock. Like you go over and check, say, Alphabet, which Alphabet was super strong in the pre-market. It's nowhere near the Friday highs. So not really seeing any kind of crazy moves here in any of the Mag 7 with the exception. I mean, Apple's okay. It's not a crazy move. Wayfair is still holding 72s, but it keeps bouncing this VWAP. So the best we've gotten is 71, trying to get some 70s, but I got a bid at 71 again just to be able to scalp more out. But here comes the market. All right, Palantir's got to be making a bounce on this. Yeah, Palantir's trying to break trend and hold VWAP. This could be one of those, we've seen it before, but maybe we got one of those lit grab days on Palantir. No, it's just not strong enough. That's not the one. Go back to plan. We like Tesla a little bit better. And Tesla tried the breakout before. It lit grabs underneath, but Tesla's really going to get going here, it looks like, off VWAP. It's already at the volume weighted average price. If we can close above VWAP, I'd rather go back into something that we favored for the long than jumping on over to Palantir. Just because I missed Palantir short at the open doesn't mean you got to go over to that one to try to work the long side of the trade. Tesla almost green here, as it looks like this market wants to try to make a run at the top before we get the number at 10 o'clock, Obi.
Yeah, that 10 o'clock number is coming in soon, eh? So I got to be a little bit wary here with some of the positions. By positions, I just mean in as of right now. A bit of a held offer here at that $6.50. We can see that it came into it a few times, just knocking on the door of that 650 and holding as a little bit of resistance on the offer as of right now. So let's see if that can continue. Does that stay in charge? I don't know. The market's coming in pretty strong, and if that offer still holds, then I think it's a little significant, right? We've gotten a triple test of this 650 level over the past, I guess, since about 9:40, I would say 9:45-ish. So yeah, for the past 15 minutes, we've knocked on the door. And look at that, it's confluencing with the VWAP. So this is what maybe I was looking for. I was looking for VWAP to hold in a significant way. It doesn't have to be exactly VWAP, right? My other VWAPs are somewhere in and around up here in the 650s. This P-Pro VWAP is here just below that 650 as well. So regardless, VWAP's just a line. What am I looking for? I'm looking for maybe some seller dominance on the day. And it seems like as of right now, we're seeing signs, little inklings of sellers participating. Whether it's one seller or many, no idea. But there's a seller at 650 on NEO. Let's see if that lifts. That lifts, and maybe we're poised for a little bit higher. The market is now pushing up a little bit higher as well. You can see the NASDAQ fresh highs. The ES is going for some fresh highs, and oh boy, that Palantir is nicely reverting as of right now, Neil, and it seems like Apple might be poised for some fresh highs as well.
NVIDIA's trying to break it out.
I'm waiting for maybe a reversion on Apple, but if we're going to break out that prior day high, I do not want to be in the way of that one there. Intel to the downside. Intel's selling off pretty nicely. Let me take a quick look at some of these other names as well. Where is Wayfair? Okay, we'll be right back. We got numbers happening in about 30 seconds, so watch out for that. Let's go to Adara so she can give us the updates.
Yeah, in about 20, or I guess now 15 seconds, new home sales units. We're looking here for a print of 0.63 million, so 630,000 homes. That's the forecast. Previous print was 627,000. So we're looking for a slight increase here. New home sales change month over month, 0.5% is the forecast. Let's see what we get here. Oh, it comes in at negative 0.6% I'm seeing. So that is below the previous print of 0.6% to the upside, and also below the forecast of 0.5% to the upside. Then in terms of new home sales coming in at 652,000, that is above the consensus of 630,000. So interesting mixed look here. Higher than expected new home sales units, but lower than expected month over month change. So interesting look there. NASDAQ continuing to push higher. Let's take a look at the S&P 500 to see how this is faring. Also pushing a little bit higher. Something that's not really pushing higher as a group is crypto. Ethereum actually made a new all-time high again yesterday, but both Ethereum and Bitcoin are a bit weaker, with Bitcoin actually poised to notch a 3-day losing streak. Let's talk about some of these catalysts on watch. Wayfair on the move here, along with other furniture names like WSM. and RH after Donald Trump announced via a Truth Social post on Friday after the close that the administration is going to be looking into a national security probe that could lead to furniture tariffs. Let's take a look here at INTC. After lots of speculation and reports, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick confirmed on Friday afternoon that the U.S. now owns 10% of Intel. Trump actually posted about this arrangement as of this morning. So keep an eye on a lot of these different companies, Chinese ADRs as well, like PDD and NIO, and watch as well with PDD reporting earnings before the bell. Back to you. Make sure to like and subscribe.
Thank you, Adara. That home number tried to, it's probably not going to move the chips, but it did move NVIDIA through the breakout. I'm going to get back in. It false broke the first time on NVIDIA through the high, and it looks like it's going to try to get going the second time. I want to inventory into 179. Meaning I want to be long going into the 179 level without actually having to take or be forced to take the break. I just try to get back in at that 60. If I have to take 179, I'll jump into that trade as well. But I'm trying to get long into SoFi going into it. See a lot of names that are trying to run here. You've got Tesla, which is also trying to go, but it looks like NVIDIA looks like it's going to be the strong one. The NASDAQ is about to go green. Don't want to jinx it, but it looks like it could go green on the day. I might be jinxing it. We're about 0.2 as it's still trying to battle that high. So much of an inside day so far, which is, I'd say, disappointing, but we have been trending up a little more heavily. Wayfair is still holding out, but even that on Wayfair, I'll get to that in a second. We might break 179 first. Yeah, it looks like we've broken 179. So, looks like we're not getting inventory into 179, but we'll go back into this 179 half. If it can hold on to the prior highs in NVIDIA, then I hold on to the long. And just looking at Wayfair, you could have expected maybe the home builder number might affect it, but it's got its own news. What I have to respect, higher lows on the short. It's been holding 72, but with higher lows. So I've reloaded for the last time, I think. If it continues this pattern of higher lows, then I can't be reloading the same level over and over again, even if it has been working. Let's be real. It just means the stock is grinding higher.
Yeah, I think that Wayfair. I'm still watching it, man, and it's like it's not really doing what I was looking for. I was looking for that continuation coming in off of the open. We did kind of gap down, and we're not really seeing that sentiment that I guess I was technically looking for. So no real trades on that one just yet. But yeah, the market came in real strong. But as of right now, the ES taking a little bit of a pullback here, and also that Nasdaq also kind of pulling in as well. Let's see, PDD's pulling back into VWAP. Palantir, oh boy, buyers are definitely in charge on this one. It seems like as we bid back through, as of right now, as we bid back through 150, pushing all the way back in. But yeah, pre-market lows still ways away at 156s. We're coming into some prior day lows as well. So yeah, selling coming in pretty aggressively, but getting picked right back up on Palantir here. Let's see if it can see its way into the future, all the way back up to prior highs right here, well 156, played. 157 here as well. All right, here's a super chat that we just got as well. So let's take a quick look at this. Thank you, Luis Rodriguez, I think. Luis Rodriguez for the super chat. Concerning EPIX, EPIX, the company's direct page specifies an expected dividend of 1.69 for investors acquiring shares before the 25th of this month. Does this encompass purchases made today? Thank you. You want to speak on that a little bit, Neil? EPIX. So I don't know. You'd have to like look into some of the details there, but yeah.
I will look into it.
Yeah,
right.
that requires just reading up on the details. Yeah, it's again, I couldn't comment. I don't know the company. I don't know the specifics of their dividend. Adair is going to look into that one for you there for sure, because I think it's important. I mean, if you're trying to catch a divvy, you want to know when you're going to be eligible. NVIDIA holding the 179, at least for now. There's a lot. First of all, the top of the list, and I should have gone back to this, but nothing had changed. It's still Palantir, NVIDIA, SoFi in here. We've talked Palantir. We're in NVIDIA. Tesla showing up. Open Door, of course, as well. SoFi in number 3 spot. Okay, SoFi. I don't mind that. I hope that means it's doing well with the rest of the market here on SoFi. Come on, SoFi, be doing well, be doing good. We like to root for our own stock sometimes. I think that's a... Ooh, SoFi, are you kidding me?
What is happening?
SoFi is beast mode right now. Okay, maybe beast mode might be saying a bit much, but let's be real. It's breaking out. You got a 52-week high on SoFi. I'll take it. That'll play. We love some SoFi, but we did trim some after earnings, which might end up being the wrong decision, but that's all right. You got to take. No one ever went broke taking profit. Just to note, I'm continuing to get out on the volume-weighted average price here of Wayfair, down that 8%. It's holding 72, but that's about all it's doing. You're getting this $0.50 scalp back and forth, but not a heck of a lot more than that on UNH. But wow, SoFi.
Yeah,
I like that move. Let's see if NVIDIA can continue this. It just got to like the 40-cent mark. If it's going to go dip, I might let it pull back into the prior high a bit more here. Like wait for it to try to retest the prior day high where the first break failed, as opposed to taking the 79 level in here on the way back. I want to go stair step upside, but be patient with the dip buy. Let's go to Adara.
I looked into that EPIX, EPIX, as a pharmaceutical. So I went on the company's website. They announced, it actually says right on the website with the announcement what the date is. So they did announce here on August 14th that they're going to be, I guess, doing this ex-dividend date as of August 25th. That would be today. Now, that's going to be paid for shareholders as of August 22nd. So if you had shares as of Friday, sounds like, according to this release, that you are eligible. Again, you can read the release yourself. Just look up ESSA Pharma, go on the investor relations page on their website. I can drop the link in the chat, and I actually will. But either way, it sounds like, as far as I can tell, that it'll be scheduled to be paid to shareholders on August 22nd. Back to you.
There you go. And once again,
thank you very much, Dara.
As always, we appreciate you. Tesla making a nice little, ooh, that is a pop on Tesla. Oh, you don't want to get the VWAP.
Oh
why would you ever allow the fill at VWAP, Tesla? That would just be kind and thoughtful of you. Well, it broke once and failed at 341. If it can break twice, then I'm still going to go for it. I always give Tesla the old 3 rule. Ideally, we can get the volume-weighted average price, but it's pretty allergic to it since making that V-shaped recovery. If the NASDAQ can go, if obviously NVIDIA can go, I'm sure AMD is having a good day as well. Apple was already really strong. Let's see if Tesla can't chew its way through this resistance up top. This just makes me want to get more shares out at VWAP on Wayfair. Is that one? I don't know if it's going to be able to hold out. If the market just keeps on ripping, it'll probably go eventually as well, even if it has negative news. So Tesla trying to break out that top. Let's see if we can't get a dip into VWAP. Not even getting a dip in NVIDIA back into that $0.50. We'll just see if we can get to 180. 180 is an obvious next target for NVIDIA, just given the fact that, hey, it's a round number, and there's still that big seller that was at 183, 184 bucks. So we got to be wary of that. I did say in my note today, if NVIDIA gets to that price, I'm shorting it. So I'm going to stick with that. Like, if we break this out, as far as I'm concerned, no further than in here, like 182.7, because I think it's a short into 184, no matter how strong this gets on NVIDIA. Somebody was dumping a boatload of shares for a couple of weeks up there at that price. And, until it stops, until proven otherwise, I'd fade that level.
Yeah, I think this market's coming in real strong right now, and I'm not looking to fade anything. Let's be real, other than maybe Neil, which is relatively
$5 higher.
But here's the thing: NVIDIA, I got on watch. Apple is the one I want to fade. Honestly, when I see things running like this, Neil, I'm like, oh boy. I start to gather certain picks or start stalking certain certain prey for the hunt. And so I think Apple's going to be good, maybe potentially, if that kind of starts to revert. That's actually rejecting prior day's levels right now. We talk about prior day high, maybe a little bit of a held offer there. You can see the market's hella strong and pushing some fresh highs, and Apple's still kind of struggling with that 229 area as of right now. Maybe that's a little bit telling. I always like to look at market leaders, and in terms of weighting in the futures for maybe a little bit of a sign or a signal that we can potentially go off of. And guess what? Google is doing something similar as well, coming into prior day's highs. Look at that aggressive selling that came in off of those 208.50s here, Neil. You can see that strong push, beautiful, beautiful reversion coming in. Sellers getting pinged once again right off of the open, coming right in, and then a nice grinding bid that takes us right back into those day highs. And guess what? Maybe a false break of those day highs right there. Those highs actually coming in 3 minutes before the open at 208, what was that, 208.25s, and then intraday you make a high that's 5 pennies higher, and then you get a nice little pullback as of right now on Google. Still holding above VWAP, still technically in an uptrend after the shake and bake off of the open. So going to continue watching this one. If the market continues to stay strong, then I think, yeah, maybe we are poised for some fresh highs. Don't forget, this is Google almost at all-time highs. Intraday all-time highs were already pushed in on Friday. I think that was 206s and change. And then after hours, we pointed out that the highs were sitting at 209 half. So we're just kind of consolidating, building into those all-time highs on Google. So we're going to continue to wait and watch to see how that develops. Softy not really doing anything crazy here, kind of chopping around in its opening range. Let's see, Meta is the only one that I'm not really watching right now. Let's take a quick look at that one and see what that one's up to. Okay, so Meta looking somewhat similar to a few of these. Nice shake and bake off of the open there, slow grinding bid back up to the highs. We did push prior day's highs off of the open, but came in pretty aggressively back to the downside. So let's go to the TQQs here. So because I do want to take a look at this market and see where we are relative to some prior day's levels here. We did do a bit of a gap down. Prior day's high 91.32s, and we're slowly kind of creeping up into that as of right now as well. So this was the downtrend I was talking about here on the NASDAQ. We are starting to kind of break that opening range high, breaking and holding pretty well as of right now here on the TQs. Let's take a quick look at the spider and see what that's up to. And oh boy, so a little bit of a chop, but you can see holding that VWAP pretty well. So a nice little VWAP recycle happening on the spider underneath prior day's end of day range lows. Look at this beautiful double bottom right here at 644s on the spider. We're kind of trading and chopping around underneath that as of right now. So interesting stuff happening around the board. Let me know what you guys are trading. A lot of people talking about Palantir. Let's take a quick look at Palantir.
Look at the
see what that one's up to. Oh boy, what a beautiful reversion off that 150 mark, man. Definitely a miss on my part, but it is what it is. Can't catch them all, but hopefully some of you guys are talking about it, and hopefully you guys did catch that as well. SoFi, we know that one's pushing a little bit higher as of right now. Still continuing. Nice sustaining of that bid as well. Sundial talking
Get it,
Jameson.
Sundial.
Okay, SNDL. We know that some of these weed names are moving. All right, so Sundial moving around. I know a lot of people part of Tilray on the day today. Tilray with a nice little bid. Wow, 4 times, almost 5 times the relative volume here on the day, Neil. So MSOS definitely looking.
You get more bang
not
for your
really.
Nah, you
not
get more
really.
bang for your buck
MSOS
on Tilray. Tilray's an individual squeeze play. The note, like the news was an upgrade on Tilray, right? So it's kind of stock specific there. So you got to focus on that one instead of I think MSOS. That's at least what makes sense to me. Josio in the chat. I almost said Jozo. We had a trader. There was a trader on the floor whose nickname was Jozo. I don't even know why we called him Jozo. Like his name wasn't even. He doesn't even make sense when I think about it. There was his trading ID and his name was nothing like it. GDRX long for 2 or 3 weeks. We're gonna have a look in a quick little second here. Just wanted to point out, I got eyes on Intel here. Intel is now back above that $25 level. Remember I said 20, like at 24.6. I'm just gonna slap. Where's the fail thing? Intel goes right into key support at $24.60. And then pulls right back. So like if we close here, we'd have a trend line, but we don't because we basically have the high and then this lower high. We'll see what happens in a couple of minutes. But 24.6 looks like that good support here on Intel. I don't know if we get a second crack at that. But you asked about GDRX. Goodrix, don't really know anything about them, and the volume looks pretty, the volume is pretty low on this thing. Definitely not a day trade. Well, personally, I would not be the biggest fan, and the reasons should be obvious. It just lost the 50 and the 200 period moving average, which is usually a no for me. It fails a $5 level. which is obvious resistance, and it's currently on low volume, failing underneath the 50 and the 200 period moving averages. If you were consolidating above and breaking 5, that's the kind of long that I'd be looking for anyway. So, appreciate the super chat. We can only ever tell you what we see. And what I see is Wayfair right back into 72. It just keeps on scalping. You get a buck, you get 50 cents, you get a buck. Let's see if we can get VWAP again here on Wayfair. Let's go to Adara.
I can talk quickly about that GDRX to provide some context. There is no news, as Neil mentioned there, but they do have a market cap here of $1.56 billion. They have rallied in the past as well. I do remember this ticker for sure. And they have a short float here of about 7.8%. That's some of the details there for GDRX. Back to you.
Yeah, so NVIDIA just made another tag of the high. It couldn't get to 178.5 for a reload, but let's see if the lower high is still going to get respected. I might throw something in the 60s to try to get a reload on NVIDIA as that one starts to come right back in. Look, super strong off of the lows here, but the continuation off the highs has been muted. Ooh, double top. Now we got ourselves a bit of a double top here on NVIDIA. I'll let it bounce first. Let it bounce first. If it shows me the bounce off the highs, and I'll try to get back in and add on the way to the upside. It just makes a little bit more sense with this little bit of a topping move that we just saw. I saw top in the futures, same seller, same price here on NVIDIA. Feel like we should always be looking at AMD, but look at the difference. You've got NVIDIA that reports on Wednesday looking strong and trying to break out the top. It's like AMD just trying to get off the lows here. So I guess we're looking at the right one for some strength. I prefer if this was across the board. I just feel like it's a little bit better for us if you're firing on all cylinders in the chip space. It's a little bit easier for us to get this up move, push things through, because it's been so choppy. Here you want a good sense of direction. That's easier when you have everybody going at the same time. All right, now you've got a hold of the volume weighted average price on Intel above 25. This looks a little bit more constructive. Next available dip, will go long, not because the U.S. government's going long, but that is the news. They're buying a 10% stake, like it or not, regardless of what you think about it, it's happening. And I can't see that. I can't see where the negative part of it is specifically for Intel, which has caught a bit of a low at that $19 level and has been rallying since. Right, ever since the presidential seal of approval, sometimes you just go with the trend.
Yeah, I think a few of you in the chat talking about this THAR Immune kind of was on radar maybe a few days ago. It did a crazy move off of earnings. And guess what, guys? It's halted up as of right now above those earnings, I guess, day 2 prices. So strong push. Look at that. That was earnings on Wednesday, August 20th. Nice little push, sustain of that level. Low volume day, we talk about maybe liquidity traps. Low volume day, look at that volume drop off, absolutely crazy. Strong volume on day 1, strong volume on day 2, absolutely nothing compared to those 2 days on day 3. And then day 4, boom, halt up to the upside through $6.30 as of right now. So let's take a quick look at the breakdown here. 1.82 shares float. And I'm going to quickly check.
1.82 mil?
1.82 mil
That's
share
the whole float.
That is the whole float. We don't know what the actual free float is on top of that.
Well, it can't be that big.
Let's take a quick look at what the short float on THAR is as well. Let me just... And okay, nothing too crazy here. I'm seeing a short float of 0.32. I'm sure, again, that's delayed data. I'm sure over the past few days, that number is significantly higher. Let's see what's up with the Adara.
IWM on watch here. Let's start with that. Nice bottom tail candle here. We make that low just below 233. Halves, and we push a little bit higher. We are right now oscillating near the intraday high, and actually, the high right off the morning there around that 234.20 area. We are still below Friday's high. Now, if you're wondering about this rally on Friday, of course the whole market rallied, but IWM is specifically poised to do well if we have this rate cut, because we know these small caps are very rate sensitive, the index included. Let's talk here about AREC. No news here in American Resources Corporation. This is actually a rare earth related play on Thursday. So last Thursday, August 21st, they actually had a showcase here, a spotlight in an article from USA Today. So good look there for AREC, about a 7% short float. We have another stock on watch here with roughly the same short float, CGTX. No news on Cognition Therapeutics, but this one, nice uptrend here off the open. Last but not least, MBOT, Microbot Medical, like the other names on this list, no brand new catalyst, but last Wednesday they did announce that the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office has granted a patent covering these robotic surgical systems. So MBOT here with an 18% short float and a catalyst from last week on watch, near day's highs. Definitely a couple small caps to look at here, guys, and make sure to like and subscribe as we send you back to Neil and Obi.
Thank you very much.
Well, it looks like the trend is breaking right now. Well, at least it's attempting to. Had to jump out, or jumped into a trend break on Palantir. Look, it's an obvious trend break. You can see the compression, and then it broke down. But NVIDIA, at the same time, pulled right back, lost that support at 178.8. It's going to try and get it back. This is one I can get back into. It ends up holding that low. This is one I can get back into, but let's be real. When Palantir breaks a trend like this, I'm going to take a shot. I was bearish on it at the open, but it never got to 158. It just flushed instantaneously. So I want to look for that short back into the volume weighted average price. Wayfair, I'd say third time's a charm, but it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, sixth time, not a charm. So 5 times short. It's worked every time until now. Maybe Wayfair fills the gap. So it holds on to this 72 that it failed at the open, but pull back into 70.5 and then 71s. No real follow through past like $1 to $1.50 on Wayfair, which I think you're looking for a little bit more than that. You know, the stock's down 7%. It was $80 and it was $78 and now at like 72. So you're looking for more than $1 and $1.50 on Wayfair. Like if this is the one that you feel like would be the home run, well, I thought this could be the bigger home run, and I didn't want to wait for it to break down at 70. I wanted to be short into it, and then if it broke 70, there's a big, big gap fill on the daily chart here for Wayfair. This could easily be a day 2, day 3 trade. You know, if we break that 70 tomorrow, I think I'll like it just as much. So we're back in, I shouldn't say back into Palantir. It's just we're into Palantir for the first time, but that's a trend break. You know, it's not necessarily the trade we were looking for at the open. Let's see if we can't get to the volume weighted average price as the NASDAQ looks to pull back here. A little bit.
Yeah, I think there's a few distinctly different things happening. If you look at SoFi right now, SoFi is continuing to push up. I know a lot of people in the chat are throwing up the dollar sign SoFi. SoFi is at $26, current high at 26.01. So crazy kind of a bid there. Nice, beautiful continuation happening from some of prior weeks' price action. Nice flat top push of that $25 area as well. We were looking at that $25. Nice consolidation in the morning session here, and then breakout of the opening range high, and holding that continuation. You can see how clean some of these candles are. Whoa, there's some volume coming in through the 26 as well here on SoFi. So yeah, a little bit of an up move. Let's go to the weekly chart and take a look at where it's standing relative to prior levels. So I know this is not all-time highs just yet, but oh boy, Neil, it seems like we're coming into those levels. So a nice rounded bottom here, 28.26 is the all-time high, and only about $2 and about a quarter away from those all-time highs. Nice breakout and build up on this one as well. V-shape on a much higher time frame, Neil.
Ooh, I like those V-shaped recoveries. Maybe you can find those on swing trades as well, and might be able to do so through Trade the Pool's new special feature just for traders like yourselves. A free ebook featuring 4 proven swing trading strategies from Trade the Pool's top funded traders. Inside, you'll find and see exactly how they approach the market, how they manage risk, and what setups they rely on, so you can learn and grow from what actually works. Download it now by scanning the QR code on screen or hitting the link in the description. Shout out to Trade the Pool, and thank you them for sponsoring this segment of the show. Maximus in the chat. Ooh, I like this one. Let's get better together. I appreciate GTV, Trader TV Live, for keeping my head in the game. That's all you ever try to do. Keep your head in the game. Try to stay focused. Move on to the next opportunity whenever you can, because the market is almost always looking to give you an opportunity. It doesn't stop moving. It doesn't stop shaking. All right, Palantir.
That's a good point. You know what I realized? It's just like, Because sometimes I'm just like, some of my worst days are me trying a trade over and over and over and over again until I just get clocked out for the day. I'm like too strung onto the idea. Maybe I'm too aggressive with sizing. Regardless, I'm very strung onto that idea, and I think that's a good point to make, because you know what I realize? If I just throw in a stop and be like, all right, this is the last time I'm going to try this, and then I'm going to look elsewhere, more often than not, those days I make a pretty decent recovery and potentially back to green more often than not as well. Just waiting and being patient. No, and also a big part of that also comes in believing in yourself. Like knowing that you're capable of extracting from the market, and if this trade is not going to give it to you, and that's okay. It's not the end of the world. This is not the best trade in the last century. You know what I mean?
You know what?
Take the stop and move on.
What I love about that is like, be confident enough to be wrong in the trade, knowing there's going to be something else.
Yeah, there's going to be something else.
Like to me, like going over and over again and fighting the same stock, that's not confidence in the trade. That's a lack of confidence that you can find something else that's going to work for you.
Right.
So you just keep fighting the same stock over and over again because you don't want to go out there and try to find another trade. So, you know, I absolutely love that point. That's wise words, Obi. That
From
being
you.
said,
Wise words from you. Where's the next trade?
What have you said it?
No, but you said it, and I built on it.
But sometimes you do have to go back.
Yeah.
And I'm not just saying that as a segue.
If it's the gift that keeps on giving.
No.
Right?
You can take a hit on something and be like, I didn't want to fight it before, but I got to go back and look at this stock. And this is a segue to Open Door. Like ultimately, it was trend down. I saw some sellers at 5. I'm like, okay, I would prefer to be long the stock, but I tried it short. It didn't work. Now what do we have? Upward trend, which I was going to draw like this. Upward trend on Open Door. You know it's a squeeze play. We know that after Jackson Hole raised the chances of a rate cut, that this fundamentally is a company that stands to benefit from lower rates, right? So this is kind of like a double whammy. It was a good long on Friday, more or less wherever you got it. I'm not going to say you just close your eyes and go long the stock on Friday, but I mean, it certainly felt like that a lot of times. If we can hold on to this trend, great. I think that leads us to a breakout of the high with a stop at the trend line. The other side of that is, if we lose this trend break, I got to try the short again. That's just how it is. Yep. Let's go over to Adara. Ooh, hold on. Buyer and Palantir at 154. Refresher. I'm going to get some out there. Got to take 30 cents. There's a refresher on the bid. Adara.
Just keep an eye here on RR, Rich Tree Robotics. Rich Tech Robotics. This one is near day's highs. This morning, they announced that as of last Thursday, they had signed a 2-year master services agreement with a major global retailer that, as far as I know, they haven't named. I want to mention as well with RR, this name does have the tendency to rally. It has done so in the past. We've got about a $350 million market cap. It is on the Russell 2000, and we have a short float of about 16.2%. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. You've got to be kidding me. The second, like right when we're going to Adara, I'm like, there is a refresher at 154 and Palantir going to take some out. Well, somebody took that refresher out at 154. This is now screaming towards the volume weighted average price, which I'm going to throw a bid out in front. Let's go to the 70s in here. I'm going to sit on the bid in front of the volume weighted average price and Palantir, but ready to maybe mean revert it out if we catch another bid here. The other thing I'm looking for is, let's be real, we're scale up on the futures. So if we hold VWAP on the future, even this 235.20 on the NASDAQ, if you hold on to that, that could be a nice little bounce zone. You've got to remember, even when you've got a winning trade on or a good curl, like what's the overall structure? Palantir is a liquidity grab underneath Friday's lows. And where we would be bouncing at VWAP is the open range bottom on Palantir. So it's not nothing down here. Like it could easily, this could be a lower high and we could trend into the low of the day, but I got to remember the structure. The structure right now of the market is up, and the structure of where VWAP is also support from Friday. So that's why I'm going to go station to station. And again, everyone has their own strategy. Like some people have wide stops, tight stops. Some people will be like, this is going to go through VWAP, and I'm going to hold it for the rest of the day. I like to have a different plan from that for sure. And there goes open. It just broke the high. Oh, let's see if we can't get the. Yeah, that's worth an oh boy. Open Door squeezing again, because that's what it does.
Yeah, I think that thing's on a crazy multi-day run. I might be playing with some fire here, Neil, but SoFi starting to catch maybe a little bit of selling, so I kind of want to involve myself in that one.
But I like SoFi.
26 had some significant volume. We're kind of chopping and churning around that 26 level. The market's also taking a little bit of a pullback,
SoFi.
but SoFi's kind of shown us that it might be doing a little bit of its own thing over the past few days with the aggressive kind of buying that's been coming in. Here, a bit of a multi-day move on SoFi. Is it overextended? Questionable. But yeah, let's see if selling can come in here, or maybe I'm a little bit too early. That's perfectly fine. Still waiting on this NEO to crack low a day here. I don't know if that's going to come in, but that would be pretty nice. Let's see if that can come in. That's currently at $6.30, and we're holding in and around prior day's levels as well. Prior day end of day low was $6.32. So just wicking that prior day low just by a few pennies there, and selling coming in once again on top of VWAP. So that's kind of what I wanted to see here. Market tailwind now finally on our side as well. So let's see if that can come in with any sort of oomph. And SoFi, it seems like I'm probably going to get stopped out here on SoFi as it pushes right back up towards day highs. Where's the next trade? That's what I'm looking for. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, just be aware here. We just got the Dallas Fed Manufacturing Business Index coming at negative 0.18 versus the forecast of negative 0.17. So slightly lower than the forecast and lower than the previous print of positive 0.9. So again, Dallas Fed Texas Manufacturing Output Index on watch there. The Dallas, just the quick numbers there. Back to you.
Yeah, I'm gonna take the break even out on Palantir, as that just caught a hefty buyer is the best way to put it. And as I said, the market is bouncing up top here. We're bouncing higher lows all the way through. So that's the thing. A mean reversion trade is by definition going against the grain. So sometimes you just have to take what you can get and understand that the stock wants to go in the other direction. As I look up, it's an open door to all-time, I don't want to say like all-time highs here because I don't think this actually got there. Okay, pretty close. Pretty close on open. 542 would be the local high at 52 weeks, but the all-time high is nowhere close. 542 is current resistance. I would love to catch a dip in open. Ooh, we just did. So pull back in a prior high. There's only two places. That was entirely coincidental. I had no idea the timing of that was going to work. But pull back into the prior high or VWAP. If it had broken trend, then I would have gone short. Otherwise, I'm taking the long into the hold of this trend line, which we have from the low, which is literally at the open. Pun absolutely not intended there, but there's not much you can do with this name. So I want to be long this stock as long as it holds this trend line. I'll probably offer something out at this in front of 550 because that just makes sense to me. If we don't break this 542 now, maybe I take some out for like 6 or 7 cents, but I'll look for like 10 pennies first and then go from there. As open, this is just a pure squeeze play on open, and it's not even like it's a gigantic short float, but it's got some big names behind it with Tudor catching a bit of a bid. Obviously, the interest rates story is going to end up helping these guys. I don't think this is. A lot of people have tried to equate this one to Carvana. I don't know that it's. Nothing is going to do what Carvana did, but this was a $1 stock, and Carvana went from price targets of $1 to like $300.
Yeah.
Crazier things have happened. I'd just be happy. I think most people would be happy if it got to $10. This kind of a move back in here. If you go back to 2022, I think it's probably a more reasonable target for this squeeze outside of it turning into Carvana. Adara?
Yeah, just keep an eye here on WU, Western Union. Mike Alfred here, who is, I guess, a value investor and board director, he's posted that he's building a 2 million share short position in Western Union, saying that the business is in terminal decline and that it'll be headed to zero within the next 2 or 3 years. He said over the next few weeks he'll explain his thesis further, but either way, WU near day's lows, not bad volume, about 1 million shares traded so far in the day as Mike Alfred announces a short position. Back to you.
That's interesting. You don't see that very often. You don't see players coming out and be like, "Oh, I'm very
initiating."
I'm heavily getting into this." That's an interesting look. Western Union, I'm kind of looking.
But let's be real. Transfer is now going to be made easier. Like the blockchain is going to change the way transfers are done. You had Kevin O'Leary was here talking about that same thing. I understand the logic behind it, but that is that's different. I really appreciate that. Like, to me, it's one thing to say, hey, I don't believe in this, I'm initiating a short position. The same would be like, hey, I think, like when Neo was a technical buy, I like that technical buy. As opposed to what we usually get, which is something, and again, I understand this is how they have to make money, which is after you've probably already amassed a short, let's just say in Palantir, you then come out with a short sell report. Like after you've clearly already amassed a position and then you profit from it. I get it, it's allowed. People are allowed to make money how they want, the rules are the rules, and it's like don't hate the player, hate the game, so respect to Andrew Leff for that. But ultimately, that makes some sense to me with Western Union. I'd love to read it a little bit more into that though.
I think that's an interesting look.
Right
They're going to lose
decision
their
to get out.
business. Right?
Well, they're going to lose business.
Yeah.
It's just a question of do they have the ability to adapt? Is there going to be, like, could that be, I don't know, are they gonna have to fold in, or are they gonna become some kind of a target for somebody else to see what they can get out of the last parts of the business, or maybe, and that's just speculation. But I gotta get to Palantir for a quick second. Palantir, this is why you get away from it. You can have a nice curl on the short at the right moment, but acknowledge that it was curling into a support area, and when it starts bouncing, you gotta get out of Dodge. Just sometimes you have to get away from the stock. It's a great setup. I liked it for the short at the open, but just because we didn't have the short at the open doesn't mean you compound it by forcing the short there. So you take the win that you're allowed to have by the market and not try to get more than it wants to give you. Hopefully Open Door can continue going. That's what we'd like to see. But Venue 42, great number, great name. What are your thoughts on HCWB holds $6? Does it have upside? Ooh, a lot of small cappers today.
HCWB, yeah, that's why I'm like, I don't remember that one off
a lot
the
of
top,
a lot of small cappers here today. This is a good volume one though. Sometimes we get these questions and it'll be about like ones that aren't doing a lot of volume. So here's the first thing I always say about a stock that has a reverse split. Generally speaking, the pattern on these reverses is you just start trending down, which is what this did. It did attempt a breakout, but then went into the trend down. You then have these dead cat bounces, which to me tend to hold trend. Good news, this is broken through the prior dead cat bounce. That's good. The bad news is it doesn't really mean anything if it doesn't close above this prior high. If it just loses that high again, kind of like how it did here and how it did there, then that's not bullish at all. Then I think it just goes right back in. The shorts just loaded back into this after the split because that's a definite pattern that lots of hedge funds do. They'll wait for one of these kind of companies to do a reverse split, and they just short the you-know-what out of it after every single pop. So if you don't hold on to the prior high, they're not really all that concerned. So that's going to be key for that close on HCWB. Just have a look at like other types of reverse split names and patterns, and that'll give you a good hint at that. Let's go up to Adara.
Just keep an eye on INTC here. Worth noting, apparently we just had Bernstein, of course, an analyst here, releasing a note saying to avoid Intel shares. I can't tell if this is just something that's being recirculated on X now or if it came out earlier today, but I just did a quick Google and it looks like I'm not seeing any evidence this came out earlier, so this could be a brand new note here from Bernstein saying to avoid Intel shares. Back to you.
Interesting stuff. All right, guys, so in Africa, a new generation of leaders is rising. The woman boss empowers them. We provide the training and mentorship women and girls need to start businesses, create change, and build sustainable futures. We've already impacted over 10,000 lives. Your contribution creates the next opportunity. So scan the QR code now and empower the next woman leader today. All right, guys, SoFi got stopped out on that SoFi. Market's pretty strong in terms of the NASDAQ, the ES, not so much, pulling back a little bit there. But SoFi is continuing this grind to the upside. So we broke out of that level and just grinding. I tried to get involved with the first kind of selling that I saw. Didn't really work. That's okay. Where's the next trade? I do have this one on watch now because it is starting to get a little bit extended, but we'll see where it kind of leads to. Again, this is a bit of a push on this one. It drops down 5-10 pennies and then holds, grinds back up. You can see how well it's been holding up on a 3-minute or a 5-minute as well. So just going to be patient for it to do something that is distinctly different. What's up, Adara?
Here is the sector board today. Actually, a lot of sectors that are red. Health technology red across the board here. Consumer non-durables, with the notable exception of Nike, is generally moving to the downside. Producer manufacturing weak, utilities weak, transportation weak, process industries weak, commercial services, distribution, and health services. Finance and retail trade a little bit more mixed here, but let's talk about these tech sectors. We have a little bit of relative strength here within these names. Electronic technology here, NVIDIA, Broadcom, GE, RTX, Intel, all to the upside. Now, the most interesting of these two are NVIDIA and Intel. Of course, Intel on watch after the U.S. government confirmed, following a series of reports, that they have taken a 10% stake in Intel, whereas NVIDIA on watch here ahead of their earnings reports. They're also going to be at the Hot Chips conference from today and tomorrow. Technology service here, Netflix actually doing pretty well after a weaker performance last week, up 2.25%. Google here up 1.3%, and Intuit, after its earnings report last week, where it actually traded a little bit lower, trying to gain here relatively strong today. Back to you.
Well, thank you very much, Adair. We do have this. Oh, did that always have that sound effect?
Yep.
Did it though? Fabian's telling me that it did. Well, I trust you. I feel like I didn't always hear that. Fantastic. Rocket Lab, ASTS are to the upside, and quickly I'll just throw you, they had a successful launch, 70th Electron mission on Saturday, so Rocket Lab is squeezing. ASTS, affectionately known by traders as Astis, every now and then, also going on sympathy. Program upside. This is also a broken trend here for everybody. And I did mention in the chat, if you ever see like, oh my goodness, no one's looking at this particular symbol, why are they ignoring this? We're never willfully ignoring something that's moving. That's never the case. But just type $ in the symbol. Because I've noticed every single time someone's putting in Rocket Lab, you're not putting the $ in there. And that makes it hard for us to know. That's why we have this up. The visualizer. Thank you to Fabian for building it for us. Because that way we can always know what are the most popular symbols. As I'm saying it, notice how Rocket Lab is climbing up. It wasn't there earlier. So that's a lot of the times if we're missing something, it's not moving. It's because A, you can't track every stock in the market and try to trade everything. It's just not possible. But we want to be here for you to give the view on what's going on, be able to get you any pertinent news story from Adara, and just try to lead you guys in the right direction. So yeah, make sure you type $ and then the ticker in the chat. You have to be a subscriber to be in the chat, so make sure you hit that like, hit that subscribe. Let's grow this community and be the best that we can be. I love to see, Palantir open breaking out, SoFi, let's go SoFi, Rocket Lab looking pretty strong. Thar, we talked about MG. The only one that I think near the top is MGNI. I don't think we've talked about that one at all, and I am not necessarily familiar with it. But for the most part, the market was looking good a second ago. Not as much anymore there, Obi. That was
down,
okay, no, but Open still. See, the good thing about Open Door is it literally doesn't care what the market is doing. It can just squeeze because we're trending, we're breaking this upward trend here on the Qs and going red again. Meanwhile, Open Door just says, yeah, but that doesn't matter. Open Door is a squeeze. That's just all it is. And this trend line might not be valid anymore. I'm going to leave it in. That's where my stop is under this trend line. But it might not be valid if we make a break of the high, which we're doing right now, and then putting in a steeper trend line. Then I'd start making another trend line to follow along here on Open Door as it just continues to keep going and going and going and going.
Yeah, there's a few stocks that are just straight to the upside. You talk about Open Door. You just talked about I guess Rocket Labs and pretty much the whole sector there, kind of moving.
You can say Astis.
Yeah, Astis, and I think Lunar also kind of moving around in that bunch as well. here comes NEO back to 650. So that was a bit of an interesting area this morning where we had a bit of a, I guess it was a held offer. It was there while it lasted. And now we're pushing right back up into it. So we're going to be patient, see if that potentially comes in with more of the same. Or does that resistance now turn into support? And do we trade a little bit higher? No idea. But 650s is an interesting area here on NEO. And don't forget, yesterday's high, let me bring in this chart right now. Yesterday's high, that means Friday's high, is just sitting at $6.50. So nothing too crazy. Trading below yesterday's high after some strong aggressive push. And look at that, holding that VWAP as of right now as well, and holding it pretty well, might I add. So looking for more of the same. Let's see if sellers step back in and around VWAP as they did off of the open, as they did a little bit here, while VWAP was what, $6.54. I think there was a held offer at 51, so nothing too crazy happening there. On NEO, I'm looking for the next trade. Where is the next trade? Guys, that's what I'm looking for. Google. Yeah, Google was moving around. Okay, so a little bit of a pullback. Is this the reversion that we're looking for, Neil? Apple's still holding up pretty well. Let's take a quick look at Amazon. Amazon was pushing. Okay, Amazon's a little bit choppy. Don't really want to get involved in that one. Meta as well. Meta choppy. Don't like that. Tesla, oh boy, is it moving? Nope. Still pretty choppy there. Still trading, I guess, now back into the opening range highs. So opening range holding pretty well. We attempt to break lower, we attempt to break higher, and then we basically do nothing off of that, just consolidating on top of VWAP as of right now. But holding its highs pretty well, right? We talk about that 350 being a bit of an interesting price area, and would you look at that? Only about $10 away from that 350. Are we going to hit it today? No idea, but it can and should be interesting when and if those prices do come. So a little bit of a pullback happening on is this SoFi here. So 26s was an interesting area. Let's see if we can pull back in, but nothing too crazy. This is still technically holding a decent chunk of that uptrend as of right now. Have buyers dissipated? Tough to tell as of right now as well. So SoFi, this is what I'm looking at right here. We'll go to SoFi, and okay, there's some selling coming in, and I think we have some fresh news with Adara.
We have Elon Musk, according to a court filing, suing Apple and OpenAI in U.S. court in Texas for allegedly violating antitrust law. That is his company XAI filing this lawsuit. We know Elon Musk already threatened to make this lawsuit, so not super shocking here, but a court filing reveals that Elon Musk's XAI has in fact sued Apple and OpenAI for allegedly violating antitrust law. Back to you.
Boy, Apple
doesn't care. Apple's just pushing
straight to the upside. Oh my God, yeah.
Yeah, I want to say it doesn't give any you-know-whats. Apple right now, but that's clearly the case. They're like, yeah, you want to sue us? Sue us. We have the U.S. government always trying to come down. They got the U.S. government. Yo, you got the you got the state, you got the federals, you got the EU. I'm talking as if it's Avon Barksdale, but it's true. If you're the Mag 7, you're no stranger, and they seem to not care, and they seem to be super cool with the price action right now. This is currently breaking out the highs. This is that time of day, though. I don't know. Like the Nasdaq has failed to hold green already once before. So I think you want to see it start breaking out that top. Not usually the time of the day that I'm a huge fan of engaging in a long break. If it's early, fine. At this time of day with negative news, I'm just going to stay away from Apple. But going right back over to Palantir, I jumped out of the short. It's still somewhat valid if we hold underneath this pre-market breakdown level. If we don't really break away and just start, failing, maybe even going sideways in here, and then takes a trend break, which I can now look at, both of these connections here, then this could go back into the short. It just wasn't a short at the moment we had before, but as long as it holds underneath this high, I can look for another trend reversion on Palantir. Right, we're going to go into money talks, but I got to tell you, I am now moving the trend exit on open because it is now extended through the high of the day. So it's got a steeper trend line since VWAP. This is the new out is this trend line from VWAP instead of the all-day trend. Let's go to Adara, see how the US dollar is doing.
The US dollar actually slightly green today after a pretty significant tumble on Friday. Now, why did it drop on Friday? Well, we know the market actually popped here after Fed Chair Jerome Powell indicated that there could be some grounds for a rate cut as these balances shift. The Fed might need to adjust its policy. Now, the US dollar did not like that catalyst. We actually made a slight push above Thursday's high and then plummeted as of today, only making a small dent in that drop that we had yesterday. We did have some home sales data coming through this morning. July home sales negative 0.6%. Prior print was 4.1%, but it was actually revised here. The prior initially here was 0.6%. So they revised this number significantly higher. Our number for July here was actually printing lower and including actually decrease. 86.2% of participants are right now seeing a rate cut of 25 basis points at that September 17th meeting, according to the CME FedWatch tool. But let's talk here about what's on tap for later in the week. Now, Tuesday and Wednesday, a little bit quieter, though we do have some Fed comments and a couple smaller numbers, including some of these auctions. But Thursday and Friday are where things get interesting. Thursday morning, you'll be getting the GDP growth rate and initial jobless claims. And then on Friday, I would say probably the most closely watched indicators here, PCE and core PCE month over month and year over year. PCE is often considered the Fed's preferred inflation gauge. But then we will get University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment print at 10 a.m. This is another pretty closely watched number. So the U.S. dollar might be a little bit more on watch later this week, guys. Back to you.
Yes, it will be on watch a little bit later this week. But what will be on watch right now is lunch, Obi.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
And I'm immediately gonna spoil it by saying this is a bit of a mixed board.
The most important trade of the day.
It's a little mixed. First of all, we've got miso glazed salmon.
Okay.
That's good. Wok tossed noodles.
Nice.
That's good. Broccoli.
Nice.
No.
No?
No. And that's the problem. We got the broccoli, chef's choice salad, which is pretty much what we always get, but it's the broccoli.
The steamed broccoli is not too bad.
Oh, if you like broccoli, I'm sure it's absolutely fine. But if you don't like broccoli like myself, then
True.
That's not the best in the world. But I'll take the salmon.
So if a pizza
Joe, we got
had
salmon.
if a pizza had broccoli's nice.
Oh, I don't waste food.
And pineapples.
Oh, pineapple? No. You should have stopped at broccoli.
So if it has both.
No, I'll eat. Look, I'll eat.
How much more averse are you from that pizza?
But I'm more. It's first of all, it's not pizza because it has broccoli on it. So that's the mistake right there. It's not pizza.
You see, there's pizza
No, but it's
with
not
broccoli
pizza if
on
it has pineapple on it. So therefore, I'm already averse to it. The broccoli isn't even a factor at that point. Like I'll eat pizza with broccoli on it. If you cook up rice with whatever with broccoli in there, I'm gonna eat it. You make a broccoli soup, I'm gonna eat it.
Okay.
It's just if I have the choice,
Right.
Yeah, then I'm not gonna, I'm not trying to waste food, but I'm just
trying to gauge how serious you are on the broccoli because I like broccoli. It's not that bad.
No, it's not that it's not that bad. There's just so many options when it comes to quality vegetables that why would I?
You say there's avocado today?
There was literal avocados just sitting in the fruit bowl,
so
which is a weird look because it wasn't like it was cut up.
Too bad we don't have a toaster.
No, but but they didn't cut up the avocado, Obi. It was just straight up avocado.
It's a DIY avocado.
It's a little bizarre
it's like any
for the
other
caterer
fruit.
to drop.
You know what I mean?
It doesn't even
You gotta deal with your
literally doesn't
avocado.
even make any sense. Just very quickly here, it looks like topping tail, get out. Okay, you just heard me very quickly say topping tail, get out. There was a trend from VWAP. There's the trend from the breakout. I had to eyeball that one on open door, but again, I'm always going off the next trend, like this trend into that break, but once you break out this high at 75, then there's the other trend. I'd still love to jump back into open door, but this was a simple breakout of the top, dipped right back into 530, and then able to get up to 570. Well, 575, but I'm out at the 570 level. We'll look for another trade here in open door as that continues to be relatively strong. I mean, what are you going to do? Like, it's a squeeze. Palantir, I still want to look for a good short opportunity. It seems to be holding around the 155 level, but I don't want to be too early on this stock. Like I can't say, like if I was going to be in the short on a trend with only 2 points, I'd already be in this. But I'm inclined to believe that trend from the bottom had already happened and it didn't go to VWAP. So now I would look at something along these lines. If we can hold another trend that emerges like this with a little bit more strength, I'd like to see another connection here, have it hold that trend line, then break it, then I'd short Palantir. But yeah, open door, let's see if it can give me another entry at some point into that long. It's just been so strong. And on Friday, I think I let it go. I only went long twice on this. On Friday, I'd like to be long it more than just one time if we can, if it's going to trend like it did on Friday.
Yeah, I think that Intel look is looking pretty decent here with a almost full-on V-shaped recovery. So yeah, let's see if that one potentially comes in there. I'm looking for a potential continuation, and the reclaim of that 25 was nice. We hold prior day, like look at that close. Like, I know that people look at prior day opens and closes with a little bit more value. So let's take a quick look at what price we closed at. We closed at 24.81. on Friday on Intel above VWAP on a nice strong uptrend as well. So good stuff happening there. Guess what? Today, 24.68. So pretty much relatively the same, roughly in and around those prices. We come in and we catch a bid for the continuation. And not only do we catch a bid, guys, look at this. Off the open, nice little flush, grab of the highs, pulls all the way down, almost $1 down on something like Intel, and then reversion. Oh boy, what a beautiful reversion here happening on Intel, up about, I guess it took about an hour, about 78 pennies off of the lows. So a decent chunk of that flush was reverted, over 50% reversion on Intel on the day today. And you can see the market's coming in pretty strong as well. Very aggressive bid. So when it comes to something like NVIDIA, that's a little bit better here as it is pushing through its highs. We did see a bit of selling off the open. V-shape did come in, but look at that. Nice little structure hold as well. We break out of the opening range high. We pull back into the opening range high area, maybe even pre-market highs area. So that adds a factor of confluence. That adds a factor of confluence. That adds a factor of confluence. And then this adds more confluence as well. So that 178.5 hold for a push a little bit higher for the continuation because it's showing us some strength. Decent look, decent push on that on the day today. So nice little push on NVIDIA. Not really seeing, I guess, anything similar or close on Intel either. Let's take a quick look at the rest of the chip basket here and see what else is strong, Neil. So TSM at day highs, SMCI at day highs, Intel we just talked about, Micron, nothing too crazy just yet, as it's still trading within its opening range, and NVIDIA definitely the strongest out of the bunch, but SMCI looking pretty strong as well. And then we just talked about AMD as well. AMD looking a little bit more in line with Intel, as it is still holding below its opening range high. You can see sellers coming in pretty aggressively, but holding and consolidating above VWAP as of right now in a market that's relatively strong. So that's the stuff I'm watching. MSOS, yeah, sure. Let's take a quick look once again at MSOS and see if that's potentially coming in once more. So yeah, oh boy. That's finally, I guess, catching up. We know that, what was it, Tilray with the news? TLRY, yeah. I think, well, I don't really remember specifically which one was the one, but yeah, Tilray holding up quite well. I know a lot of people were talking about that. And then SNDL, I think a few people mentioned that as well. So both of those holding up very, very well on the day. So waiting for this bid to dissipate here on these here general markets. No real dissipation of the bid. So it's going to be patient. Maybe we just bid up all day, right? We've been seeing that strength in the market. Things are hitting all-time highs. Google at all-time highs. That one was lagging behind for the longest time. Let's take a quick look at Netflix, because I like to watch Netflix as well. Not just on my big screen, but also the stock here on relatively smaller screens. So NFLX, oh boy, look at that strength. So holding VWAP, so Netflix hella strong on the day here as well. I want to know what it's doing on the weekly real quick. Let's bring that up, take this VWAP out of the way. Are we consolidating at these highs? Yes, we are. Look at this beautiful, beautiful trend since the beginning of the year, Neil. So we got that first, I guess, in April. March, April, we had that low, and then we talk about the bid that's been coming in since April, and Netflix has had an over 600% run, and that's April of 2022, not April of this year. So that's a bit of a run for the past couple of years, but you can see that it's the only one that's had such a steady grinding bid to the upside. Everything else has had a little bit of turbulence over the past couple of years. So shout out to Netflix for putting on a beautiful show for the buyers.
Well played, sir. And it is 11 o'clock. Just so everyone knows, you have a little bit of a treat today. Because Sharif, unable to make it in. He's okay. We've checked in with him. But you've got Joey Options, otherwise known as Joey Shivers, Joey No Apple Pie, Joey Runway.
Took off the hoodie.
Joined at the desk by Adara, and she's wearing green, and the market's trying to go green, so hopefully that's a good luck charm. We'll be back at 2 o'clock, but enjoy it. Adara and Joe, go get them.
Take it easy, guys.
Good morning, Trader TV Live traders. Hope everyone is having a fantastic morning. You already know who it is, and next to me, best believe you know who it is. It is Adara, guys. I hope everyone had a fantastic weekend. We're ready to get rocking and rolling this morning and see what we've got traded. But first and foremost, you know we're doing some roll call. Let's see who we got in the chat. It's going to be Gore. I have to give him a shout out. Juan Padilla. Who else do we got? The real Don D. I like that. Billy Bezos. We got Booster. And then we got Cosmic. Zebra. Okay, we like that. Fave SP. That's my guy, Los Pollos. What's up, brother? Hope everything is going good. And who else do we got in here? We got Buffalo Soldier. What is up, my friend? And then Commoner of Sense. Okay, we like that one. And then Chief Khalif G. Sorry if I absolutely butchered that name. It sounds like I did, guys, and I apologize on that. But who else do we got? We got Nubian Rack, Mike P. The Rider. What's up, my friend? And then we have Schwab, and that's it. That's all we're going to do for a roll call this morning. All right, let me hop out of something here. But yeah, all right, guys, a little bit of a choppy morning, red on the day. It's Monday, but that's all right. We won't get too worried about it. We had nice trades put on throughout the session. And we're going to start this off with Ethereum. That was pretty good for us. It worked out really well, and I built into some size. But then I just let this run against me. So first in, first out, always remember that. So as I average up, your average comes up along with it too. So I took that break even stop out. And then we also try to short on the TQs. Why? I don't know. My accuracy is absolutely horrible on this thing. So we got to stop trading this one. I know I say I stop and then I end up doing it. It just grabs you and pulls you in. But then we traded some open this morning as well too, guys. A lot of names that we're going through, but just not enough size. And then these pullbacks are just getting your boy today, that's for sure. So that's what we've had cooking up. Oh, and one more, a short on Bitcoin. This one I was heavy, and then I took another stop, but I was looking for the continuation in the weakness. So there it is, short, add to the position, boom, boom, we take some out, and then I step away, and then my stop never got triggered, and I come back, and sure enough, we're starting to grind higher. Try it one more time, and then we take another stop out. So that was pretty hefty on size right here. So that is going to put me red on the session, guys. And I'm going to be patient, right? We're going to wait and see if this market's going to top out. Some of these big names slowly starting to cool off, and I'm referring to Tesla, but also Google continuing to climb higher. Adara, how's your morning?
My morning has been, it's been okay. I am right now maybe going to re-enter this circle short. So I'll talk about what I did. I traded 5 tickers today. For me, that is more or less par for the course. That's kind of how I roll. That's my steez. But so CRCL, I loved the idea here of this short, the 127 short. Initially, I wanted it like, wait, okay, I'm going to punch into this really quickly because I want this re-short. But yeah, so let's do that. But that's the 90 MA, but same kind of idea. Yeah. So I'm going to quickly put in a stop here as well. And we'll do that. Actually, you know what? I'll give it a little more room because it's circle and I want to do, there we go. So basically, I'm taking 1 risk unit short here with CRCL. I was initially very short biased in this. I wanted this kind of break here around. If you zoom out, I'm gonna maybe have to flip to the 15 so I can see more context. Yeah, I wanted this like 134 short that happened right off the open. I did miss it. It is what it is. But then when we had that 127, I have no problem taking low of day breaks. That's actually a lot of what my playbooks, different trades are. So I like the idea of that 127 breakdown, risking to that 129 level. I actually moved my stop down a little bit. Just because I was like, I think if it breaks 129, it might blow me out. I don't really want that. So I moved my stop, got stopped out, whatever. Tried to flip long, did not work. Added, because, you know, we were kind of at that time holding 129.30, 5-minute power bar low break, I get stopped out. I tried a quick scalp here at 127.40s to 126.40s. Initially, I was planning on staying here longer, but I didn't like what I saw, so I scalped everything out. And we're trying one more time. Now, I'll just go through some of the other trades here. So this is the only one I'm in right now, as you can see in the position board. Coinbase was by far my best trade today. I love this cute little scalp short here. I actually took it in the 1 minute, which I don't normally do, but I knew I wasn't going to get what I wanted on the 3. I see the stopping tail candle in the 1 minute, get short, risked it at 310. 30s-ish is a huge level for me in the Coinbase chart. It's always been good, so I took that. I should have taken more risk units than I did. I only took like one. Took out a 1/3 here, got stopped out the other third when we get that. I think it was some kind of bar break here in the 308 level. And then we're going to talk about my other losers pretty quickly, just because I want to be honest. I don't usually check my P&L. I accidentally saw it when I went to log in here, and I'm down slightly on the day, but again, I don't care. Lulu, I liked this this kind of low of day break short, didn't work, get stopped out, that's all good. Palantir, I tried as well as a reversion short. That did not necessarily play. I know Neil took this around 154.30s. That's definitely a better entry. I wanted more confirmation, so I waited to that 153.70s, get stopped out, lotta, next trade, and then I traded something else, and UNH. Ooh. So UNH, this entry was a bit messier. I have a specific playbook for this kind of like trend breakdown. Didn't really work. I get wicked out and then it drops. And you know what? Honestly, this 305 I'm probably going to take regardless. So I'm going to set up for this trade. But my rant is over. And what are you looking at right now, Joe?
Yeah.
Also, guys, Trump is talking. Sorry, last.
Oh yeah. Do whatever you got to do there with DJT himself. But yeah, I'm looking at some, yes, I know, I'm trading Tesla, what am I doing? I don't know. It's just one of those mornings, but open doors continuously grinding higher, guys. But we're at the lower end of the range here on Tesla. Maybe we're forming that bull flag. That's what I'm off the, I know, MF dangerous. I know, brother. I'm kicking myself for it. Why do I always fall back on this stock when it's not doing anything that I want it to do? Missed opportunities off of the volume weighted average price this morning. So yeah, if it cracks this consolidation low, then I'm just gonna hop out of the trade. Yeah, it's tough. I don't know why I do those things. Sometimes I just gotta sit down with myself on a rock, maybe by the lake, and be like, and just ask myself, hey Joseph, why do you do what you do? And then hopefully the Most High will give me some answers. But other than that, we gotta continue to rock and roll and see what we going on. Okay, Yuckle Harry Berry's in on those logs. Joyce always goes back to Tesla no matter how much it hates him. It's honestly a mutual friendship, right? It's love, hate. But right now it's definitely on the latter half. So yeah, it is. Like me still trading SPX options after years, getting abused. Yeah, that's just how it is. Sometimes the ones that do you the most dirty, you just for some reason always like to go back to. But anyways, we need this bull flag to start working out. We're still slightly negative on Tesla, considering we did get a gap down earlier, or did we? No. Okay, so yeah, we're still negative here because we opened up in the pre-market and then we sold off. A lot of chop. But I have confidence in this consolidation, considering that we have this hammer candle right here, and then also we started to climb. We did break through this previous high of the day, and then now we're putting in this consolidation phase right now. So one thing to note, I don't like buying the tops or the ranges. I like getting at the lower end, and that's exactly what I did. I bought the top end, but then I bought a little bit more slightly lower. And why did I do that? I don't usually typically do that. I'm going to explain some stuff to you. I was going over some of my work on the weekend, specifically on my swing trades, and why they actually work out for me. So maybe we'll start to implement that within our day trading. But of course, you have to stay within your risk measures. But as soon as we stop forming these higher lows, then I'm going to have to hop out of this trade, considering I have put in more substantial size there.
Yeah, it's funny. So yeah, UNH, I did not get into this, as you can see, and I am not going to because I didn't really like what I saw. Let's talk a little bit about why I didn't like what I saw. Well, we broke the 9 EMA. That is a level that I find sometimes matters, sometimes doesn't. But either way, we don't want to break 305 right now. We're bouncing off it for now the third time. So I do not care about UNH. I am so sorry, but United Healthcare is not going to make me care about it at this level. Trump right now is talking about flag burning. It's not market related, but I'm just letting you guys know he is speaking, and he often takes questions. If he does, those can maybe be about the market. Let's talk about Circle here, though, because I am in that trade. Now, my reason for getting into Circle is if I flip to the 5-minute chart, I like that we had this kind of breakdown. We had some clear resistance around that area just shy of 128. I'm almost definitely going to get stopped out here. Now, you might be asking, Adara, if you think you're going to get stopped out, why are you not leaving? Well, I'm not leaving because I haven't gotten stopped out yet. And especially with spread, it is very, very easy to psych yourself out and be like, oh my God, I'm going to get stopped out. I don't want to get stopped out. I don't know why I'm talking like Rocky Balboa. But, you know, and so you panic and you leave. And so that's actually happened to me before where I've almost stopped myself out and then I've been like, wait. And sometimes those are actually the best trades.
Yeah.
Sometimes they're not, but sometimes they are. So that's why I'm staying in this.
Yep.
I have one risk unit on this. I would love.
What happened to the market here?
What?
Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, Adara.
I'm going to keep an eye out.
Yeah, absolutely. Google just took a massive slide lower and then some volatility spikes here, guys, right down to the volume weighted average price and then continued to move higher. So regaining all of what it just lost in a matter of seconds and then popped right back up. And it looks like it's going to break through this high of the day. Sorry to interrupt you, Adara, but it just went on a massive spike there. Continue.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any news here. I know one stock as well that Bovin in the chat asked me to look at earlier was NVIDIA. So take a look at NVIDIA here at high of day. NVIDIA looks great. NVIDIA was not impacted by whatever that move was. I am looking at my sources here, and I'm not seeing anything on Google right now. Now, someone actually asked me here in the chat, Fugazi Bear, Adara, like, what do you use for the news? X. Rely on X. Now, what I will do as well is I see a random volatility pop in the morning. I kind of assume Trump has posted on Truth Social, so I'll check. About 70% of the time that actually is true. So just be aware, he posts a lot, sometimes between like 9:30 and 10, and sometimes those posts can move the market. It doesn't matter if they're about the market. Right now, not seeing any news here when it comes to GEO-OGL. If there's any other news people want to ask me about, yeah, definitely just let me know. I can look at things. Guys, okay. What I meant was X. I'm emphasizing X. I know I said it in a weird way, but I would say Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it, is very helpful for the news. Circle, I think, is probably going to stop me out. I will mention a stock that I don't know if a lot of people day trade, but I have in my side chart probably from I got stopped at a Circle. Last time I was on the midday, ULTA actually looking really spicy. We had a upgrade on this morning. It sells off. We get this beautiful base here at 523, double bottom. Now, I don't know. I am kind of much like Lulu a little bit, but more kind of with what ULTA and UNH are doing. I think if we keep seeing like another kind of touch here of this level, so that would be 305 for UNH and 523 for Ulta, then I think it could be a short. Volume on Ulta is like 300,000. That's something I would trade, but I know it's not, not everybody's cup of soup for day trading. So I'll have to wait and see. CRCL kind of chopping around here, and we shall wait. AAP says cookie. I'll review that for you guys quickly. I do apologize for the speed at which I talk, but this market moves quickly, and you have to keep up, in my humble opinion. So let's take a look at AAP, and I will update my book and my tape to reflect what we're looking at. Wow. This looks nice. Volume on this is actually worse than Ulta, which I wouldn't expect. It's like not even 250,000 shares, which is not a vibe. Let's take a look at the daily. I want a little bit more context because it does look like a bit of an intraday breakout. Now, this daily chart, okay. I mean, it is what it is. There's some obvious support here at this kind of like 30s level. Then we get more support coming through at 45s-ish, higher highs or higher lows. Slightly lower highs. I mean, I think honestly for this, at least on a daily chart, I'd like to see it break 62 halves. Right now, though, we're breaking yesterday's high from that rally. Friday's high from that rally with the Jackson Hole Symposium. So not a bad look here for AAP.
Yeah, good look there. All right, we're back into Tesla. We popped out and then we hopped right back in. Let's see if we can catch the the breakout of this top end of the range, guys. And we put on some size on this trade just because we took a couple of L's throughout the session, and we're just trying to gain some ground back. So a nice pop up. Let's focus on the tape, see if we can get that continuation in strength, and let's rock and roll here. We had that indecision print on the 1 minute. We had Google continuing to climb and break through that high of the day. And then now we're in pretty good, where our positioning is relatively well here on Tesla. Lower end of the range, you can see that I bought it at the top, and then I DCA'd in, and I'm like, all right, you know what? We headed back towards the volume weighted average price, and then bang, let's go here, Tesla, and punch through that high of the day. Considering what we put on here, that's going to take a lot of our losses out so far, and that's unrealized, right? So just keep focusing. Let's see if we can break through that range, and then, not go too much off of hopium. Ethereum and Bitcoin, you guys seen throughout the weekend, we touched that all-time high, and then sure enough, sell right off immediately, and I watched that volume kick in on Ethereum over the weekend, and sure enough, it sold off like $300-400. So I mean, $4,900. I was confident that we were going to hit that 5,000 and then continue into today, but that wasn't the case whatsoever. But let's go Tesla. If that volume continues to step in and we break through, I think we can punch the high of the day, and that's going to be absolutely monstrous for us here at Dara. So yeah, I'm gonna focus on this right now. Tell them what you got.
Yeah, I'm about to short CRM here now. The part of this is like, I have not updated my chart since the last time I was on the midday. So my side charts or whatever I was looking at last time I was on, which was late May. I believe it was like actually one of the last days of May, but that's not the point. The point is I see CRM and it looks very flat bottom break-esque, like so to the 3 minute. Look at this, this is beautiful. And you know what I love is when on spready tickers, you don't have to risk like multiple dollars. I have no problem risking multiple dollars, let's make that incredibly clear, but obviously it's more fun and you can use more size when that's not the case. Now, 15-minute prior bar high on this is around 247 halves. I would get in there. I'm gonna, or I guess I would risk to their story. I'm gonna get in at 246.90s, but there have been a lot of false fake out flat bottom breaks today, so I want to be careful with that as well. I'm going to try this though, because I do like the look on this. Let's see if I end up getting short. So right now, I tried a lot of spread. What we're looking here is you're looking to see, I want to see this ask get a little bit lower, and I don't want to see the bid get higher. If I start seeing this 247.02, okay, so now I'm seeing 247.02. If I see 247.03, etc., and the ask isn't really moving, I'm going to think we're going to bounce. So I'm going to wait until I at least see a 246 print on that bid. Now the ask is dropping a little bit. So do we get involved? Not quite yet. We're going to have, I want to wait and see here. You know, I want to see if the sellers or the buyers are in force here on Salesforce, excuse the terrible pun, before I get too excited. But yeah, I mean, this book is pretty spicy action. I like it. And I think one thing too with regards to trading spread, how I kind of define it is like, you know, you can trade, oh, okay, actually this looks really good. You can trade like whatever ticker, but it's more about how you trade it. Like I'm looking at the book to help guide my entries, right? When I see stuff like this is really helping me know that I actually think the probability of this working is pretty high. Now I've noticed with spread though, if you're trying to get in like, let's say, I want 246.90, so okay, there we go. So I want to at least wait to see the 246 right now. I don't mind mid-print punches for a spread. You kind of have to do that, but I want to make sure that I guess the odds are a bit more in my favor. Shout out to the Hunger Games. Hey. So I wait for that crack.
Guess what? Oh, I was going to message you yesterday. Eddington A24. Have you heard of this movie?
No, but I like A24.
With I know you love it. That's why I'm bringing it up. With our guy Joaquin Phoenix.
Oh.
The guy from Last of Us. What's his name? Pedro Pascal.
Yes.
Emma Stone. It's crazy good. It's such a good movie. Yeah, okay. So for those who haven't seen it, it's about a little town in New Mexico that's going through COVID, and our guy Joaquin is a cop, and then Pedro Pascal was like the former mayor. Insane. Yeah, it's insanely good.
Where did you watch it on? Like, is this out now?
This is IP. This
okay.
Is, yeah.
I don't. That's,
we got to keep the hush on that. But there we go, guys. Screen, Tesla, let's go. We were double the size in what we had right here, and then we got a nice pop, just eliminating a vast amount of our losses, and that's something phenomenal. I love seeing it. Bitcoin getting a little bit of a bounce too, but grinding higher is Google. Let's go. And that's what we were looking for, right? So this is where we're wrong in execution. It's just kind of fixing your mistakes in real time. It's obviously significantly more difficult, but you can see that Tesla was forming that bull flag pattern. We get the volatility spike in some of these mega cap names, and then sure enough, we just get in at the lower end of the range, and I'm just like, you know what? I'm not even gonna add into this position. I'm going full size right out of the jump. So there it is. We grab a couple lots on that one, and then boom, we get that pop on it. So a really, really good look. Let's see if we can continue and break through that high of the day. I'm positioned relatively well, so it's going to allow me to hold on to this. I have approximately 70% of my position remaining, and let's hold on to this for the dream. Let's zoom out and take a look at the daily. Are we in potential breakout range, or are we within a possible inside day? And here it is, downtrend snapped, and then now we're sitting on the backside of it. Are we gonna head up to 350 throughout the day? Maybe, possibly. It's nothing for Tesla to put in those $20, $30 sessions, but is today gonna be one of them? I don't know. We're going to have to be patient and wait and see. Now, let's take a look at what you guys are looking at. Yeah, JC Onji. Let's go. Redeem yourself. I'm trying, my friend. I'm trying. That's how it is. The answer is no, Joe says no nonsense. Let me know what you guys are thinking. Does Tesla head into 350 today? And does it have the ability to break the high of the day? I'm going to go with yes for now because I'm in it. So I'm going to be optimistic on my own trade. And you heard what Obi and Neil were talking about? It's confidence. Even if you may not win, just think in the back of your mind, all I know is winning. And then that's how we're going to rock this trade.
Was there supposed to be DJ Khaled? All I do is win.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Oh, is that his track? All I do
is win, no matter what. Okay, I'm not gonna sing the whole thing.
Yeah, that's right.
But yeah, I mean, I would like to say that I will. Like I said today, basically my only really good trade was today was that Coinbase short off the open. But that does not mean that I cannot, make attempts if I see stuff I believe in. Now CRM. I did get what I wanted on the book, which was the crack below 247s and the creep down there and the ask creep as I call it. Right now, though, it's waffling a bit. Now, my stop is just above 247 halves, so I have a little while to go. I would say roughly 1.5 risk units on this. I could have arguably used more, but sometimes with these slightly spready tickers, even something like CRM, which isn't as spready, you don't want to you don't want to use too much size because if you get that, that croc, if you get stopped out, you can really hurt. Mm-hmm. So you want to be careful there. Right now, I'm seeing something interesting where we're getting actually a bid creep to the upside, but it's kind of cycling. We'll get 247, 14, 15, 16, 14. So I'm like, I don't really know. Right now, I think it does want to push higher, but again, I have no reason to panic. My stop is in. I'm breathing. I'm chilling. These, low day breaks are very much a setup for me. So I did what I had to do there. With regards to TSLA, Joe, I don't know if it's going to get to 250 today or 350 today. Sorry, I find with Tesla, generally to make those kind of parabolic moves, you need some kind of catalyst. And to my knowledge, I didn't see anything massive with TSLA.
Oh my God!
Definitely making a nice high day break. Good luck. Congrats there.
Thank you.
TSLA.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, let's see though. I don't know if 350 is going to be the coin last, or I guess in its plans. Last time we did that 350 kind of touch, we almost immediately rejected it. So yeah, kind of around here, it gets that 350 and we can't hold it. Let's see what happens though. I mean, Tesla could be a stronger stock now. I don't know. We had that 315 bounce. Going back to last week, maybe we have enough oomph or enough pep in the step to push higher. I'm not sure. But either way, congrats on that trade. How are you feeling right now?
Oh, yeah, I'm giddy. There's for sure. There's no questioning that. So as per what you were talking about on risk, I wanted to touch on that. This was it. I was willing to risk the rest of my day on this trade, considering I was already down just around half my shutdown. And then I'm like, you know what, Joe, it's either go big or go home. And this is exactly what we want to do right here and there. So Tesla starting to work out for us here, guys. We love seeing this. We'll take a little bit more off, and there it is. That's a fact, Jack. That's how we rock and roll at Trader TV Live. Obi does it. Adair does it. Sharif does it. Neil does it. Sean does it. Shout out to him. He was at Oasis last night. It started raining, so hopefully that was still good. I'm sure he had a blast. His wife, I believe him and his wife went, or maybe he went with some friends. Don't speculate, Joseph. Just say, hey, Sean, I hope you had a great time. Obviously, I'm being somewhat sarcastic, but that's a fact, Jack. Let's rock and roll. Big time move, and then look at the volume on the lower time frames really kick in. So I'm glad that I just punched in a significant amount right there. So yeah, let's go. Let's go. Yes, Showtime VB. And again, I'm going to look for some continuous trades. We're going to touch on Ethereum in my swing trade. I'm going to pull it up later. maybe I'll hop in for a second on the afternoon show just to kind of break down kind of the systems that I've been building and working on as for swing trading. It is different compared to intraday, but I think there can be some comparisons, and you're allowed to. Well, I know you're not allowed to. Maybe we can kind of combine them and then implement both of the swing trading and the intraday systems into one, and then just try to make a super system. Is kind of what I was going over on the weekend. But I like it, super system. That's going to be the name of it, maybe there, Dara. But other than that, that was a really nice trade here on TSLL. I have 40% left in my remaining position, and I'm just going to hold this for the continuation. If the Qs want to continue to climb higher and higher, I like my chances here with TSLA, Adara.
Yeah, I mean, I want to mention here, too, thank you to Cookie for mentioning this. Neuralink with, I guess, a positive catalyst. Maybe that could be impacting Tesla. Apparently, the brain implant for this Neuralink patient was very successful. So very happy to hear that. Obviously, that is a really good news. Now, I was responding to that individual that I notice we don't always get, Tesla moving on Musk-related catalysts, but that's obviously great news, regardless of whether or not it's a market-moving catalyst. I want to mention it. We do still have this press conference happening with President Donald Trump, but I want to mention Baz3141. Thank you very much for your $1.99 super chat for NVIDIA, baby, or NVIDIA baby is what the super chat says. And I mean, yeah, this is a great look. Uptrend. Fantastic. Let's take a look here. I want to zoom out like the 60-minute chart. Is this at all-time highs? It looks like it is. Yeah, great look here for NVIDIA. I mean, it's not. Sorry, it's not at all-time highs. All-time highs are around, I guess, that 184, 185 level. Yeah. But this is not a bad push at all for NVIDIA. I think it's pretty clear there was some support resistance a little bit around that. What is this, like 178? There's certainly some support around 179.30s, and we broke higher. I mean, obviously, we have to get back to that mid-180s level. I'm not sure NVIDIA can do that today. I would be watching this high from what day is that? The 19th, so that would be Tuesday. I would be watching for that 182.60 high that we made on Tuesday to see if we can get there. We're about $1.50 away from that, but great look. I want to mention here, too, I know some people are saying, slow down, breathe. I promise I am breathing just fine. Man. And I notice, the slower I talk, too, I find, honestly, I just kind of struggle. My mouth gets dry. It's not a good time, not a vibe. So I just want to address that. But I'm very pumped to be here with all of you. And, again, these markets quickly. An individual must try to keep up with said markets. Jose asking if there's a second channel where you can see Neil trades at the same time that Adara and Joe are on. Neil's not currently here. He's away from his desk, but if he does return to said desk, we can certainly ask him. I'm only in one trade right now. I'm only really looking at one thing right now. It's CRM. CRM is waffling here. It's oscillating around that 247 level. I think we can still crack. I'm not moving my stop. My stop is at 15-minute power bars, and honestly, sometimes, if I think that if I move my stop, I might get faked out. I don't move my stop. So I'm going to keep my stop probably where it is for now. We'll have to wait and see. I don't want to get wicked out. I haven't checked on our friend UNH in a while. How is my friend UNH doing? United Health is, I don't know. I like the idea of a 305 breakdown. I don't know if UNH likes the idea of a 305 breakdown. So let's find out what happens there. I like CRM, but the market doesn't seem to. Says Jay Quingy. Yeah, I know Neil's talked about this, and I've noticed this as well. CRM has been weak as of late. I think the sellers are unfortunately in force rather than the buyers for CRM. But I want to mention, too, I do have a bit of a profit taker. I just looked at the daily chart just before that 243s. I'm going to take out half the position if we get there. Obviously, that's incredibly ambitious, and I'm fully aware of that. But if you aren't ambitious, what are you doing here? So that's the plan here with CRM. Again, not moving stop. I am just chilling, and let's see what happens next. Anyone else liking anything here to look at? W long close, says Tony. I forgot about our friend Wayfair, but let's see how that one fared. I mean, congrats there. I think certainly you were likely in the money, so congrats there, Tony. Double bottom here at that pre-market low 70.40. We get a higher low 71, higher low 71.30s, another higher low 72.30s. All I have to say is congrats. I know there is a level I liked on the daily, like 75, mid 75s. I would probably consider a short there if it gets there, but nothing that is super high on my priorities right now.
Absolutely. All right, Adara, let's talk a little bit about Open Door here. Considering we know that they've got a catalyst from a daily standpoint, they're starting to break out as well too. So I'm really curious to think, is this just a meme craze, or is there any fundamental backing to this real estate e-commerce company when we know that they just done a CEO exchange as well too?
With Open?
Yeah, with Open Door.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to talk about fundamentals or something like Open Door, other than the fact, and I will fully give it credit for this, if what happens here with that, the rate cut, if that happens, I think that's a great catalyst for Open Door and everything in the space. But I think, unfortunately, some of the shenanigans of people like Anthony Pompliano and Eric Jackson, who have been pumping the stock on, or Eric Johnson, or either way, the individuals have been pumping it on X, I think that honestly detracts from any values the company might have. So that's my take on that with OPEN. And I think also, like, the way the CEO was ousted, I don't have any proof, she left of her own will, but she was even posting about, what the company could potentially do, like a week before announcing that she's leaving. So it's kind of, the timing's odd. We know that some individuals were arguing that she had to leave the company because she wasn't on Bloomberg or CNBC enough. So I don't really know. I don't want to talk too much about it. But yeah, it's a pretty interesting look.
No, it is a very interesting look. And I like the point that you added there, Adair, is that if we do get that 25 bips rate cut, then I think that it's going to be a really positive sign for some of these real estate stocks. And this is a new, not a new company, a company that is shifting from the traditional real estate foundation to e-commerce, which I think can be something positive, especially if we do get that rate cut within with that next FOMC meeting. So yeah, looking forward to see what's going on. It has broken out through that $5 level and almost knocking on the door of $6. We took a trade on it this morning, but again, to add to Adair's point, we get the cut. That's positive for the real estate space. There's no questioning that. Now, with Tesla, let's see what we got going on. We have a 5-minute. Let's pull up the 5-minute on Tesla, forming this 3-bar play. Someone asked me, Joe, why TSLL instead of TSLA? Well, it's 2x leverage. So for every 1% move that we experience in Tesla, we get a 2% move in TSLL. So when you punch heavy, you're kind of getting double the move, all right? So also, don't forget, if it decides to sell, you're going to experience that. And that's what I want to touch on here. That's going to be with PLTR. So PLTR, from the peak to one of these lows, to our pivot low here, we were down 25%. Now, if you go to PLTU, that is a tough PLTU. That is tough to sit through because now you have participated in a 50% decline, and that's the danger of holding some of these leverage products for longer durations. All right, guys, I got a 25% of my Tesla trade left. I'm going to take a little bit more off here, see if we can catch the fill. And there it is, bang. What a monster trade. Obviously, we would like to have a little bit more, but I can't complain considering I risked the rest of my day on it. But Adair, Tesla continuing to climb higher.
Yeah, I mean, good. Oh, yeah, you're still in it. So
yeah.
Congrats there. I'm trying to get back into this circle short. Now, my rules are I'm allowed 3 unsuccessful attempts at a short, 3 unsuccessful attempts at a long per stock. Now, if you're successful, that kind of, if it's a good trade, if I'm trying to scalp it, it's a little bit different. I don't think I'm going to get filled on CRCL. Unfortunately, I wanted 128.11s, and right now it looks like we're not going to get that. So it's fine. I'm not going to chase it. I'm going to keep my order in case we get wicked in. But I want to talk about MP for the individuals in the chat asking about MP. We know that these material plays have certainly been, for lack of a better term, in play lately. I had no idea this was like a $70 name now. That's crazy. I mean, yeah, like honestly, too, what's interesting about this long is where this bounce could have faked people out. Because if you have an uptrend drawn, we technically broke out of that uptrend, but we did make a slightly higher low than that previous low around 71.90s. Then it also fakes out again by making a lower high. So this chart, I mean, I think certainly if you stood through all the chop, congratulations, you're certainly reaping the rewards as it continues to push higher. Good luck for MP. MRVL was someone asked me to marvel at in the chat. So let's take a look at Marvell. They report earnings on Thursday after the bell. This is interesting. We get a little bit of a bounce here. Not crazy bottoming tail, but close enough around that 73.25. We make a slightly higher low, and then we push to the upside. We break VWAP. We actually bounce nicely off VWAP with that double bottom there. Not double bottom, but I guess double touch of support around 72.80s. And let's take a look at the daily chart. I apologize. I still have the tape up here for CRM because I want to see how that's shaking right now. I like it. Yep. Marvell. I like that, we had obviously this bounce here. This was again after, I think during the, I guess this wasn't during the Wednesday sell-off. We sold off Tuesday and Wednesday for Marvell. That's interesting. We consolidate on Thursday, break out with the rest of the market on Friday, that we don't close near highs. And as of today, we're kind of continuing to consolidate. I think breaking above that 74, 75 level, not a bad look. Do you want to talk more about Tesla here, Joe?
No, I was just looking at the tape here, there, and I'm like, okay, so I posted up, there we go, we got the fill now. I posted up at 13.12s, and then I seen on the tape continuous flushes, and I'm like, oh, my priority must suck on this because so many orders are getting filled, and they're not even paying any attention to mine. So, and considering I don't have much size left, I'm like, come on, it's not even that much. But there it is. Definitely one of the better trades here throughout the day for me personally on this one. I'm heavy as well. This is good. Yeah, exactly. And you know what, you and I were doing it with it on Friday. We're like, come on, sell off, and it didn't want to. But sure enough, we get that pop off of the bull flag here, the volume stepping in, supporting the move. I'm not going to be surprised if we get a little bit more continuation and head towards that 350. So what are we going to do? We're going to be patient, wait for some pullbacks, and then it's just going to be why not. So shout out to why not in the chat. We're just going to add to the trade. Dara does it all the time. You do that religiously for trades that are working. You average up, right? Like
I average into trades that are working. Sometimes I do it too much, so I'm trying to cut down on that, but I do that.
No, it's fantastic because that's part of my system as well too, and that's what helps extremely well with exponential bet sizing. It takes a while to get accustomed to it, but once you do, you're like, oh, it's hard for you not, because it becomes second nature. Once your trade really starts to work and you build in correctly, then you have the ability to just add. Gorb's been working on that, and I'm glad to hear that as well. But for me, it's the guys around here that got me doing that, and honestly, it's just, I think it's fantastic practice. Here it goes. This thing is going insane right now, Adair. So we'll take a little bit more there on Tesla. Not much left, 10% of the remaining position. So let this ride here, but it's been a fantastic trade so far on that breakout with Tesla.
I mean, congrats there. Awesome trade.
Yeah, thank you.
I want to talk about Robinhood for our friend AXPM. Thank you for the €5 super chat, tagging me and asking Hood short at 110.20. Your thoughts? So I do have thoughts. I like this level on the 15-minute, 30-minute. I want to talk about the daily first, because I think the other level you might have some potential interest or oomph there would be that 111.70s. I don't know if it's going to necessarily get that high, but with regards to the level you actually mentioned in your super chat, unfortunately, I think it might already be pulling back here at that 109.80s. But if we do get that push into 110.20s, I fully understand why you like that level. That was the lower high if you go back to Friday's action. So I think that there definitely could be some potential there. I mean, we're not here to give advice. I'm just here to look at a chart. But if I look at this chart, there has been some support and resistance in the past in and around that level. Now, this is not a stock that I've traded much. I have traded in the last year twice. I've traded Robinhood. And one time I only looked at it because I had a dream that I traded Robinhood. So take that for what you will. This stock and I are not besties, but I will say, if you want to steal from the rich longs on this at 110.44 and give the profits to yourself, I don't think it's a bad setup at all. And I think because of how low VWAP is, if you're just thinking of this even as a reversion to VWAP, you probably have a shot. Now, unfortunately, it already rejected before that level, but I do like the level. I fully understand how you got to that level, and I say bravo to you. I did not get filled on Circle for the short. Now, the other way I could have done it was taken half, because I wanted to get into the 5-minute prior bar break, and I'll kind of show you what I mean there. So this, rejecting VWAP, obviously that's clean as heck. I wanted to get in there. I didn't get filled. It's fine. The other way I could have taken it was to take the 15-minute prior bar break at 127.50s, but I just didn't like it as much. 15-minute prior bar breaks when you have this much bottoming action, and with half the size, it just wasn't worth it as much to me. Obviously, I think it still would have worked, but you would have been flat on it at least, but it is what it is. I wasn't comfortable with it. I didn't do it, and I can fully live with that. CRM is just straight chopping. You'll be like, I'll be a couple cents in the money in this a couple times, and then it'll come back. I don't have a reason to leave until I get stopped out. So to quote the iconic song from Dreamgirls, and I am telling you, I'm not going. So yeah, listen to that, CRM. This seller is still in force, and I am not leaving. I'm not adding to the position. I have no reason to, but I shall stay put and where I am. SLB, please, says Biohazard. Yeah, let's take a look here at SLB.
Wow.
Schlumberger. Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, I love this little Consolidation here at 35.30, double bottom, right off the open. That's clean, that's beautiful. Higher highs, higher lows. Bit of maybe a topping tail candle at 35.70, but it's on the 3-minute. I wouldn't put too much stock in that, no pun intended. Oh my gosh.
What do you got there? That's a pushback there. I caught a pushback. I got to do a pushback here right there. I got to do a pushback on Tesla, because Tesla is absolutely going phenomenal. But guys, make sure you get your tickers in the chat to vote $, and then the ticker that you want to see. But at the end of the day, also let me know what you're trading. And whoever said short Tesla the rest of the day, that's not a good idea whatsoever, because this thing is going absolutely nuts. But let me know what you're thinking at $, and then those tickers, because we're going to talk about it on the rundown. You got a pushback there, Adara. Are you entering a trade or no?
No, I'm not entering Silver Day. I was just looking at it for somebody else. All right. I want to give them full credit for that call out. Yeah, I think that if we can break that 35.70s, oh my gosh, that looks like a beautiful long. Now, you could also argue, but it could be a short. We rejected it. I'd be extremely careful. And I say this is someone who is often called, and I think fairly correctly so, short biased. I say this is someone short biased. I would not be shorting this just on the topping tail candle, because to me, this looks like a massive bull flag. So be aware. I think if that breaks out of that 35.70, I don't know if I'd get involved, but it's certainly something that I would watch. And I think if you are long there, maybe you want to take off a piece of the position, but you still have these higher highs and higher lows. It's not worth selling everything. UNH, someone just mentioned, you should have stayed in the, too bad you didn't stay in the UNH short. I fully agree. Unfortunately, I got stopped out, and then I kind of forgot to look at it for a while before that 305 break. 100%, that is my bad. I'm going to be watching. If we kind of get back and retest that 305s, which I think we might do, I will actually get involved. Now, I want to see how much I want to risk. Let me check how we're looking here on the 15-minute chart. Wow, I missed that circle short. It's all good. Yeah, I'll risk this to 306, so I'll take one risk unit on it, and I'm actually going to try to punch in now, because I think I probably have a shot at getting filled with where I punched within the spread. I'm trying to get 304.92s. Yeah, again, one risk unit. We'll see what happens here for UNH. But CRM, every time I'm in the money, I'm back out of the money. It is what it is. You cannot, crowd over stocks. I have no reason to leave, so I shall stay. But right now, this looks extremely consolidative and not in a super fun way. We got filled in United Health, so I shall put in that stop. And thank you very much to the individual in the chat who mentioned that one to be reminded me of that name. Appreciate that.
Absolutely. Fantastic stuff. All right, guys, let's do this. I want to see how everyone's session's going. It's either, and I'm going to put mine in first. So you're going to either say you're red or you're green, or you've gone red to green or green to red. Oh, why is that error? I had a great idea here, and then now it's not working, Adara. What kind of nonsense is that? No. Okay, I'm going to try it one more time. I'm going to go green, but I was red before, and I'm curious to know what everyone else is in the chat. There we go. It's not letting me do it. Never mind what I'm up to. I'm curious to what you guys are up to. It's going to be red to green, green to red, whatever it may be. Someone's gray. I'm sure you meant green there, but purple, says Jack Wob. I don't know what purple is, but hey, if it's working out for you, then that's good stuff. But yeah, I mean, Cowboy Mike, trust me, I was red AF earlier in the day as well. So, and you know what? Clutch one, that sucks, my friend. There's ways that you can take care of that. But hey, it is what it is. Green, thanks to you, Joe. No, I don't punch your keys. You punch your keys. I just sit here. I talk about what I do. And to the individual in the chat who said short Tesla for the rest of the day, maybe it's going to work out considering there is somewhat of a topping tail candle, but not before it's squeezed. So that's exactly what we want to see. I want to see what everyone is up to. It doesn't matter, because I tell you guys whether I'm red or I'm green every single day. So why not? There's nothing shameful about being red, because it's a part of what we do on a daily basis. So for someone who says they're never red, I can't believe you, and I won't believe it. I'm sure Adara will agree with that as well too, because I don't think, if you're never red, that means you're the ultimate of all ultimate traders, and I've yet to experience somebody. Actually, Adara, can I add a point here? Or sorry, if you're hyper-focused. There's an individual, I forget his name, but he was on a podcast with the Humble Trader, and he actually has 100% accuracy on his short reports. So he dropped short reports, and they didn't believe him, so that he was investigated by the SEC and a bunch of other entities, saying that, hey, there's no way that you actually have 100% accuracy. So when he was audited, they found out that he actually had 100% accuracy
crazy.
on his short reports. And I mean, he was going to the extent of going to like different countries to investigate these corporations and companies. Yeah, exactly. So what he did, there was this marijuana company in Colombia that were just reporting insane growth. Right, but it doesn't make too much sense. So what did he do? He flew over to Colombia and then found out what they were doing, and it was a shanty shack. So sure enough, he reported that, placed the short report, and then just absolutely tanked the stock. It was insane.
Wow.
And he said he almost didn't make it back as well, too, because he's going into the jungles of Colombia trying to say, hey, you guys are fraudulent.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Yeah, I have to look more into that. I mean, I think if you're doing a solid investigation, I stand by that. You guys know I like investigating. I will always do that here with the news for you guys. So I respect that. CRM is actually nicely in the money here. And when I say nicely, I mean a couple cents. But by that, I just mean we're actually out of the 247 zone. So I'm pleased as punch with that. Thank you again to the individual who mentioned, reminded me of UNH. Please, drop in the chat and tag yourself, because I really appreciate you for reminding me about that stock. I was able to get that 305 retest and reject. So shout out to you. We're chilling in that. CRM has finally broken out at 247, and I am partying. I'm not adding to the position because I have no reason to do that yet. I also generally don't like adding unless my stop is like break even, and it wouldn't be in this case. But CRM, again, we're like, when I say we're in the money, we're like a couple cents. But the point is, I'm not worried about an immediate profit. What I'm trying to see here is, are we moving in the right direction? And I think we certainly are with these lower highs and this continued rejection of that 247.20, and now we're below 247. I don't mind being patient, waiting to see what happens. Now, thank you to Jerry Luis Rodriguez with the $10 super chat. Considering the dividend structure of Epics, which includes a due bill period and the ex-dividend date being today, would purchasing shares today still allow one to receive the dividend? Thanks. Now, as far as I know, Jerry Lewis, I looked into this earlier. I actually don't think it would, because so it's an ex-dividend, and also you had to have shares by August 22nd. So again, I don't know 100%, but I do think, as far as I can tell, like I would not, based on what I read of their actual announcement, I do not think that buying today would be getting you, I guess, any type of dividend, because they did say the cutoff is August 22nd. So CRM chilling, UNH, let's talk about that as well. So here is my trade with UNH. I said I was waiting for the 305 breakdown. I look away and it breaks down. Shout out to Florida there, Miami with the 305. I tried this short earlier, got wicked out. Then I wanted that 305 break. It kind of makes you wait for it. Comes all the way back up to 306, and then we get the break. And thank you again to the person in the chat for bringing this up to me. So UNH is a great look right now. This short is looking healthy. The action on UNH has looked healthy for the buyers for quite a while, thanks at least in part to Berkshire Hathaway. I'm not going to say Warren Buffett because I don't know if that was him. But either way, good look there. John is rad is asking here about, buying shares on Tesla at 339. I've always been a long-term investor bullish on Tesla. Should I trade this purchase today to get some additional funds or just hold? I don't want to give advice. It's up to you. If you already kind of have a plan for it and it's part of a longer-term plan, then maybe you want to stick to the longer-term plan, right? I would say use your discretion. And again, depending too on how many shares you have as well. If you said you're a long-term investor and you already have an existing position, maybe you want to piece some out. It's a nice rally. But yeah, I think, as Joe said, there was a bit of a topping tail candle there around that 345. And I mentioned previously it could not get into 350. So be careful with that level, I would say for sure. UNH, thank you, sir.
Yeah, yes. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Love that, Adara. Yeah, I mean, to add to her points there, guys, for me personally, for those who have been watching for some time, I actually sold all of my Tesla at like 260 something, and then I rotated into Robinhood, which worked out significantly better for me. But again, that's not what I'm leading to, is that I think you have to be slightly forward-looking with this name. We know that the car space is extremely, extremely tough business, but the thing is with Tesla is everything down the pipeline, all right? So essentially what's going to happen is autonomy, right? So that's what we're looking for. Extremely positive potential tailwind, especially as Elon starts to hop into more cities. And then we have Optimus in the robotics as well too, right? So forward looking with Tesla and have a longer duration plan. If we break down kind of from the inauguration of Tesla, it ebbs and flows. You get these massive moves, and then you have these 6 month bear markets where it's not doing anything. Just be forward looking with it. I think in the long term, autonomy is most definitely the way that the world's going to go. I talk about humans being lazy enough, including myself. If I don't have to drive, then most definitely I'm not going to. And if I'm allowed to via an autonomous vehicle, best believe your boy, and I know Sharif and Adara, we're going to see if that's going to work for Adara as well too. But a lot of us are going to be like, hey, why would I go sit in a car for 3 hours and focus on the road when I can just hit my destination on the GPS and then sit back and relax? And then we'll figure out what the drinking laws are as well too, right? If we can have espresso martini while we're in there, or we can. Yeah. We'll figure that stuff. But I'm going to have some positivity and say yes to the espresso martinis with full autonomy, considering I'll buy a robo-taxi. Do you say yes or no to espresso martinis while in autonomous?
I mean, I can't even drive like a normal car. I don't want to add. Okay, so here's the thing. So I got to say, like, you know, all the jokes about my yawning aside, I am like, you know, permanently tired. I do, you know, it's medical, whatever. I am not allowed to drive because I will sleep at the wheel, and that's obviously not good. So I want to make sure that autonomous technology is A1 tip top before I get in that car, because I already can't drive. And if I fall asleep and if there's an accident, whatever, I don't want to be in a situation where I'm like, oh my gosh, car, what are you doing? Yeah. So that's my take. And I mean, I don't want to add espresso martinis into the mix.
No. Sure. So it's a no on the espresso
I mean,
martini.
Unless the technology gets A1, but even then, I don't really like our espresso martinis anyway. So the idea of like having one while I'm on, I don't know.
Yeah, Adara, no, but how many have you had though? Let me answer that question. How many legitimate espresso martinis have you had?
Like one or two.
Oh.
I also really quickly want to address
go ahead.
Jay Host, ATX. LOL, Adara would miss her stop like a train. I have missed train stops exactly for the same reason, so I definitely would.
Well, it's harder in autonomy because you type in where you have to go.
Is it?
Yeah,
so
you just type it in, boom, boom. Yeah, you just type in on your GPS and it'll take you right where you need to go.
I need to know a little bit more.
All right, that's fair enough. Yeah. That's fair enough. I know Obi's gonna say yes to the espresso martinis in the vehicle. He's full. Yeah, see, thumbs up. Now, what does Neil think about the espresso martinis in the vehicle? He's locked in. He has no idea what I'm talking about. Anyways, there goes Tesla. Starting to put in, looking like it's going to put in a new high of the day, blowing past that topping tail candles. Guys, yes or no to the espresso martinis in the autonomous vehicle? I'm curious to what you guys think. I'm voting yes. You know where I stand. But enough of that. Tesla continuously working out for us. Been a positive trade. I'm going to post up here let's find a good price, just a new high at 1321s, and we'll take a little bit more off there and see if we can print that, even though it looks like we kind of are right now. So we'll take a little bit more off. We don't have too many shares left considering. So at 21s, we're posted up. Focus on the tape. See if we get those offers there. Yes, we got a lot of yeses in the chat. I don't drink coffee, says 2NY. I don't either. Trust me, on a day-to-day basis, I do not drink coffee. But I have to give credit to some individuals here at Real Trading that got me on the espresso martini train. I never drank them before up until last year, and now they're one of my favorite. And those, oh my days, I have to bring this up as well too. Shout out to the Americans. They have the Cutwater espresso martinis, and boy are they good. I was looking for those here on the weekend to see if they even had them, and they did not. So again, a nice, clean, sober weekend, and no alcohol intake. And for the foreseeable future, until my friend's wedding, I will not be drinking because Chicago 1, Joe 0, Adara.
Okay, that sounds a little wild. But yeah, I mean, right now it is worth noting, Trump is talking here about Intel. He's like, oh, well, someone gives you 10% of a company. So yeah, he's just basically continuing to, I guess, support the fact that the government did take that stake in INTC. Now, Content Revolver making an fascinating point here. Wouldn't eventually advertising become a part of the autonomous trip, whether in-app or in-ride? And honestly, Content Revolver, that might be the next frontier. And with that in mind, I want to pull up our friends at Uber, as Obi calls it. I mean, right now, like, we had this great little pop here at the open. You know, spike, whatever, we get to that 97.50. We're choppy right now. I don't really see like a huge impetus to enter this as a trade, but I think with regards to like the question of how you can monetize autonomous experiences more, I think the ads are a really great play. So I love that you say that. I just pulled up Uber because that's kind of another autonomous related play. Now I want to talk about Palantir. Levi Corbett asking in the chat my thoughts on Palantir from here. And I tagged you and I said it, I'm of two minds. I am still of two minds. Now I mentioned I tried this short, I got stopped out. I don't care, no skin off my back. Ooh. Now, I am still of two minds because I need to see that 155.50 break before I would consider a short. Now, why is that? Because we're still seeing higher highs, higher lows. 157, yes, it rejected, and yes, it was actually, a little bit above the pre-market high, so that could be a resistance support level. But Palantir has been incredibly strong today, so I don't want to stand in front of like a giant freight train. That's not really my vibe. So, but that being said, if we make 155.50s, we have made a lower low, which I would like. And, assuming we don't break above that 157 and we just drop now, we also will have made a lower high. So I think Palantir is all right. Update on the two trades. I like with Palantir, I would just kind of wait, is what I'm trying to say. Let's see what it does at 157 and or 155.50. But right now, I wouldn't really want to bet on either direction. CRM, yeah. Honestly, at this point, we might get stopped out. That's fine with me. I have not moved my stop since I entered, which was, let me see how that is doing on the 15. Do I want to move my stop? Arguably, I could to 247.20, but I'm kind of worried just given the way it's interact around that level. If I move it, that I might get wicked out. And, the more you kind of interact or the more you witness how stocks, specifically spready stocks, interact with some of these levels, the more you kind of know when to stay in place and not panic, move your stop. With that in mind. Now, if we make a new low of day here below that 246.70, 100% I'm moving my stop to 247.20s if we don't break there above that. But for the time being, I have no reason to, so I'm going to chill and keep my stop where I initially placed it, which was just above this area of consolidation. Only about 5 minutes left for my time here in the midday. So, Joe, what are you looking at right now?
Yeah, same thing here. We're just slowly piecing some out, guys. I got nothing left essentially. So, it is what it is. We caught the trend. We caught the breakout. I'm gonna say it one more time. Come on, who said short Tesla the whole day? Come on. You can't play Tesla like that. It was gonna come in play eventually. We've been consolidating for an extended period of time, and then sure enough, boom, we get a nice little pop here throughout the session. And I would not be surprised at this pace if we do head into that 350 level. It may take some time, but with the NASDAQ continuing to climb higher, what's my friend, why do I still have PDD up here? Come on, get that stock out of here. Get that garbage out of here. My guy, Sharif's American Eagle is working out for him. I'm glad about that. But NVDA continuing to climb, knocking on 181 there, Adara. Wow, what a phenomenal breakout. And you can't keep this guy down whatsoever. Oh my days. So this is something that I was keeping an eye out on. What a beautiful hammer candle. And then also, let's take a PLTRs daily. And I think I'm gonna add a little bit here. I am heavily into ETHJ still. We'll touch on that. And it's sucking today. Bitcoin strong, Ethereum not strong. Simple stuff, right? Makes a lot of sense. So there it is, PLTR. And why am I looking at this? We mentioned it before. You're down 25% from the peak to the trough, and then now you have this inverted hammer candle with an isolated volume signature. So I think this can be a prime opportunity to get a couple point scalp here on PLTR. Now, sports and stonks, can you move to Arkansas as long as you can below the limit, you can drink and drive? I think that's the same thing here, right? I'm pretty sure you are allowed to have a couple drinks. Obviously, you can't just blow over. So yeah, that's allowed. But we got to move to the Caribbean companies. They don't really watch you over that type of stuff. But don't drink and drive, folks. It is not good. Don't be intoxicated. A casual drink for lunch, that's fine. But we are not condoning drinking and driving whatsoever. It is bad. And then, okay, so we have a couple more things. Get that garbage out of here, Jack. That's a fact, Jack. What's up, Healing Pain? Excuse me, naturally, Adam, my friend. Hope everything is good over there on the West Coast. Still bright and early, but Adair, what do you got going on?
Yeah, okay, people asking about Novo Nordisk, so I pulled it up. NVO dropping here. Initially, it was strong earlier in the day, pushing lower. Let's see if there's any news on this. I'm not really seeing much if I go back to earlier today. What I will see here with NVO is that, this is when I've tried to intraday trade because I like these GLP-1 plays. Lilly is much better to intraday trade, and I say that even though it's like $700 because I find it has more consistent trends if it's trending. Novo Nordisk will just fake you out, break you out, take you out, and then do whatever it wants. So I think I traded it this year on that CEO switch up thing, but other than that, I didn't really touch it. Now, Lilly, this is beautiful.
Tell him.
So I initially liked the idea of this as a that 7-Eleven, shout out to 7-Eleven and my people from Winnipeg. That 7-Eleven breakdown I really liked initially, or the idea of it pre-market. Obviously, I didn't look at it and I didn't take it. That's not the point. The point is right now, I do have a playbook trade that allows
hold
me
on,
to take.
you just did the leg fold too over there.
Yeah, this is like, it's a pushback.
That's all right.
You got to give it respect. 700 is coming in. I have no problem taking this at 700, risk to the top of this consolidation range at 703. I would not get in here. I would not get in now. And I don't like that this is the 15. I want to see what are we doing, like the 30 or the hour. Okay, the 30 could be my opportunity. Now, that 700 breakdown, risking to 703. I do kind of have a strategy I like where you've got a stock that's consolidating for at least half an hour at low of days. It's either making lower highs or it's just kind of holding high. It's not pushing higher. That is the type of short I like. So I suspect once I get to that news desk and I prepare to hear my friend Donald Trump speak again, I will probably be looking at Lilly for that 700 breakdown. You know, I always used to say I need a milli for Lilly in terms of how many shares have been traded on the day. But we've had almost, sorry, that's CRM. That's not even the right book. Lilly, how much volume have you traded? Lilly's traded over 1 million in volume. I am good to go. I also will sometimes now trade spready stocks with a bit less volume, but that depends. And I also don't recommend doing that because it's kind of a mixed bag. Regardless, Lilly, unless it breaks at 703, which I think it might, could be 700 short. The other way I would take this short would be the 706 rejection. But yeah, I mean, I can't believe it's almost, we're almost done here, the first half hour of the session. Yeah, I mean, let's wait and see what happens here, Joe. But what are you? But I don't know. I guess we'll probably have Neil's lesson of the day. So
yeah, we got Neil's lesson of the day. I'm looking forward to lunch. What are you guys eating for lunch? Because we got salmon here today. Oh, and also, shh. Don't tell Selena, but I ordered a Detroit-style pizza from this place called Renaissance last night. And boy, oh boy, was that ever delicious.
Are you not allowed to tell her?
Because then she's going to be like, hey, I want to try it all the time and I want to eat it. She's a pizza addict.
But wait, but she wasn't there when you ordered it?
No. She's on vacation. Yeah. So I ordered it. So it was just me and my boy all weekend. That was an absolute blast. But yeah, we want to keep that one on the down low because then she'd be like, I want it all the time. And then I don't want to have to pay for it. So she'd buy it sometimes. But at the end of the day, guys, we're headed to Neil with his lesson of the day.
I want pizza too. Why can't I have some pizza? We had like this lesson of the day is going to be brought to you by the chicken on my salad, which was a little bit dry. Obi got something better. I don't know why I got the chicken, but Obi got was it like tuna or something? Tuna salad? It was like tuna salad. Tuna salad.
Whatever noodles.
I got FOMO. We got tuna salad. We both got the noodles. But speaking of FOMO matters. And there's a certain type of FOMO, and I talked about this last week in just in a general sense, but there's a certain type of FOMO which is special. And that's you're not going to get a bigger move than the one that happens in the first 10 seconds type of FOMO. And it's unique because it can lead to charts that look like this on Palantir. And if you looked at a chart we were having a discussion, NEO was a chart that looks very similar, where basically there's almost no chance that you're going to have anything better than the initial trade. And you have to ask yourself, okay, well, what do you do after that fact? There's a couple of things that you can do, and one is obvious, and I think the other one isn't always as obvious. The obvious thing is, hey, you missed this monster trade, look for the first available trade. Like I would argue, if I'm short biased on Palantir, I think I was disciplined on the way back up and looking for entry points to be able to find eke out some wins, but really have tight stops for losers because it's not really working all that well, but you managed to make it work like you can. The one mistake I would argue is I could have had this at VWAP. But there's another side to that coin. Sometimes with the big move at the open, your next available trade is going to be against the bias that you have, right? If your bias is to the short side, sometimes it's just the next best trade is a long. And that's the problem a lot of times when you have a certain idea. Well, that idea was under 158 while it was trading at $156. When it's at 150, down 4%. Like that changes things. And ultimately, this was a very clean reversion setup through 150. So sometimes you've got to be able to step away, recognize that, hey, I've got the FOMO because I missed a short, but I don't need to stay biased to the short. Maybe another short comes with patience. We can always do that. But if you like support and resistance, I mean, if you like mean reversion, the other thing to note is Palantir has a habit of doing big V-shapes. So we know this can happen on Palantir. It's not that you can't find a short on the way back up, but when it dumps at the open, if you miss the dump, 9 times out of 10, after about 30 minutes, your best bet is to try to find the bid on Palantir. So that's always something you can do better. The other thing that I think you can always do is just be willing to switch it up. Palantir, I'd say fail for not finding the long, but Open Door looked like it was going to be a fail. Like there was a moment here in Open, which I actually just got back into on trend. There was a fail of the prior high. Looked like it was trending down, shorted it on the way back in. But you know what? This wasn't about FOMO. This was, I mean, the FOMO in this trade was not having the long through 5. But at the end of the day, you have to listen to the stock. Sure, if it's breaking down from here, I think the 5 had tremendous opportunity to be able to play back into 460. I even said I thought 420 was a possibility if we held under 5 at the opening range. But that wasn't what was happening. What was happening is we grabbed 5 and then put in a higher low. Once that happens, and 5's your level, okay, well, you gave it a chance to be a short under 5. Now it just broke and held 5 as the bid, consolidates, and does what? Breaks out the high. You don't, if you're trading open, you don't have another trade. Like you can either get with the long or you're going to be really, really patient waiting for it to curl. So you have to be able to not just put on the next best available trade like a Palantir. Sometimes you just got to suck it up and maybe take a breakout when you were sitting there thinking, oh, I just missed a great dip buy. Doesn't matter. The market doesn't care what price you thought you could have had. The market doesn't care what direction you thought before that. Sometimes you will have things that will flat out flip from looking one way to another. And you can sit it out, that's fine. You can say, well, I don't want to be long open. I don't want to be long Palantir. But I can just sit and wait. And I can wait all day for a good short to come up. That's fine. I have nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with that. Patience is a virtue. But sometimes when a key level breaks, like this 5, you got to look in the other direction because the overall trend is up on open. You heard me all morning saying, man, I'd rather be long, but it's setting up like a short early. Well, that's fine. That works in both directions. I would say the same thing. Like if it had trended up, I'd rather be long, and then all of a sudden it had actually set up the short after, then I would have jumped in the other direction off that 5. Just willing to play it whichever way it presented itself off my key level. Sometimes we get wrapped up in our original bias. I think Palantir's a short. I think Open's a whatever. That only goes so far. The stock is going to tell you which direction it's going after the opening range, and it's up to you whether you want to listen to it or not. It's fine to sit it out and just not fight the trend, but you can join it too. So don't be too stubborn about it. I try to never just be all in, locked in on a certain direction in a given stock. I find that can get you into some trouble. Why am I not getting 74s? I'm going to take 73s on Open Door. Being locked in a particular direction sometimes will prevent you from getting a big win in the other way. And what's the point of that? Because some of the best opportunities will be off your good price level. They just might trend in the other way off that level. So take advantage when you can. And hopefully you will have some chicken dinner winners that are better than the dry chicken that I had for lunch. Good luck, everybody.
Thank you for that, Neil. And, oh, that's not Adara, that's Obi, my main man. What's up, brother? How's everything? How's your session been?
Not too bad, not too bad. I'm just logging in right now. I'm in trades and I don't know what they're doing, so that is kind of what's happening right now. I'm still in the same trades I left you guys with when we ended off the morning session there, and that's, I think I'm in some Neo, and some SoFi as well. So, oh boy, indeed. Just pulling up the chat here, and let's see what you guys are up to during this midday session. How's your day going, bro?
Yeah,
you're in a couple banger trades there.
but I had a couple good trades. But as I was telling you off screen, Obi, is that I was red on the day, and it was either a make or break trade for me at the end of the day. Yeah, the comeback kid, maybe Joey comebacks. I don't know, and we'll figure something else on that. But no. But in all seriousness, yeah, this trade's worked out, right? But Obi, we know that as it's done now, right? So we get all excited about those types of things. As you like to say, where's the next trade? What is the next trade? And I think that's kind of the mentality that we need to have, because the one thing about trading is that it's like, okay, yeah, that was successful. Now what? What do I do after that? It's done. You've made your money. Yeah, and on to the next one. Exactly.
It's funny. It's one of our friends just he sent me like this Instagram reel about like traders. It's like every single day you come in and you just you execute like it should not be exciting.
No,
it should be very boring. It should be very it's exciting stuff. There are times where the markets can definitely be exciting, but it's like essentially you're doing your job, you're doing what you got to do. You're like nothing's too crazy. There's nothing necessarily an outlier. You're like, okay, these are my playbooks. Oh, that's setting up. I take it. It works. It doesn't work. I don't care. Where's the next trade?
Yeah.
I think that's the mental to keep overall.
Absolutely.
And easier said than done, of course.
Significantly.
But it's when you are doing that effectively that you can have some best days and some really good days as well, and days where you come back from the red as well. We were talking about this just earlier as well. I'm like, there are days where if I'm like fighting the trend, and I'm willing to let go of it and be like, all right, well, this is clearly not working. Where is the next trade? I'm still confident in being able to kind of capture moves from the market if and when they do set up. So that kind of gives you that bit of I guess, mental disconnect, being like, all right, I don't need to attach myself to a given idea or a given trade. If it's not working for me right now, I'm obviously wrong. So where is the next?
I think that's fantastic on how you put that, and it goes to regards of Adara's. Like, I don't even look at my P&L. Her focus is just putting on the right trade, and I think that's something that is really important when it comes to all forms of swing trading, intraday trading. It's just at the end of the day, just stick to the stop. It's not about how much money you can make. To a certain extent, it is. I understand it. It's like obviously that's the optimal goal. But when you put on the right trades, it will reflect itself. Essentially, is what I'm getting at. So just focus on putting on the right trades, and that's what I was sitting down, just sitting Milo and I over the weekend, and I'm just telling myself. And I don't want to I don't want to sound like I'm bragging or anything, knock on wood, and obviously thanks to the Most High. But at the end of the day, for me personally, I'm like, okay, I love how I've been putting together these swing trades. They take a little bit longer to work, but it's not about me making it about how much money I'm looking to make. Is how can I continuously add more shares and make the position larger without changing my mental? And I think that's really important to note. So for me personally, it's just like, okay, we're continuously adding into these. Don't focus on the size, just focus on the right trade at the end of the day, all right? So that's just my mentality. Let's go. We haven't even talked an ounce about options. I seen somebody say options this morning, just right now. So let's do what we always do. And that's gonna pull up our options chain, and we wanna pull up the biggest of the big. Wow, I'm actually really, really surprised that we haven't grown substantially in size here. These 185, these 190s, Pug, are you in the chat today? Like the previous week, we've seen some good size at the. I'm gonna add a little bit here on Tesla just because to see if we can get the position board up. There we go. We just add a little bit for the test of the high of the day. But anyways, what I'm getting at here is that last week we seen substantial size through these strikes. 185, 195, or 2 weeks ago, whatever it was. But we have the earnings report this Thursday, and we haven't grown in size here. That tells me that there could be some free room to run. And watch out for NVDA when it reports. Adara says that, hey, this is price to perfection, and if we don't get those double beats and then hopefully a forward raising guidance, then you might see some selling in NVDA, and I like that take. But Adara, what do you got for us?
Yeah, just keep an eye here on some of these drug or pharmaceutical related names. UNH dropped on this, Eli Lilly dropped on this, but I'm seeing reports here. Apparently Donald Trump announced that the U.S. will be reducing drug prices by 1,500%. Back to you.
A little bit of a price raise?
Percent? Lowering drug prices by 1,500%?
Yeah, that's going to cut into some margins, into their
absolutely.
thousands of percent margins.
Yeah.
I'm sure some of these companies are really sad about that, but I'm sure they can. I'm sure they can take a little bit of a hit, more than willing to kind of see what that brings in here. SoFi catching maybe a little bit of a bid here, so I'm watching that as well. Still kind of short from those prior highs, but didn't really quite get to VWAP. This was the place that we found a little bit of a bid earlier, just on top of 26s, and even that 26 break on the initial push did a significant amount of volume. So the question is, are we stepping up here? The market is very, very strong on the day here, Joe. So both the ES and NASDAQ just screaming to the upside, and NVIDIA, we were just talking about these chips. NVIDIA is also screaming to the upside. No real sign of any sort of selling, no distinct selling either. So yeah, a little bit of a push there on NVIDIA. Are these all-time highs? I think so, maybe. I think, no. We're close. We're close. I know it's like 180 something. I guess 184s, and oh boy, that 184s, man, I kind of pointed it out a couple of times. A bit of a shelf there. You can see that held offer, whatever you want to call it. There's a bit of a seller here at that 184. We've only gotten up to 184.11s. Every time NVIDIA gets up to this 184 prior all-time high, we get selling. We got consolidation for a couple of weeks at the beginning of the month, and then we sold off aggressively over the past few days last week, and then bidding right back up and kind of just eating all of that action right back up for a beautiful reversion back into the upside. Can we get through that 184? This is reminding me of that 198 on Google just a few weeks ago when that consolidation, that multi-week consolidation.
All-time high on Google.
Yeah, all-time high on Google. Yeah. Well, we're almost there. I think it was 0950s.
We're at 210 now.
Oh, is it actually?
Yeah. We're at 210
whoa. See, this is what I'm saying. Exactly. I'm not fun. There we go. Oh boy. So I missed the. Thank you for calling that out. Look at the volume. What is this shake and bake? What is this shake and bake at 11 o'clock? I missed this one here on goggles, all the way down to 207s. Now this is kind of what I was talking about a couple of weeks ago, where the bid is pretty aggressive on pings to the downside. I was talking about these 2 days specifically. August the 13th. No news. Aggressive selling, reversion back in instantly. You go down to a shorter time frame, you can see how fast that happened. Once again, Friday, August 15th, on top of 200. And then I guess once again today, I don't know if this was very news driven. This was Jackson Hole. And then this run right here, I don't know if it was news driven, but it seems like it happened just as quick as some of those other kind of pings there as well, and bidding up and retracing past those prices here. Now, Google definitely at its all-time highs here, Joe. So the market, understandable why it's screaming so aggressively to the upside. Money's moving around, and guess what? It seems like money's moving out of NEO on the day today as it prints some fresh lows. So
nice short on
shout out to that. I kind of, dude, you can see I was like, oh, VWAP sellers, VWAP sellers. Guess who didn't add on the VWAP test?
Brother, look at all those signals right there.
It gives me 3 pennies. Worth of risk.
Wow.
It gives me 3 pennies worth of risk. What am I doing?
Hold on, hit the fail on that one there. I don't have it, Obi, but we're going to hit this one on for free, brother. Even though you didn't get rinsed on the trade, we'll hit that.
No, I mean, my mental's rinsed for not having that. Ooh. So, you know, that's what I'm looking for.
There we go. Thank you. Way to be on point, guys. All right, so I added to this Tesla here, but never mind all that talk. I'm going to probably hop out just because, let's actually do we double top potentially there on Tesla? It looks like it, but we'll hold it until our break even. But never mind that. I had a great question in the chat. Do you think Bitcoin is going to hit $150,000 by the end of the year? But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what I think. It only matters what you guys think. So is Bitcoin going to hit 150K in the chat? Or sorry, by the end of the year? Yes or no, chat. It's that simple. Yes or no. And you know what? You guys are undefeated. So if there's an imbalance to the yes, best believe it's going to hit 150K. So let me know. March, okay, March. So someone says March. Or put in your specific month if and when it's going to, but it's a yes or no question. Yes, no, no. Ooh, a lot of yes. It better says proper paradox. I know it better, absolutely. That would be amazing. 15K says no, 150K. 150K is the question. Up 7K since January. Garbage. Yeah, I know. No. A lot of yeses. Obi, what do you think? Do you think Bitcoin hits 150K by the end of the year?
I have no idea.
I have no idea.
I have no idea.
All right,
I don't.
there we go.
You know, we can make assumptions. We can make. I know it's fun. I just don't like doing it.
You don't like doing assumptions?
I don't.
We don't assume.
I don't like doing that. I know I do it sometimes,
No.
but I try if I'm actively conscious about doing it. I'm gonna.
You don't do. You don't do yes, no uncertainties only. Or sorry, only certainties. Yes, no,
maybe. We'll see. We'll see.
Right.
But guess what, guys? I have some exciting news, specifically for Canadian sophisticated traders. Beta Pro by Global X Canada has just launched 6 new triple leverage ETFs, offering 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P, TSX 60, semiconductors, and U.S. Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st of this year, 2025. These ETFs also employ currency hedging to seek to neutralize U.S. dollar exposure, providing performance that may more accurately reflect the underlying U.S. equity indices. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca/3x daily to learn more. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, the market, what is the market doing? Market's pretty strong here. I'm looking at that alphabet. I'm kind of, shoulda, woulda, coulda. That all-time high break, I guess, was nice. We hold, we kind of, we print that, I think it was in the 209.50s, 209.60s, if I remember correctly. Let's just go back and check. I'm just going to go straight up to an hourly chart, and you look back here. Oh, wow, okay. So I got 209.03s on this specific high. So we hit that all-time high in February of this year. So yeah, nice little push. About $1.50 away from that is the current high of day, and we're trading at 210.12s on the goggle. So let's see if it can look for more fresh highs on the day. The market is very, very strong on the day as well. So market tailwind, oh boy, you definitely have that at your back for a lot of these longs here. And I want to keep an eye on Tesla as well. That was breaking out when I last looked at it, and I was like, oh boy, 350, definitely well within range. Guess what, Joe? The day high is 346, is only $4 away from the high, or not away from the high, away from that 350 level here. So let's go to a higher time frame. I'm just going to go to an hourly chart here, if it'll have me. Reload the page. There you go. A little too slow. Tesla. Boom, right here. So let's take off all those indicators, because if you guys watch the show, which I know you guys do, because you guys are liked and subscribed, right? So that Tesla chart of mine, definitely a lot of indicators and a lot of lines, but we were talking about this price compression that's been happening here. 360s, 280s, you get that lower highs and higher lows, giving us that little bit of a flagging action here and price compression. I'm curious to know what happens when we break this 350. Do we go up to 360? Do we break the consolidation highs at the 367s here? You can see nice little confluence of this top and this lower high with this support, where that support turns into resistance. That 366 is definitely going to be very, very interesting. Are we poised for a bit of a 50 push? I think so. We've been seeing those. We've been seeing the price action build up. We've been seeing this kind of push and get aggressive. So I like the idea of the 350, and I think that's well on its way. But how we get there, I have no idea. Days like today, where we bid up all day, can definitely help on the travel to that push. And you can see that strength coming in prior day as well, closing literally at the highs on Friday on Tesla, and then coming in, not really breaking down that aggressively. Even better, it comes in, you see this sideways consolidation that kind of creeped all the way up into the close on Friday. That was almost a 5 to 6 hour consolidation sideways. We come in off of the open, and within about 15 minutes, the first 15 minutes, we just clip down into those consolidation lows. Obviously not the extreme lows, but kind of the stair step, whatever lows we got on the step up. We come in, we find a bid again, we step up on top of VWAP. Where's VWAP? VWAP. We step up on top of VWAP right there, and then beautifully push even higher. Currently trying to press some more highs there as well. So like I said, very in line with the market tailwind, and Tesla poised for that 350. Let's see if it'll get there today. The compression has been absolutely crazy. I know we're all kind of looking for that. I know you're involved in the TSLA as well, so you've got a very similar look. Are you looking for that 350 to come in potentially today?
Yeah. I mentioned that earlier in the day, Obi. Sorry, I was just looking. I wanted to play this one track in my ear just because I feel like we're rolling. It's Monday. Hit the gym bright and early. But no, I mentioned in all seriousness, Obi, this morning I think Tesla 350 can most definitely be in the works. I'm going to take a little bit more off here. I have essentially nothing. So this is just adding a little bit to the profits. But, did I just...
What's up? What happened?
Took it all out, man.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
I didn't mean to do that, but that's okay. We can't complain. It is what it is. A beautiful trade. I wouldn't be surprised if it climbs all the way to 350. So yeah, I'm not going to call it a Devin Haney or anything like that, but we'll call it a Fetty. He's a boxer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's got pillow hands. That you don't got to worry about. But
so what does that mean? Like soft? Oh, like
soft. Yeah, like he.
His punches don't follow through.
Yeah. He's causing negative damage, essentially. Negative damage. But in all seriousness,
opponent gains health when he punches.
Yeah. Exactly. Opponent, so he loses the energy, and then the opponent gains health on that one. Funny. You take it out a lot all the time. Seems like you have a lot of muscle memory for taking it out, says Gotham House.
Oh, boy.
No, my friend, it's the fingers. I mean, by no means are they fat or anything, but today we fed fat fingers on that one. And yes, Assassino, let's get that rolling right now, guys. What do
we got going?
We got a little bit of Trade the Pool.
Hey, yo.
Trade the Pool. You've seen Trade the Pool with us for a while now, and now Trade the Pool has created something special just for you. A free ebook featuring 4 proven swing trading strategies from Trade the Pool's top funded traders. Inside, you'll see exactly how they approach the markets, how they manage risk, and what setups they rely on. So you can learn and grow from what actually works. Download now by scanning the QR code on screen or hitting the link in the description. So there it is. Bavin, thanks. Let's take a look at Open. I had to...
Yeah, a lot of people talking about Open.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, there it goes. Nice call. Yeah, nice call out on that. We were there earlier in the morning, but I got out prematurely on this consolidation candle right there. So that's just bad trade management on my behalf. But you can see the slow curl over. You punch through some of these pre-market highs, and then sure enough, you're off to the races. So what was once resistance came in acting as support, and then you tap into a new high of the day right there. So good look there. Good call out on Open, but IBIT. Getting a little bit cautious on this one. Multiple 5-minute hammer candles. One thing to note that I said to my boy Gorev is that the volume is not supporting these inverted prints. So I'm not going to short it just yet, and nor do I honestly want to. This is my largest holding. ETH has taken that second spot. Nice. And then, but that's just more, my ETH is more of a swing there, Obi. I've been rocking that since like 3,600 roughly. So I mean,
some of these coins you just want to sit on. You're not really
it's a swing. So I'm in ETHA, so I do plan on exiting. I want to see if we can hit 5,500, right? And then I'll take the majority of it off and then rotate it.
I think a lot of people are looking for that 5,000 push. I was looking for it over the weekend. I was like, oh boy,
same.
Do we finally get there?
I thought it was
only
going
$5 away.
Is that what it was? I think
it was like something like that, 50 or 50 bucks or $5. There's a 5 in there somewhere.
And I'm like, Sharif and I were like, we're easily seeing north of 5,000 come Monday morning, and sure enough.
Nope.
Rug pull. I watched the volume step in, and the
That's why I never make those predictions, because something can be like so. It can look very obvious, and then
it's like, it
doesn't.
You think you know more than what's behind the screen.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely,
what the market does, who knows? Yeah,
absolutely not. So Google and Apple. Let's talk about this, and also. You're a Samsung individual, right? Phone?
I like Samsung.
Yeah, you like Samsung? Like all right, cool. A lot of people, Android, sorry. A lot of people like Google phones as well.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see what kind of phones you guys are rocking. I'm going iPhone. I got the 16. and I'm loving it. So put it in the chat. What are you rocking, a Google, an iPhone, or an Android? And just see what's going to dominate. I have my suspicions that it's going to be iPhones.
I think it's going to be iPhones.
It's going to be iPhones, right? Considering there's how many, 1.5 billion of them on the planet.
Yeah.
So approximately almost 2 in every 10 people have them. So
2 in every 10 people have an iPhone.
yeah, roughly.
That's much lower than I expected.
Yeah.
Huh.
Well, I mean, how many is like about 8 billion people on the planet or something like that? Closer to 9 now.
Yeah.
Let's figure it out. Let's just not speculate. Let's just ask Bing, or my friend Copilot.
I'm going to ask Perplexity. Let's see. See what the answer is.
Population of Earth. And then, how many iPhones we got? Oh, okay, Apple. Let's go. Motorola, they say. So we have 8.2 billion people. How many iPhones?
Holding. So I'm just trying to see how I should answer this question. Yeah, the people are saying we should have a poll. Yeah, a poll would definitely be good for what kind of phone. So we can do like a Samsung, or like we can do Android, Apple. Android covers most of them, I guess.
So over 2 billion people, so that's a quarter right there almost. Over 2 billion people have iPhones, have been sold since the first model launch in 2007. Some people have more than one, says Thomas. Very much true. I remember my old work phone. I used to have 2 phones, and it was cool, and I'd always be like this, but I'm not that cool at the end of the day. Android is not a phone, says.
Android is not a phone.
That's what he says, yeah.
So here we go. Current global brand market shares. So in terms of the smartphone market, and this is me just asking Perplexity, Samsung holds 19.7 to 20% of the worldwide smartphone market, remaining the top brand globally for shipments. Apple ranks second at 15.7 to 19 market share, depending on the quarter and the source. Apple shares the highest in developed markets, especially in the States, but lower globally than Samsung. Xiaomi is the 3rd largest brand with around 14 to 14.4% market share. And then Vivo, Transition, I don't know what those are. OnePlus, okay, definitely know what the OnePlus is. Honor, Huawei, Lenovo, Motorola, Realme, all of those are between 8 and 3%. But yeah, so it goes Samsung leading the way, Apple, and then Xiaomi, and then some of the other ones as well.
Yeah. Someone made a very good point here. Gotham House had a good point. If you do not split by country, the poll is not going to tell you much. Obviously, I agree with that. It's more
a worldwide market share.
Almost everyone in India and China use Android. So, I mean, India, I can see that. I mean, there's obviously a user base in China as well, too, but more or less in China than there is in India. Adair, what do you got for us?
What I have is our crypto segment. I want to talk here about Ethereum. We know Ethereum made new all-time highs as of yesterday, just above that 5,000 level, but did actually push a little bit lower. But what's interesting here, too, to transition to the specific point I want to make, is that Bitcoin, in terms of the action this weekend, actually underperformed compared to Ethereum. Ethereum, as I mentioned, new all-time high yesterday, and it did sell off this morning, but Bitcoin sold off all weekend and is actually set to record a 3-day losing streak if it closes red today. Now, why this is interesting is because Tom Lee, who of course is involved with Bitminer BMNR, the chart I have up on screen here, actually said that there is a probability that eventually, I don't believe he provided a specific timeline, but eventually Ethereum could flip Bitcoin when it comes to market cap. Now, I want to talk a little bit about this. I mean, obviously, the timeline on this is unclear. We'll have to wait and see. But Ethereum is underperforming BTC today on a percentage basis. Let's talk here about as well the market cap, of course, and the 24-hour volume. So 24-hour volume, Ethereum is a bit smaller here than BTC, 66.9 bill to BTC's 86.34 bill. Now, if you look at the market cap, again, Bitcoin as of right now is steadily outperforming Ethereum when it comes to market cap, 2.23 trillion versus 557.11 billion. But again, depending on this timeline, we'll have to wait and see if Tom Lee's prophecy is in fact correct. Now, of course, he is a bit biased given his involvement at BMNR. But either way, interesting stuff. I mean, do you guys think that we actually have a situation, and what timeline it would be, where Ethereum does usurp BTC for market cap? Let us know in the chat. Back to you.
Very much. Yeah, so I'm looking at the markets here. Bit of a pullback, bit of a curl maybe here on the NASDAQ. So I'm going to go right away to some of these Meg 7 names and take a quick look at what's turning first and what could be potentially what could potentially give us an opportunity, right? So let's go quickly through those, and then I want to go through some volume leaders as well. So I'm looking for the next trade. Don't really see anything just yet, but that's probably because I'm not really looking at a lot of places. So we'll just start off straight up with NVIDIA. We know that's already bidding up aggressively to the upside, so is that one curling? That's the question. Yeah, maybe a little bit of a curl. 181.91 is the day high. Has the bid dissipated? Can't really be too sure just yet. Market is coming in with its second 15-minute red bar here, excuse me, as we pull back through 23,600. So that's NVIDIA. Let's go to Microsoft right here. Softy holding VWAP pretty well. A little bit of a flat top here at 508s. That's interesting. Every time we pop up into this 508, we get sold off back down into VWAP. That's an interesting look there. Not really following that one, but you know, sometimes it just is like that. There's so many opportunities, so many things happening all around, and it can't really be catching everything. You know, it doesn't necessarily have to be like full-on playbook. It could just be like a tape scout playbook where like, okay, there's a held offer, then you can trade against that held offer. There's a held bid maybe on top of VWAP in general, and then you can trade against that held bid in and around that VWAP as well. So Softy looking good, a little bit of a compression on the day it would seem like, but still trading within its opening range. So that's something to note as well. So where's the next one? Goggles. Oh boy, I really, really like the long coming in on this one off of the open. But guess what? I didn't really get involved because it did an aggressive push back down. But the trade does show up much later. You can see prior day high, I think, was an interesting level. Sure, you get that crazy shake and bake wick all the way down at VWAP, but that's where buyers have been pretty much all day. Sure, they've extended it off of VWAP, but a strong ping into VWAP kind of gives us that, I guess, sense of, okay, well, when price kind of vacuums down in, it's willing to kind of get bought right back up. So there are definitely some buyers there in and around VWAP. And then we push to some fresh all-time highs at 210.50s as of right now on Goggles. So good stuff on there. Amazon, oh boy, look at this reversion, man. Absolutely beautiful reversion. So this one definitely started its curl and turn much, much earlier, and that came all the way back down to VWAP. So I like that move. So this one maybe a little early, maybe a little too late to take the reversion on this one. I think NVIDIA might be poised for a little better of a look here. And then let's take a quick look at Meta as well. Meta just consolidating on top of VWAP as of right now. So we see that yesterday or prior day strength alongside the rest of the market. We attempt to break prior day's high right off of the opening range, can't really get anywhere, and then we just start trading within the opening range after attempts to sell off are met with failure multiple times and holds that 750 quite well. So I was telling Neil this last week. I was like, oh boy, maybe poised for some fresh highs, maybe poised for that 1,000 mark on Meta.
Ooh, wow.
Right? It's holding 750
by the end of the year?
Maybe. I think it's well within range. I don't know. Let's take the weekly. We can say that if it holds trend, can it do it? Is it more likely to do it? I have no idea, but take a look at that. It's within range. I don't know if it's going to take another few months, but if this trend continues, might take a couple, maybe another year or so, but you can see that 2025, we were up here, we came down, we pulled back down into 500, so a nice 500 hold on the higher time frame. I like that. And then a push up to 750. So remember I talk about quarters, like can you print the quarter, can you hold the quarter, can you print the half? So guess what? We held the half and then printed the next quarter at 750 here. So hold the 500, print the 750. Let's see if we can continue to do more of the same and hold bids all the way up to the whole, which in this case would be the 1,000. So I like that look. Market's pulling back in right here. So that 15-minute candle that did show up initially as red, pulling right back in here. We got 8.5 minutes left until the close of this 15-minute candle.
Okay, good stuff, good stuff. I'm just listening to some Bryson in my ear right now. Just
Nice. Bryson Tiller?
Yeah, of course. one of
Nice.
my
Guess who
favorite.
I'm listening to The Weeknd.
Are you?
Yep,
yeah,
right
yeah.
there.
Oh, Kissland? Is that actual Kissland?
Yeah,
the song?
no, not the
Or
song.
is
It's
the
professional it's the album.
Oh,
yeah.
okay, yeah. But Kissland, the actual song within the album, is one of my
it was
favorite.
beautiful.
You know what I like?
I like
How-
Wanderlust. Wanderlust is
yeah,
probably my
Wanderlust.
favorite on the album.
I like how sometimes he'll put like 2 songs into one, so the first half of the actual song of
yep,
Kissland, and then he breaks
I like
it, and
that.
then he goes into like a breakdown. One of my favorite songs.
I think House of Balloons is like that.
Oh yeah, House of Balloons. Yeah, he
is
has
like
a
that.
lot of them. House
Yeah.
of Balloons. I mean, the trilogy is by far probably one of my most favorite. I guess if you combine the 3, what is it? House of Balloons, Thursday, and what's the other? Echoes of Silence, I think it is.
I'm not good with remembering the
albums.
I'm not.
Adara would probably know if I'm right, but I'm pretty sure that I am because that's how big of a Weeknd fan I am.
I'm a big Weeknd fan. I just don't like. I'm not.
After the trilogy, everything was okay, but for me personally, which kind of leads into what I was going to ask the chat next. I'm the type of person, when I hear a song that I like, I can go to the gym and listen to that one song for probably 30, 45 minutes.
Really?
Yeah, and I'm curious if anybody else is like that.
Crazy.
Because people can't stand it when I do that. I remember, years and years ago, my friends banned me from the aux chord is because at our after parties, I would go there and I would just play the same song for hours and just have a great time. But that's just how I am. I can listen to the exact same thing for a very, very long time. I'm curious if you guys can do the exact same thing because that's just what I do. I know some people. I told you guys the story of when we were I was significantly younger and we were in Jamaica. And anyways, there's this song. I was a teenager at the time, and there's this song, and we were driving to a city called Maypen for all my fellow Jamaicans. We were driving to the Maypen KFC, and we played the first 20 seconds of this one song for the whole 35-minute drive. And that's kind of just what got me into it, is because I would hit it back, and then we would listen to that part, and then my cousin would hit it back, and then my uncle would hit it back, and then it just ended up going nuts. And it was,
that's a great thing about dope songs.
When
something is good, then you're more than willing to hear it over and over again. I've gone through that phase where it's just like some songs take you through that, right? You just listen to it over and over again, and until you get bored of it, and you're just like, I don't want to listen to this anymore, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think what was that? There was one by G-Eazy that I would listen to every morning right at the open, and then now I just don't listen to it as much anymore. And I think it was
it's a fail for me, Andre.
Oh, come on. What do you mean? Yeah, he's got some dope. What's it called? I think it's called More Money. I don't know. Hold on 1 second. Let me just look it up. It'll be in my most watched somewhere around here. Order More. Order More.
Okay.
It's a banger. Yeah, I like it.
Maybe I'll find a G-Eazy track. So. $5 super chat. Buy higher. Hey, I like that. Buy high, sell even higher. Love that. Pull up. Yes, the Tranquil channel. Yes. You know how we ride over there. Number caps. Thanks for all the support. Up 70% today. Finally, after months of fundamental analysis and zero price appreciation, patience equals profits. Bang. Yes, it does. Especially if you're on the right side of the fundamentals, because eventually it will catch up to the actual underlying stock, all right? So I'm all out of everything. Well, the Jamaican KFC is different. I think
that's how fast food is all around the world.
Yeah.
Like it's usually different. It usually caters to the local population.
Yeah, man.
It's the subways are different in the Caribbean.
Jamaica definitely don't have a subway.
What else? Obviously, McDonald's is everywhere. And I think there was one more. I don't remember. Subway. Maybe it was Burger King. Popeyes.
Popeyes is big as well too. I remember. So right at the end of my street, every day at noon, and this is I'm referencing Jamaica here. So right at the end of my street, past the church, I tell you, I live by Racecourse for who are familiar, Kemsale High School, who are familiar with that area. Right at the end of the street, every day at noon, a guy, his name was Jerky. What does Jerky do? He cooks jerk chicken.
Okay, all right. Okay, I was just like, bro, you do know this show is PG.
No.
Whoa, calm down.
Yeah, he cooks jerk chicken, and every day I would go there. He would chop me up a breast, put it in the tin foil. and give me a piece of bread with it. But the ketchup in Jamaica is just significantly better. I don't know what it is. You put a little ketchup on the
kick in it, or
no, it was just different. It was just it was so good. But anyways, Adair, what do you got for us?
I just want to remind you guys, Donald Trump is set to meet with the president of South Korea in the Oval Office soon. The stream is open right now for him to greet this individual. It is worth noting Trump has apparently made some comments before the meeting. He also did sign executive orders before the meeting. But yeah, just so you guys are aware, he will be speaking again. There will be a bilateral meeting, and I will be covering it in case anything market moving is said. Back to you.
They said you gave me you gave me the mad side eye.
I was like, wait, what? What's going on? Yeah.
That's funny. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah. And as for the sugar cane, so the trucks would drive by the house and then whatever sticks.
Sugar cane juice is absolutely blessed. Like freshly squeezed sugar cane juice. All around the world.
Yeah.
All around the world. It is such a refreshing drink, stuff. And too bad they don't have that as common here. Yeah. I think it was in St. Martin. They have like fruit trucks or on the side. So like they'll cut up fresh fruit and make you like a fruit drink smoothie, whatever you want. Like it's so good, and all of these tropical fruits that are fresh. Right?
Yeah,
absolutely.
It's the best.
Oh my God,
it's the best.
I'm missing. Missing
the Caribbean. I mean, the tide is starting to change here, Obi. You feel the morning get a little bit more cool.
Yeah. Johnny Cakes.
Johnny Cakes.
You know what Johnny Cakes are?
No.
What Johnny Cakes are? Okay.
No, I never had Johnny Cakes yet.
I think we'll wait for Neil to come back. I'm pretty sure Neil knows what Johnny Cakes are.
Casey probably knows what that is.
Yeah, no.
Drinking fresh.
Yeah.
Black Hawk.
Let me know. Do you guys know what Johnny Cakes are? I'm 100% sure.
You obviously know what doubles. You know what doubles are, right?
Doubles could.
Oh, no, my friend.
Like
you know,
like
doubles. Shout out to all my Trinidadians.
Like,
doubles
like
are
a double shot?
No, like a double. So it's essentially a piece of dough, a flavored dough with a curry paste in it. Phenomenal. I love doubles. They're so good, and it's hard to find authentic ones here in the city of Toronto. There's only a couple places that have the legit doubles. So. So people are saying Johnny Cakes is old people stuff. There, we don't want to.
Some people said that they're fire. Look at Day Trader saying Johnny Cakes are fire.
Yeah.
It really depends. It's like a fried pastry.
Okay, yeah. And for those who know what doubles are, no one's commented on the doubles, the Trinidadian doubles. Those are absolutely phenomenal. But as for the market, Obi. You know what? I can't believe that we're still grinding higher here. Actually, I should have. Yeah, believe it, right? Because it is what it is. But this gap has been completely filled now, and that's what I was kind of looking for my game plan in Ethereum. But it's really weak. So we rejected it. We marked that out right now. Someone asked what's for lunch. It's salmon. I had to take a bite of it because I seen Obi eating his, and it is fire.
It's good, right?
It's really good. There's a lot left too, and best believe I'm going to be taking some more. But anyways, Ethereum, I thought we were going to kind of enter this gap here and potentially fill it. I don't like how we're sitting as a potential breakdown pattern here as well too, forming these lower highs and then also to the T as I mentioned before, especially when Bitcoin is doing this, right? So you have the continuous grind higher. We're starting to fill part of the gap here now, but again, we have a massive move. So that could be a potential trade within itself. That's 3 points if you get to that, or about 2 points, a little bit more than that, 2.5. We'll call it. If you can get a hard gap fill up into this 66.53 level, and I think eventually we will get that. Again, we had the conversation of will it hit 150K by the end of the year? A lot of yeses, a lot of nos as well. I would love for it to, but I don't want to be a Debbie Downer or anything along those lines. I just think that the Ethereum trade might have a little bit more to run in it. I hope I eat my words because you guys know where I stand on the underlying. Doubles too, yeah. So thank you for Captain D. Yeah, you know what's going on. But you know where I stand in the Bitcoin space. At the end of the day, Tom Lee had $250,000 by the end of the year. I don't think we're going to get that. It's going to have to double in price, and I just don't see that happening just yet.
For Bitcoin?
Bitcoin, yeah.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, no.
Here's the thing. There's a lot of people who throw around crazy numbers. Questionable because, do they have vested interest in that kind of action? Sure.
What?
And, at the end of the day, It's no one knows and more than anyone else. I think
exactly.
when it comes to this, if someone's going to sit there and be like, okay, I know exactly what the price is going to be a year from now. Sure, they could be right, they could be wrong, but at the end of the day, I know for a fact that Mother Market probably knows better than most participants. So I'm just going to try to trust my read in what the price action and the charts and kind of like the sentiment that's being told, the story that's being told by the chart a little bit more. If we hold trend, can we even get there? I don't know. If we hold trend, can we get there? No, I don't think so. You'd have to have an aggressive acceleration.
To 250, right?
At the end of the year, are you kidding me? You'd have to go parabolic.
More than double,
you know what I mean?
At that point, right?
So it's just like what's within range. I think a good way to kind of assess some of these things is like, is it within range of what we've already been seeing and what it can do and what it has been doing? Then sure, maybe that's within range. But if it's not, then what are you looking for? Are you looking for? Are you anticipating outlier events? Good luck with that.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Very solid point. Very solid point.
I don't know. That's way above my pay grade, and even if you get paid a decent chunk to kind of do that, like maybe some analysts do, at the end of the day, you should go back and see how often some of these analysts are correct. They're always lagging, right? Because they have to stay with trend.
They let you know when they're right, but they don't.
Exactly.
We tell you when we're wrong.
Yeah, exactly. Right? So not an analyst. Some size maybe on NEO here at the 620s. And SoFi just chopping it up sideways here as it does absolutely nothing. But the market's still holding. We talked about it maybe potentially curling, but I was like, okay, things are still well within that uptrend, so we don't know. Has the bid actually dissipated? No idea. And it seems like it definitely hasn't. We're pushing a little bit higher here, back above 23,600. Have we curled a little bit? Yeah, maybe, but pulling right back up. So nothing too crazy happening here. What do you got going on? You got any trades?
I'm sitting on my hands right now, Obi. I mean, we had this was our best trade. We can do a quick trade review as well, too. This was most definitely our best trade of the day. Sorry for jumping around. I just want to add to that point with what you're getting at. Our guy Havana Woody in the chat says 7,000 on Ether by the American Thanksgiving, which I believe is in November, right? So that's a hot take. I mean, well, maybe not a hot take, but that's definitely optimistic. So I think that was his bull case maybe as well too, not necessarily a base case. But all right, guys, let's do a trade review. We're going to stop. Pardon me?
Come on, SoFi. I just punched out of my SoFi. It didn't hit my stop.
Short or long?
I was short from earlier. You can see right here. I was short. I tried earlier. Get stopped out through the high. Now currently, technically, my stop's over here. But if you're going to come all the way down to VWAP and then bounce off the same place you found a bid earlier and then start accelerating towards that prior high, I don't need to wait till my stop at high day to get hit for this action to tell me that the probabilities are changing against my favor.
Yeah.
So,
and then instead of putting in those higher lows as well.
Yeah, higher lows. And I'm watching the tape as well. People start wiping the ask. I'm like, all right, cool. You know what? Didn't have it there.
AC later.
I'll see you later.
Yeah, AC.
Maybe some other time. That was nice, though. I did catch like maybe 30 pennies on it at one point, but no follow through. The trade was to take it maybe to VWAP, and then I was actually looking for opening range high in and around some of these prices. But again, SoFi is aggressively strong, and I have to respect the bid if it's going to be there, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
You can see multi-day runner. You can see what happened last week as well, going into Friday. Strong bid, sideways consolidation all day, and then strong bid, sideways consolidation for most of the day so far. So and giving us some strength back into range highs. So do I really want to fight that? Do I really want to argue against that? Should I let it hit my stop? Maybe, maybe not. We'll see. But it could pull back in, make a lower high, and I'm more than willing to get involved there once again. Maybe at a worse price, but who cares? I'm trying to take the trade, not specific prices.
Absolutely.
Even though I want to fight for my price, that's the whole different. It's a whole different point there. You were going to show something?
Well, I did show you something. It's gone now. It was Kaylani.
Oh, yeah.
We like Kaylani.
Cool, sure.
Yeah, she's good stuff. Anyways, okay, so let's get back to this short trade review. Obviously, just let me know whenever we're good to go. All right, let's fire it up, guys. VinFast delivered over 35,800 EVs in Q2 of 2025, marking a 172% jump from last year. That brings their first half total to more than 72,000 EVs. up over 220% year over year, with stronger sales usually in the second half. They're on pace to easily 2024's 97,000 units. They're also crushing it on two-wheelers, with nearly 70,000 e-scooters and e-bikes sold in Q2, up 432% from a year ago. And with gas-powered two-wheelers being phased out in Ho Chi Minh and Hanoi by 2026, the growth potential looks huge. You can find them on the NASDAQ under VFS, fundamental change. That's what we look for in specific trades. And I think that's something really important to note. And VinFast seems like that they're going to start dominating a little space over there across the pond. All right, guys, let's go through the trade review. So we took a long on Tesla at the beginning in that consolidation, looking for that bull flag breakout. We buy the top end of the range, not good, and then I average in, also not good. I'm like, uh-oh, that's not good. Obviously makes a lot of sense, right? But we form a 1 minute hammer candle, and then that's why I say, you know what, Joe, put the pedal to the floor. All right, just do it. YOLO, it's not going to hurt you. You only live, obviously I'm being sarcastic when I say YOLO things. There's obviously a method behind the madness, but at the end of the day, it's like go for it. And if you don't, and if it works out, then you get to put on a trade like this. And if it doesn't, so what, you're sitting on your hands for the day, all right? Yeah, shout out, big up yourself, respect. So that is TSLA, that worked. We went 1 for 2 on that one, and this was our best trade of the day. There's no questioning that. Now going over TQs, I took a short on this, and I abandoned that thesis extremely quick as soon as that high of the day broke. And I thought we were going to form a double top right here with a liquidity grab, so that's why I played the break of the support level, but we didn't get it. Didn't pay enough attention to the volume profile. It wasn't supporting that, but good thing to note, we just get out. So we did take a loss on that one. So right now we are 1 for 3 on trades. Okay, so we have one winner and 2 losers, all right? So that's TQQ, and then let's pull up pin duo, and now we're gonna go 1 for 4 here, right? So this is essentially what it is. I try the long, the continuation doesn't go at the break of this, and thank God we got out of that one. So that's 1 for 4. I'm shooting at 25% accuracy at this point, right? Kind of going in reverse order, but it is what it is. The numbers are the numbers, okay? And then now with open, we get a nice little small win on that one. So now we're 2 for 5, and then IBIT. We go 1 for 2 on that one. So now we are essentially 4 for 7 on this trade. So still shooting a positive, my accuracy is slightly down, but we're still positive on the day considering. And then Ethereum, ETHA, that was a pretty, why would I want that one? I don't want the blue ocean just yet. And then this one worked out there. So shooting roughly around 50%, a little bit less there, OB, and still being able to climb from a negative day and turning it positive by just staying within the risk measures.
Yeah, for sure. I think we talked about kind of like when you're firing on all cylinders, doesn't matter whether you're winning or losing, you're following your process, you're doing that really, really well. And P&L is just a byproduct of good good trading, right? It's just like, and that trading can, it doesn't necessarily have to be initially profitable. I find that some days, like I'm in the morning, like, yeah, I'm losing. And then eventually, you know, the trade comes in, finally end up getting a little lucky, catching the right side, and then make that back and then much more as well. So it's just like believing in yourself, believing in your ability to capture the next move, the next trade is the big part of that whole mindset of being like, okay, where is the next trade? Where is the next trade, right? And we kind of talked about that earlier on in the session as well. Absolutely. So not really anything much else going on here. I'm looking at NVIDIA. I was just like, okay, well, are sellers now coming into the market? I even messaged in the chat. I was like, is it time for a reversion? Are sellers coming in? Definitely maybe not on SoFi right now, but let's take a look at something like NVIDIA. Oh boy, look at that. I just drew that line in and I'm like, all right, trend did break, technically, right? And then now we're getting some aggressive selling coming down. But yeah, I mean, the risk is to high a day, 181.90s. We're trading just below 181s now, 180.98s as of right now, with the market taking a little bit of a pullback here. So let's take a look at some of the other names that were pretty strong on the day as well. So Apple, still holding VWAP. We kind of talked about that VWAP, and Microsoft was holding VWAP really well as well. Let's see if that's given it up. Not yet. Tesla, oh boy. Tesla doesn't care, man. Tesla absolutely doesn't care. Tesla's like, I want that 350 and I'm going to get it. And maybe it's going to get it today. It's not that far away. A little bit of a push, and especially going into the last couple of hours of the trading day, if we're going to continue to this aggressive push, then I'm going to be like, all right, do we squeeze or push even more aggressively into the close? Do we get past that 350? Are we finally opening up? Hey, there's some fresh lows on NEO. Are we opening up through that windup? That windup and compression of price, is that finally being released and released to the upside? Because again, bigger picture on Tesla, I know there's a lot of perma bears on Tesla. I know. I wonder if Bill Gates still holds a net short position
on Tesla.
But on Tesla, it's always been interesting because he's a pretty smart guy. I would assume. I would say so.
Yeah.
And then rolling puts on Tesla. I don't know if that's the play to be.
Is that what he was doing?
I think he was just very bearish. I don't know what his positions are. Don't quote me, but I know he was very bearish on the Tesla move there. But yeah, Tesla's kind of, the price action will speak for itself. A lot of people argue, we were talking about this last week as well. A lot of people argue that Tesla is just a car company. I say no. I think Tesla is an energy company. You can look at their mission statement.
Yep.
It's all about energy and energy storage. So think about it this way. If they're and then the argument was that, but their car sales don't make money. But what if that was never your goal in the first place? He obviously doesn't care that the cars don't make money. That's not the end goal there, right? I think honestly, so they're doing robots. He wants to eventually do electric rockets, right? He's just trying to figure out the battery problem. Because if we can figure out effectively how to store like good amounts of energy and then release it like we do with batteries, and we can find a very efficient and powerful way to do it, then we can power pretty much everything. And the next step would be to kind of move on to trucks, which we're already seeing, and then move on to heavy equipment as well, industrial equipment. If we can start doing that with battery-powered machines, then there you go. Then that will be the shift from, I guess, a lot of other things, and then boats as well, cruise liners, things like that.
Oh, yeah, that would be good. A Tesla boat.
So they're setting up for something else now. The stock and the sales can do whatever else while that happens. But again, I think it's something to keep in mind that they're not necessarily that kind of company.
And then we got what's the chip company that he has? Neuralink. He's got Neuralink as well too. Someone just mentioned brain transplant. But for me, I agree with you on the energy storage. But right now, its foundry business is obviously cars. But I think,
exactly. It's just a stair step.
Right. It's a stair step. I think autonomy is going to be a big needle mover, and if you can get those robo-taxis out, and especially to just common folk like myself, if we have the ability to buy one of these autonomy vehicles, that can just absolutely change the game, considering they're going to be significantly less expensive than what Waymo's offering. Waymo vehicles cost around $230,000 just to make, opposed to a Tesla robo-taxi you're probably going to be able to buy on the market for $30,000, $40,000, which I think is going to be absolutely phenomenal and a big-time game changer in my opinion. The energy storage division within Tesla continuously growing, even though they did miss a little bit on the previous report. But yeah, it's autonomy, and autonomy for Tesla. Adair, what do you got for us?
Guys, be aware here, Donald Trump is now taking questions at this bilateral meeting with the leader of South Korea. If there are any updates, I will let you guys know with regards to any market-moving questions, but it is worth noting currently in the question period of that bilateral meeting. Back to you.
All right. Joe, can you give a read on EPIX for sure? Epics. ESA something. ESA Pharma. Ooh, okay, yeah. This is why I don't like trading these biotech names. Look at this. I can't really give a read on something like this.
That's that buyout.
Yeah. Is that? Yeah, I figured that's what a buyout is, but it's just flatline though. It's not.
They had I forget what
the buyout price must have been at 78 maybe.
I'll check right now. You can you can go to I think Alpha Rank.
And check that one out there on see what's going on. But yeah, this is why I don't trade some of these pharmaceutical names at all. There's not much to read other than the fact that as of November 2024, this stock essentially failed. I'm not going to be surprised if I won't be surprised if it's delisted eventually, considering what's going on with that. So that's the best read I can give you. Tesla did put in a new high of the day, which
is not a buyout.
No, it's not. Yeah, it didn't look like buyout PA. But yeah, there you go. Tesla new high of the day, knocked on that door of around 347.23. Let's take a look at the chain to see if there's any open size there. And just to see why we're rejecting that specific level. I mean, obviously, considering the run that we've just experienced, I'm not surprised by that whatsoever. 27,500 contracts right at 350. Is that going to be the largest on this week's expiration cycle on the call side? Well, let's find out and take a look. So 27,500 potential wall. Let's go find our max pain. That's going to be the highest level of OI up these strikes. It's definitely not going to be that high. So that might be it right there. So watch out for some potential cover rallies. 350, 27,000. So that might be it right there, guys. As for the put side, we got 320 with 14,300 contracts currently open at that specific level. So that can be a range that you can potentially trade within, obviously with the exclusion of these strikes almost being at the money now. So you can see do I have gamma up here? No, I don't. I'm going to add gamma to this just so we can see, and IV. It's just there's so many. Oh, there it is. Yeah, okay. So the gamma is starting to slowly accelerate. That's the one thing to note, right? When you're trading options, gamma's at its greatest at the money. So that's essentially what happens when you have a gamma squeeze. So let's go through a quick example. So we can see the gamma on these 380 strikes is essentially, it's like 6 cents. Right, that's how much the contract value. That's how much the delta is going to change for every 1 point move. Right, so for every time the delta changes 1 point or whatever it may be, this is only going to change 6 cents. But when you start to accelerate and you have these extremely far out the money contracts start to head towards at the money, that's when you see the acceleration within gamma. And then that's why you get those gamma squeezes, is because you have these extremely far out the money contracts starting to get closer to at the money when gamma starts to accelerate. That's which it's at its greatest. So 48.7% at the money IV. That's nothing substantial. I think that's relatively cool in my opinion, obviously considering that we're starting to see this continuously appreciate. I think that's something to note as well too. Is the chat moving for you, or is it just that dead?
No, the chat is.
Okay. So
I think
where's my guy Havana?
When you go to live chat, you'll see see a little bit of everything.
Yeah, there you go. Okay. Oh, top chat. Yeah, I'm not on there. I'm live chat. So there you go. So no, I didn't get that. So everybody was it. Epics will pay me out. All right. Hopefully it does at the end of the day. But there it is, guys.
I know that had some sort of news this morning, but I'm not remembering specifically.
There must be something. We can figure that out. There's no questioning that. SF Pharma and see what's up with that. But yeah, there's Tesla's options chain. Let's take a look at the overall market as well too and go over some things to see if we have any high levels of OI. We're going to go to this week's expiration cycle, which is going to be the 29th. All right. And yeah, I mean, we got 575. I don't have the Qs up, only the TQs. So 575 could be in the works totally, and then you get a rejection of that level. As for the put side, we got 13,000 at 565, so 575, 565.
Oh, something's coming in. There goes the market. Hey, yo, drop that bid.
Tell them.
Don't drop that bid that, I don't know.
Don't drop that dunt.
You remember that song?
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm going for. Yeah. Well, the market definitely dropping that dunt on right now to the downside. And oh, boy. Let's take a look at some of those trend breaks that we were looking for. I definitely got right back into SoFi there, so let's see if that follows in. Not really doing what the market's doing, but let's see if that can give us some confluence here. NVIDIA, I'm looking at you, and oh boy, yeah, that's coming in. We talked about Amazon curling over. Is that going for even further? Okay, maybe not just yet, but all right, cool. Those were the couple of ones that were aggressively strong. What else was bidding up? There was a few. Oh no, I'm already short SoFi. I was like, wait, SoFi was strong in the morning. Hold on, Obi, you're short. Relax, you're in the trade. What else? What else did we have? Open door. Okay, yeah, open. Again, not really doing what the market's doing. but it seems like still holding that consolidation high. Let me know in the chat what else was aggressive. I know Palantir already had its bit of a reversion there to the upside. Okay, so that's coming in. So here's the thing: we've already done a lot of selling on Palantir today. Let's see if more selling will come in with this market flush, or do the bids step right back up? Right? We don't know. We'll see. Seems like closing of this candle right here. How much time do we got to close on this 15-minute chart? We got about 8 minutes, guys. All right, so 8 minutes to close on this 15-minute chart. Let's see if there's going to be follow through. That's what I'm looking for. Let me know what you guys are trading in the chat. Close some long saying Rusty Dutch. The flush may be poised for some, I guess, decision making when you get a strong flush in the market like that. Let's see if things follow through. Not really seeing that. Oh yeah, Tesla. Of course, Tesla was a little bit of a bit.
As the market
Tesla does not care. Tesla does not care. Tesla is $3 away from now that 350. So Tesla doesn't care.
Oh boy, whatsoever.
Oh boy, indeed. What do you got?
You're
still working on that. See, no reason to sell that Tesla still.
I'm out of it. I got all out by accident, to be honest with you. But it is what it is. I'm not going to complain. Quick red to green on that one there. OB. So Party P, let's take a look at what you mentioned here. The expected move on NVDA coming this week. And we're going to pull up our expected move. Oops. Options AI. I don't know. That's just the website name. I can't really tell you much about it. Someone gave this to me years and years ago, to be honest with you, before even the AI craze. All right. So, what are we looking at for an EM on NVDA? $192 as a potential high and 55 cents. And then you have a low of $169. We'll call it $179 flat. 6.3% expected move, 78.3% at the money IV. Watch out for that number to increase as we get closer to the earnings report, and most definitely after that earnings report. But first, Adair, what do you got for us?
CSX, this name dropped on Friday after announcing, I guess, a new update to their lines. They're a trading company. Well, now apparently there's a report suggesting that Berkshire Hathaway is not in the market to buy a trading company. CSX is dropping on this report. Keep an eye on this ticker, guys. Back to you.
Thank you.
Right, that's a big move, dude.
On CSX?
Yeah. It's a bit of a continuation, breakdown of prior day's low. Came in hot. News trades definitely are some of the best trades in the market. There again, nothing too crazy happening, and all of a sudden, boom, more of the same of what we got, I guess, on Friday intraday there as well. So CSX, looking like it might be poised for a little bit lower, higher time frame. Might need to keep an eye on this one.
All right, guys. In Africa, a new generation of leaders is rising. The woman boss empowers them. We provide the training and mentorship women and girls need to start businesses, create change, and build sustainable futures. We've already impacted over 10,000 lives. Your contribution creates the next opportunity. Scan the QR code. Empower the next woman leader. Today, on what there, my friend? I just use that. I use that for free, so don't be paying anything on that one on Options AI. That's free. I just type it in. Make sure you type in the right link, otherwise I'll try to put you in and get you to give your credit card and stuff like that. We don't want to do that. We don't need any of that nonsense. But yeah, as for probability of profits, I think that's really important to note, especially when you're writing, right? I think it's really key. So let's flick this on right here, and then let's kind of make can I make this lower? Why? Okay, we can't. So I'm just going to put together a simple strategy here. A box. I don't want to do a box butterfly. Let's do, we did condors before. Let's do a strangle. No, let's do a straddle. Let's put together a straddle here. All right. So that is going to be, we'll select the 573, and then we'll do that as well here on our call side. All right. So where is it? Where'd it go? Oh, that's why. That is why. Boom. Okay, we'll pop. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I apologize. Hit the dunce for sure, and then we'll hit this here. All right. So let's pull up our profile on this here. And take a look at the probability of profit. And that's going to be, and that's on the Qs, which is surprisingly high, right? But this is essentially what a probability of profit is. It will tell you the percentage metric of what the chances of these contracts expiring somewhat in the money, and you have the ability to extract the full potential return. So it's essentially infinite here, and then a max loss of $853. So essentially what a straddle is just two at the money of the same strike. This is something that earnings reports traders, options traders tend to do, is that it's like, hey, I'm looking for this to exceed the expected move. Let me buy this at the money call. Let me buy this at the money put. And then let's see which one can outweigh the other. Obviously, if you stay within that expected move, you're going to have a bad time. But at the end of the day, a 42% chance of that, and it's going to update here momentarily, as you can see. But then it's also really good for writing options as well, too. I mentioned that. So when you correlate your pop, we'll call it, and then also your deltas, that's going to add a lot of conviction and also a percentage metric of probability of you having the ability to extract money or those contracts to expire worthless. So for Party P, what you're asking, I use my delta, I use my at the money IV, I'll take a look at options AI, but the probability of profit is extremely, extremely important to note as well too there, Obi.
Definitely, good stuff there. Thank you very much, Joe, for that. Market pulled back pretty aggressively, just as aggressively as we flushed. We pulled right back up, so I definitely lightened up a little bit. I got out of the SoFi because I'm like, this is just chopping and churning that 26 way too aggressively. I was looking for it to continue through that 26 and maybe that double bottom through 25.95 almost right away. If we're going to take a little bit longer, then that's kind of not the time frame I'm looking at for the trade to kind of work. So why should I really, wait any longer there on that one? So being patient, sure, it could come in. I could be very wrong on the timing. That happens a lot. But again, willing to take the next trade. That's what I'm waiting for here. And this NEO is starting to get a little bit interesting. Bit of a bid showing up. So maybe I gotta, just start removing some liquidity maybe here at the same time. So we'll see. That worked out pretty nicely. Didn't really have the entry once again here at that 650. That was really, really nice. Surprisingly enough, it only came about a penny away from my stop before kind of pulling right back in all the way back down to day lows. So very, very lucky on that one there. Question is, maybe I would have had a lot more if I did get stopped out and I'm like, wait, no, this is coming right back in. But it is what it is. Retrospect, reflection is for after the market close. Let's see what we have with some breaking news, maybe potentially with Adara.
We have Donald Trump here talking about China, saying that, quote, we have to get the magnets from China. If they don't give us magnets, we'll charge them like 200% tariffs or something. But I don't think we'll have that issue. So, yeah, Donald Trump casually talking here about potentially large, very large tariffs here for China should, and again, he said roughly, 200%.
China.
Should these, I guess, these magnet deals not be made, but again, he doesn't think that'll be an issue. Just be aware here, China being discussed. Back to you.
Yeah, thanks for that, Adair. 200%. Yeah, watch what the market does after that. It's not going to be good news, regardless of whatever rate cut you get. 200% on China is probably going to be pretty bad. So, yeah. What is Palantir up to? I was talking about, someone asked me in the chat if I'll be trading NVDA earnings. I won't be. I mentioned that I'm pretty sized up in this Ethereum trade. I got a little cash on the side of my swing account, that is. But I want to grab something else, to be honest with you. And that's I'm really looking at Palantir. Volatility is in this name, but if you had the ability to grab anywhere around those lows today, you're up to $158. We talked about the 25% haircut experience from peak to trough, and this hammer candle with the volume. With that being said, I'm just kind of talking myself into the trade. And I was also thinking about somewhat leveraging the system using PLTU. But the thing is, though, obviously, it's 2x now, so it goes up from 114 all the way down to $62, a 50% haircut. You can't have any long-term or even short-term downside against you, because then you just needed to double in price to essentially catch up with where it just started at. So for me personally, I might have to go with the actual underlying here. And I don't want to grab a contract as well, too, because that's just not what the risk I'm looking to put on. Grab 50, 60 shares of this and look for a couple point bounce on it. I think that's kind of going to be the objective, considering this is a high probability, high conviction setup, especially if we continue to hold these 142 lows there, Obi.
Yeah, I think, Palantir, let's see if that bid shows up again. I think that's the main question happening there is, like, are we finally seeing a top on Palantir? Last week, there were a few days where the market sold off aggressively. Some stocks have recovered to their highs. Some stocks are doing perfectly fine. And then some are taking a little bit of a breather because they've already been aggressively strong for a majority of the year. And Palantir is a great example of that here. People in the chat talking about Open Door, aggressive selling coming in here on Open Door. So yeah, break of trend. Coming back into VWAP right here on Open Door. So there's the short coming in. So shout out to any shorts who were holding, and shout out to all the longs and from the morning session that kind of got a decent move there, almost 80 pennies off of that $5 hold. Breakout of opening range, kind of never really looked back. Held up the bid for over multiple hours, and then finally catching some selling there back down into VWAP. So beautiful reversion happening on that one there as of right now. So let's see, where is the next trade? People still talking about Palantir. I guess, yeah, Palantir and Open. The volume leaders, oh my God, there is straight quadrunk to VWAP. We were just talking about this. Straight quadrunk to VWAP there. So yeah, sellers definitely coming in. Let's see if this market can give us some more selling as well as we print this 15-minute candle. And oh boy, what a, oof. Sometimes you just got to be open to risking off the highs there. The consolidation was starting to slow down a little bit as well. And a multi-day runner, maybe. We'll see. Next trade. All right, so Neo, man, I was sitting on the bid, and you're not even going to take me on the bid. For the past 5 minutes, well, there, now as I say that, the bid's getting hit. I was going to be like, for the past 5 minutes, nobody was hitting the bid. It was all straight mids and ask. And now finally we're getting some prints on the bid here on Neo. So interesting stuff. There's a bit of a I guess seller that was stepping it down that I liked, and then that seller just got I guess chewed through a little bit there. Maybe some size showing up on 621s on Neo as well. So no idea whether that's going to come in. Whoa. Man, Open Door is getting blasted. So something's definitely going on here. Increasing volume, just slap to the downside for the past 9 minutes almost. We've gotten straight selling on Open Door. So talk about money moving around. Yep. Open Door has done a significant amount of volume on the day. 470 million shares traded. Wow. Now think about something that liquid. Think about the kind of size people are pushing on a name like this, and it's just teleporting 10 pennies, 5 to 10 pennies. That's so aggressive. That's crazy. Absolutely wild action there on Open Door. So careful for some of that volatility. But yeah, a little bit of a balance coming in on the day for Open. What's up, Adara? We got some news.
Yeah, I'm not finding any news here, and on Open, I looked into it. I mean, other than like this kind of technical, I guess, breakdown at 560s, it's worth noting there are a lot of people online mentioning this as a short. Like, there's tons of social media attention on this. We're talking tons of posts, like, I guess, per minute even. So, yeah, I mean, lots of social media interest in OPEN. This time, I guess, a little bit less positive, but no news to explain the drop. Back to you.
Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, look at this thing. Look at this thing go. This is insane.
Tesla doesn't. Tesla wants that 350.
Yeah, wow, it's going there. It's going to go there. You get that magnet effect with some of these levels of open interest, and sure enough, you just continue to climb. I don't know. I wanna hop in long on this so bad, but I just don't think it's there, guys. To be honest with you, so I mean, we've already at this peak low. We've given it back a little bit under half of what we experienced. This was a massive run all the way up into $37. So at the end of the day, we don't want to force anything, right? Like, we have a lot of signals that say that we were going to continue. That was a nice print right there, and then you just get that inverted right at this previous gap down low open, and then you reject that essentially to the penny. So to say that Wall Street doesn't have influence on these crypto names anymore is just not true, because that's not a coincidence. And then we obviously know with option hedging and everything along those lines, heavily influenced now. So, I mean, could get a base there. Oh, okay, I like that. Maybe we like that there a little bit there, OB. A nice level, multiple touches, right? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and a bunch of touches on that side. So this could potentially be a nice level to get involved with, but it's just the consistent lower highs, and then it's best. If you're looking to long something, then why am I trying to long something or even thinking of doing it with a name that hasn't been participating with the largest crypto space? And we go back and take a look at Bitcoin, considering get that hammer candle, but it's grinding higher, relatively stronger than what we're experiencing in Ethereum, as well as these higher lows as well too. All right, so that's something positive. VWAP tracing, but it's kind of been a nothing burger. You have to really expand your chart and pay like 5-10 cents or so, whatever it may be on these names, and then sure enough, I think at some point we will get this gap fill. So that's what I'm keeping my eyes on. Shorts, I didn't get any. Okay, there was a good signal, but I'm just like, I didn't want to take another stab at it, considering we can get those just those all-day trenders, and then when you do, you're going against the grain, as Neil and Obi always refer to. Is that how deep is the pullback going to be? So at the end of the day, 90.54 is where we've touched on multiple occasions, and we can't break that. So you can see all these 5-minute candles here, and then sure enough, you have multiple touches, and you get this pullback, but sure enough, it just wants to climb back higher again, and this is the overall market in the TQs. So yeah, like let's see what Google. Okay, Google's coming back in a little bit, but let's take a look at Amazon. We haven't talked about Amazon. I know that's Amazon. I know that was Obi's favorite stock back in the day. Do you still have that T-shirt?
Yeah, I still have the T-shirt.
Yeah,
it hangs in my room.
Oh, you're hanging it up. No?
Yeah, no, that's solid shirt. I should wear it someday.
Yeah.
For
if Amazon rips
on the show.
Just wear it the next day.
What's that?
If Amazon ever has like a monster day, just wear it.
Yeah, exactly. I just wear it to celebrate some Amazon price action maybe one day.
Absolutely.
But, yeah, no.
Thoughts on coin? Mine's too small for me these days. I put it in the dryer, and then that didn't work out too good there. Obi, thoughts on coin? I think coin will somewhat rebound. We talked about this before. You have these massive gap downs, and then now you have all this indecision along those lines. But if you take a look from that peak to this trough, you're down 34%. So that's bearish territory, big time bearish, about 14% or so. But now you're holding this level relatively well, and you can see we have multiple touches across the board on it. And then now we just want to look for it to see if this level can be sustained and it can be held, and then you fill this gap at some point. So that could be a good potential as well too. What would I use trading that? That's going to be Coin L. Right, the 2x leverage. But then when we get to these leverage products, this is why we talk about them not being long-term investment vehicles. You're down 60% from that peak to this trough here, right? And then it's going to take significantly more of a move in the actual underlying asset in order just to fill this gap right here. But wow, yeah, OB, it's done. I think we're going to mark it in. Okay, guys, put it in the chat. I'm curious to what you guys think. Does Tesla hit 350 by the end of the midday show? I'm going to say yes. I'm going with I'm in yes camp. Obi, what are you in? Tesla 350 by the end of the midday show, so we got approximately 36 minutes.
So we get a test by the end of the day.
Ooh, we get a Tesla by the end of the day. Adair, what do you got?
Keep an eye here on WGRX. This is Well Logistics Health, small cap. Not seeing any news on it all day, but nice little breakout for this one. I'll give you guys some details. Market cap of just under $122 million. Float here of 11.64 million shares, about 5.8, almost 6% of the float is sold short. Nice breakout here for WGRX. Back to you.
Yeah, what do you got going on there, brother?
Yeah, no, I'm being nimble here on the NEO as it starts to curl a little bit. SoFi, man, I mean, that was some aggressive selling that came right in, and I got a little, I guess, coerced to taking some more there. I'm like, is it now more better poised to go down to VWAP? Maybe, but I had much better prices earlier, but here's the thing. The market does not care about your average. The trade is the trade, and regardless of what I think or what my position is, What's going to happen is going to happen. So the market currently, so we can talk about what's currently happening. Market currently taking a little bit of a continuation pullback there. So we got that first aggressive red candle there for after some strong bidding for the morning and majority of the midday session as well. And then going into here, let's see if we catch a little bit of a sell. We're trading below that 23,600 here on the NASDAQ. And then I guess we couldn't really get past that 6480, 6482s on the ES either. So poised for a little bit of a pullback. I don't know, but that Tesla is still going, man. You might be right. You might hit that 350 before the end of the midday here. We only have about 34 minutes left. So yeah, within range. Yeah, definitely. I would say definitely within range. So
definitely close.
It is very plausible.
349 yet? No, not quite. 40 cents away.
Yeah, but it'll get there. 349, and then what? $1 away from the 50. I say we take a little clip off that 350 at the very least. We come in and test the area. Technically, it's already in the area right now, and holding aggressive trend to the upside and a multi-day push after a strong windup as well. So looking good on a lot of different fronts is that Tesla, I guess you want to call price expansion after some compression, maybe some volume expansion as well. I haven't really gone in and looked at a higher time frame chart here, but let's see if the volume's been building up through this push at the same time. That definitely would add a little bit of confluence here. Let's go straight up to the 30-minute chart, take off the VWAP, and take a look at some of the overall volume that we've been having. So yeah, Friday, elevated volume on the day. Today, not as elevated as Friday, kind of makes sense. That was Jackson Hole. But that brings us all the way back to this range high from before, and then that 360s in range as well. So no idea what's going to happen going forward, but I think in the short term, well within range to come in and give a little test of that 350 on the day. So looking for that to come in. Market's taking a little bit of a pullback. Nice continuation here. Again, what were those strong stocks? Tesla is not taking a pullback. NVIDIA, well, holding up pretty well, guys. 180 holding. So I was looking for more of a flush here. Go down to 15 minutes. I was looking for more of a flush, maybe more of a continuation. But again, these are almost all-time highs. They're only about a couple dollars away off of the day high. But that strength continuation coming in pretty nicely off of prior days. So this was Jackson Hole, right? Jackson Hole, flat top, 178. And guess what? We hold that 178 opening range high. We pull back down. We hold range lows from prior day on NVIDIA. And then we break opening range high. You don't even have to take the break of the opening range high. Take a look at this pullback that sustains on top of VWAP 50 pennies away from that 178. So multiple different places to potentially execute for a continuation trade on a day like today, where we're coming in off of Jackson Hole after the weekend, and price has held up so well, and almost a defined flat top on Friday, where resistance becomes into support and then gives you about $2 to $3 worth of a move on something like NVIDIA. So you can think about how much liquidity is there. You can think about the magnitude of trade you can potentially take on that kind of a setup. But that continuation coming in, absolutely beautiful, with a lot of confluence on NVIDIA. The question is, did you have the confidence to take that confluence trade? I definitely didn't. I wasn't watching it, but it is what it is.
What's your favorite flavor of ice cream?
Chocolate.
I needed to mental note that just so I can just have it in the back of my brain.
Okay.
So I know, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just
Okay.
for next time.
right.
We're just messing.
What's your favorite ice cream?
Oh wow. Yeah. Who said that?
What?
Who said that? That is crazy. Oh my God. How did you know? How did you know?
Salted caramel?
Ruby berry or salted caramel. I was stuck between strawberry and salted caramel. How did you know?
Cream?
Strawberry ice cream is before I discovered.
I like mango ice cream.
You like what?
Mango ice cream.
Mango ice cream? Yeah, it's all right. I like mango sorbet.
Yeah.
That stuff's good. But before I discovered salted caramel, strawberry ice cream was my favorite. There's no questioning that. I was all about the strawberry. Gelato is good.
Gelato's dope.
Gelato's good. Rum and raisin. That's another good one there. Neil.
I like the Ferrero gelatos.
They're
good. They're not bad.
Yeah, so salted caramel is up there. I don't like mint.
Mint, I don't like mint.
No.
I don't know why.
Horrible.
Milk should not be paired with chocolate. Period.
Milk should not be?
Mint.
Oh, I was okay. I was saying it's a point. Oh.
Milk definitely.
Yeah.
Milk chocolate.
No, but mint, absolutely, it should not be paired with ice cream, in my opinion. I just think it's a horrible taste. Ask me why there's this Namo bar ice cream sitting in my freezer when I don't eat that. Ask me why. It's there, and I will tell you.
Which
but
one?
well,
the Nanaimo bar?
Yeah, Namo bar ice cream.
I don't know.
Yeah, horrible stuff. I think it's
I like Nanaimo
garbage,
bars.
man. Toothpaste flavored ice cream, exactly. And now it's just gonna sit in the freezer forever. Then ask me who bought it. I'll tell you that one as well too. And it wasn't me. So there's only one other person who could have bought that stuff.
Milo.
It was Milo, yeah, exactly.
Come on.
Guy, man, he's just breaking my wallet these days, Obi. I don't know what's up with that guy, but no, in all seriousness, Ethereum. Let's go actually over some of the top.
Rocky Road, I like Rocky Road.
Rocky Road. See, when you get into like the bubble gums and cotton candy style ice cream, it's not me. I don't think that stuff is good whatsoever. I know that may get some people upset, but unfortunately, I can't please everybody, right? So, that's how it is. Wow, INTC, guys.
Happening there.
How many shares, without looking at it, Obi, how many shares do you think INTC is traded on the day?
50 million.
111 million.
Oh,
yes,
boy.
111 million. And then NVDA sitting in that second spot with 107 million. And mind you, these are all stocks over $10, right? And have a certain amount of market cap. TSLA, 99 million. SoFi with 69 million. And Palantir sitting in that fifth spot with 65.8 million shares traded on the day. But one thing that we also haven't done here, let me pull up it for us, is look at the top performing sectors from a percentage metric, and we'll take a look at that right now to see what we got going on. And, so we got a lot of red ones today, but leading the way is the communication service. We're going to take a look at Google and Meta here momentarily, up about 0.4%, energy sector, 1/4, and then Technologia up about 1/5 as well, too. Consumer discretionary sitting in that 4th place, up about 1/10. But the rest of the sectors are red here today, guys. Utilities in that 3rd last place, down 0.75%, and then we have the healthcare sector down about 1 1/5. But then also the consumer staples, does that mean that Walmart is getting schlacked again? Down 1 1/5 as well too. We're gonna take a look at some of these big names in the top. So we'll go through I know you have your sector ETFs, but let's go over some of the top names in them. So I'm gonna hold this up here, and then we're gonna also pull up some of the names to see why we're performing like that. So we're gonna start from the bottom because I'm really curious as to why the staples is in dead last, all right? So let's go with the big boy himself, and that's going to be Costco. Costco not looking too good on the 5-minute there, Obi. Pulling back, and I'm pretty sure we did hit 1,100 at one point. Oh, just closely, but starting to consolidate. You cannot complain about this price action whatsoever. You literally go on over a 2-year bull run, right? This is insane. Even longer, if you want to find out where we based. So this run from March of 23 to February of 25 is just a stock trade, a stock investor's dream. That is some beautiful stuff. So Costco slightly red on the day. And then let's take a look at Walmart. Walmart breaking through some key levels as well. Looking slightly bearish on a phenomenal report. Sharif brought you this. So you are such a me person, you do... I would definitely disagree with that. Anyways, all right, have a good day. And there it is, Walmart starting to break down a little bit. And watch out for this potential move right here. If you head into that zone, then you'll be able to maybe find some lower prices, especially if it breaks that support. Now, let's take a look at the communication service. It's going to start with Google continuing to climb higher and putting in a new high of the day. So, yeah, not too bad, not too bad. And I mentioned this from before. is that you want to be able to identify names that have high levels of cash flow and then just have strong catalysts. Obviously, the Meta deal is extremely positive for it as well, to buying into Google Cloud. And I'd have to disagree. I'm a hockey guy, so it's always we. I don't really find that that's the case. But anyways, Meta starting to climb higher as well, too, bouncing off some 735 lows with a all-time high of around 796 there, Obi.
Yes, sir. All right. So, market continuing to sell off here. So, I don't know how much time is left on this 15-minute candle. Okay, I guess we just started, so 10 minutes left. On this current 15-minute candle, you can see back-to-back jacks on the ES and the NASDAQ. But guys, listen up. First month, free. That's right, we're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it is everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips. It's an all-in-one platform, so don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description below. Check out our friends at East. They've been around for quite a while.
They have been.
I mean, Sean talks about how he was using them when he first started joining the floor.
It's crazy.
You know what I mean? It's pretty crazy how versatile and the life of some of this software, and I'm sure they've gone through many improvements over the years, and I'm sure that Neil and Sean have much to say about that. I still see them using it to this day. So yeah, good stuff there. Wow, there's some more selling here on the ES as well. Can we distinctly make some fresh lows? That's what I'm asking here. You can see the past 3 15-minute candles. Every time we get here, a little bit of a wick up, and here again, wick up. Bid is definitely there for now. So that buying has got that buying, yeah, if that buying kind of steps down, maybe we're poised for a little bit lower here, but I don't know. I'm looking for the next trade. What are you guys trading? Let's see. I do not think that means what you think. It means LOL jacks should be positive. Back-to-back jacks? Yeah, maybe. But I just mean it's just back-to-back of the same thing. Back-to-back jacks, yeah, I guess that could be a positive thing, especially if you're looking for those jacks, and especially if you're looking for selling, right? You can't be all skewed one perspective. If you were looking for the short, it's back-to-back jacks for you in the past four or five 15-minute candles. But if you were looking for the long, maybe not, right? So that's something that you always have to consider, which is perspective, right? And in the markets, you can make money going both ways, so it doesn't really matter. What matters is can you stay nimble and adaptive? That's the trade, right? So okay, so shorting Tesla and SoFi, nice. I don't know about Tesla. Tesla seems like it still wants that 50, but maybe are we pulling back a little bit? I don't know. I haven't really looked at it just yet. Tesla, let's take a quick look. Okay, maybe a little bit of a pullback off of that 348.70, so didn't quite get to that 350 just yet. So got to keep a close eye on that one. And I think it will be interesting when and if 350 does come in. Is that the ultimate high, though, of that price compression, consolidation, whatever you want to call it? No, it's at 360s, 366, I think. So I like the 350. I think it's an important, I guess, price or level to kind of hold and base on. If we show some good, healthy consolidations, maybe some price acceptance a little bit higher, maybe then we can think about a potential move a little bit higher. But it's been building up quite nicely, I think, in my opinion. But yeah, oh boy, some fresh lows here on NEO? Maybe, who knows? I'm looking for some more lows here on SoFi, but it seems like some of these buyers on top of VWAP, man, they've just been buying and buying and buying. Where is this? 2590s. Every time we go into 2590s, buying, and then once again, buying. Even with the market turning over. So not really following along with the rest of the market as of right now. VWAP's not that far away, guys. There is a little flush on the ES. So like, do we see some people hitting the bid here? Let's take a look at. Let's watch the book here. I'm going to pull up the SoFi book so we can all take a look at this together here. So do we see a lot of reds? So for those of you who don't know, the tape we can talk about how it's colored. So everything that's yellow is on a mid print. So it's printing between the best bid and the best offer. Anything that's green is printing on the offer. Anything that's red, that's printing on the bid. And then there's also darker greens and lighter green and darker red. So light green means it's printing above the current offer. Dark green means it's printing below the current bid. So that's the tape there. How does it show sentiment? If I see people,
sorry to interrupt you. You have
light green as above.
We have dark green as below the bid.
Dark red.
Okay, yeah, sorry. Okay, I'm glad I
dark red below the bid.
Exactly, yeah.
Bright green above the ask.
Yep.
Right? So that can tell me in terms of aggression, in terms of, oh boy, there's some aggressive selling on the ES. I should have other names on watch. Maybe I should be watching something like a Tesla and an Nvidia right now. Oh boy, look at that. See, a wipe into the bid takes us to 97s. You guys just saw that wipe. So if I'm seeing wipe, then I'm like, okay, well, selling might be in charge here as of right now. And then kind of confluence that with what the market's doing, confluence with that with what the story on the stock, what the price action and the chart has been saying and telling us on the day. That story is what I'm talking about. And then kind of maybe using all of that information to confluence your trades and maybe give you a perspective of probabilities as well. So let's see, what else was strong? Tesla we already looking at. Nvidia, yeah, it's working its way down, maybe down into VWAP, don't know just yet. TQs, we were also watching TQs. Oh boy, that's coming in quite nicely. So the TQ trend break, that was the one here on the NASDAQ as we slowed down and started chopping up that 23,600 mark on the NASDAQ as well. So I've been watching NASDAQ a little bit closer than the ES as of late, but at the end of the day, the SPY will always be my compass. So I'm gonna kind of go off of that, but sometimes the NASDAQ's the compass. Really depends on what you're trading.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, because we're in such a tech-heavy market, I feel personally that's why I've been looking at because it's the AI trade essentially, right? And obviously with the Nasdaq being so heavily and everything along those lines. But I want to bring something up here because Microsoft is continuously selling throughout the session, and we as a collective unit and a lot of the veteran traders in here, we talked about this quite some time ago. Is this price action I'm referring to, the uptrend here, is this sustainable? And the conclusion that we have came up with was no. And then sure enough, now you can see that we're experiencing a clean break of the downtrend and then a move lower. All right, so it breaks trend here and it didn't even claim it. It just continuously sold. So from that earnings report, and it was phenomenal. I mean, Azure was continuous growth. It beat growth expectations. You're having mass adoption in Copilot and within the premium package as well too. So that's some solid stuff across the board and what's going on with Microsoft. But we have this high of around 555. Wow, is that the actual number? That is little, yeah. That
high there? Yeah.
555, 50, that's what it came in at roughly. But anyways, what I'm getting at here, guys, is that, I heard that, SSC, I heard that, wow. So yeah, we're down roughly almost 10%, 9.25, right? So just be cautious on what's going on there.
Yeah, I like that pullback. That's for the next bet.
That was a good plum. So
I haven't ate it yet.
Anyways, what I was getting at here is just watch out. You want to look for some indecision, and if Microsoft thinks that if it wants to continue to sell, then watch out for the overall market because we need these big names to participate. What did you think of the plum this morning, Neil? You said you put the downgrade on the coloring of it, but then you get the upgrade on the good. All right, there we go. I thought it was very good, very flavorful. But that's a part of it, right? So this is what we talked about. And for all the veterans and even the people who aren't been trading that long, we just all confirm that type of price action is not sustainable without experiencing some form of a pullback. And you can see now We have broken the uptrend and we are sitting on the backside of it. So how's your trades going, by the way? I don't know. Have you taken more off of SoFi or Neo?
So SoFi, I took some off there. Neo, I've been gradually taking some off, as you guys can see here on the chart. Just piecing it away, piecing it away, piecing it away. This SoFi, man, it's taking so much longer than what I'm looking for. So again, I'm kind of maybe some regrets not holding, I guess, prices from day highs there, and even I guess some of this action here back down. It keeps on giving me 20, 30 pennies off of the highs. So I do have to kind of respect that a little bit there. And yeah. In Neo's working out well. Neo probably was my top idea on the day. Did I execute effectively? Not really. I would say kind of a lackluster execution there on my part, but it is what it is. Again, this is a trade I'm willing to take over and over again, and I have taken multiple times here. Look how clean and aggressively that selling comes in, and then the VWAP hold as well for the beautiful continuation, and follow through that comes in, maybe distinctly different from the rest of the market as well. So it kind of tells you that it's like, all right, we're just going to do our own thing here on Neo. So I like seeing that as well, especially a stock like, Anna Sharif says this sometimes as well, the small caps are great because they don't necessarily follow market sentiment.
Yeah,
it's kind of doing its own thing. But sometimes I like to look for things that have that market sentiment because I'm using that as confluence factors as well. So multiple different ways to look at different kind of trades here. So that's what I got going on. SoFi, like I said, there's that buyer at 25.90s, 25.94, 25.95, 25.96. Those are these lows respectively, since this, and this. So we are building into it. If and when that buyer steps off, I'm going to be looking for, or steps down, I'm going to be looking for VWAP. That's 25.80s, and that's not even that much. That's like 20 pennies away from where we are, and that's about roughly a measured move from the highs, I guess, if you take a look at this consolidation. So not really looking at anything too aggressive on a day like today. Can't forget, like, tomorrow is MSCI rebalance, and then we have NVIDIA earnings on Wednesday.
Tomorrow?
That's tomorrow.
I thought it was. They're usually on Fridays. I thought.
No, yeah, exactly, right? It's a little bit of a sneaky one.
What's
on
up
a
with
Tuesday,
that?
right? So so it happens. The Tuesday MSCI rebalance happening tomorrow, and then earnings for NVIDIA on Wednesday after hours. So I think it's a good week to kind of chill out and really push into I guess trades when and if they show up for these big events. And Jeep Limited saying, Obi, SoFi, thank you for the super chat. SoFi was added to MSCI index today. Yes, I'm aware that there's been some
good point out there.
additions happening there. And SoFi, yeah. Maybe I'm looking for that sell the news, right? We ran up into the ad, and maybe looking for a little bit of a pullback here on the day. No idea. The longs were definitely there while they were, because the long was pretty aggressive. You can see how aggressive that long was, all the way from 25s to 26s. So that's about $1 on a $25 ticker. So, decent a chunk of a move there. I don't know how much ATR is off the top, but it's looking good here. All right, so that bid's coming right back in, so I don't necessarily want to stay here for very, very long. Where's the next trade, guys? That's what I'm looking for. Only about 12 minutes left on the show, and I'll see you just on the other side as well. So
you're putting in a shift today.
Yeah, double shift.
Double shift, man. Way to go.
It's all good. As long as I'm trading, it's all one shift to me.
It's
right?
all one shift, man. It's all one shift.
It's a wake up to go to sleep. That's
what it is.
That's the shift.
Yeah. Oh, is that what? Wake up to go to sleep, right? That's what you
wake up to sleep. It's like people say, it's a 9 to 5, it's a morning to what? It's an eyes open to eyes closed. That's how the hours work around here. So.
Yeah. That's crazy.
How it should be.
That's how. Yeah, I mean that's the life of a trader. Let's take a look at.
Serious. You got to be that way.
You got to be about it, man. There's no 1 foot in, 1 foot out. But speaking of that, like at the beginning of the journey, it was like I was doing a lot of work. I mean, I was trading sessions, I was reading, studying, and then I was also running replay as well too. And I did that for about 3 years, or 2.5, 3 years, and you do get a little burnt out.
Yeah, you got to balance along
You got to
the way.
balance a
There's
little
defined
bit, which
ways
I
to
did not
balance, of
do.
course, yeah.
Again, you can go hard, go hard, go hard. It's good because it will get you ahead, but then eventually you're just like, I'm so tired. Like I just, the consistent work. It was like, so the thing is though, before I started full-time trading, I was working as well too. For Bell, and I would go there, work all day, and then I would go home and I'd study and I'd run replay and
Nice.
practice and everything along those lines. And then once I started full time, it was just all day. I was just trying to run multiple sessions within the same day. So it's like I would trade throughout the day and then run yesterday's session again on replay and just watch all the tape and all the price action. And I did that for a long time. Remember when I used to walk around with my backpack and I had my binders full of...
Yeah.
I remember I was carrying
Good
that around.
times.
And then eventually I went digital, which was probably the smarter thing to do.
Yeah, once we started using, I have stacks of journals.
Binders, man, binders.
Of just like journals I would fill out every day. And then we got Notion.
Yeah.
I hopped onto Notion, and then everything's pretty much been on Notion since then. And it's a good way to track your trades. I love Notion for a lot of. I mean, it changed the game for me. I think. Let me say that. Changed the game because I can search, I can track, I can kind of everything's very, very much accessible there with Notion. So I really like Notion, and I would recommend it. Any sort of, I know people use Evernote, any sort of like a digital format for tracking your trades, for writing your journals, tracking your setups as well. And it kind of really helps you compartmentalize and organize your ideas, what you've been doing. And the question is, how are you going to get better if you don't study what you're doing?
Yeah, exactly.
Right? You can study others, you can study textbooks all you want, but if you don't study yourself, that improvement is not really going to come in. That's not necessarily just for trading.
Yeah,
that's for everything in life.
That's such a valid point, Obi, that you can read, sorry to interrupt you, but you can read as much as you want, and you can paper trade as much as you want, but as soon as real money is put on the line, you can throw all of that out the window for a little bit until you get the grasp of things.
That's a little bit
and
different.
Eventually you'll be able to catch up. But
it's a little bit of a curve there. But and Neil kind of speaks on this often, where it's just like, all right, the best athletes, they like when they go for practice, you have to practice like you're playing for the game, right? Like you're practicing for the game, like you're in the game. You got to give it your 100%. And I'm going to get out of 100% of my SoFi here as it bids right back up. All right, so thank you for that. I'm willing to take just under 10 pennies on that. That's fine. So we'll let that one kind of do its thing. You got to practice like you play, and I know there's that whole thing of like, people perform differently in live versus TMS or demo, and for sure, like I've found myself kind of doing that as well, and I really had to sit down and kind of started thinking about why that is, right? I think honestly, it's there because of that disconnect. You don't care, right? You don't necessarily care about the P&L. And again, that's why a lot of the times I'm not looking at my blotter. I'm not looking. So it's like you want to bring that mindset into live as well. So you can perform. Maybe you're performing really, really well because you're not worried about this, that, and the other. And that's how you should be trading. You should be only worried about finding the setup and executing the trade. And then after that, everything else is what it is.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Everything else, like if you're punching out too early, that's on you. If you're punching in too early, that's on you. At the end of the day, you have to ask yourself, am I following the rules? And there it is. Dat Huang in the chat saying, train like you fight, fight like you train. Exactly, right? Exactly. Because if you're not appropriately training, when you get into the ring, you're getting sauced. Is that right or not? You're getting straight sauced.
Sauced.
So it's just like it's a same concept, and a lot of people have trouble kind of wrapping their head around. Okay, well, can I just play the game? Can I just take the shot? At the end of the day, you can think of it like I don't really watch that many sports, but I definitely play a little bit of basketball. The net is there. You can still have a defender on you during practice. The net is the same. The ball is the same. You still have to do the same kind of mechanics and everything. It's just the game pressure that might make you act different.
You have no idea. That's
like
crazy.
if you can just wrap that around your head and just get over that, figure out effective ways to kind of desensitize yourself, then it's like, okay, well,
that's a skill that takes
like
some time.
Train, yeah.
Definitely takes some time. But for the individuals who are talking about GoPro, this name is absolutely going insane. I mean, insane relative to what it is. We'll take a percentage metric right here. 25%, just like that on GoPro. And then someone mentioned that there's a lot of options activity on this one as well too. So let's pull up the chain to see what we got going on with GoPro. And then maybe we can correlate something. Maybe we can discover something that's going on, something that the book's not telling us. And then we just like, hey, we can base stuff off of that. So, okay, I'm not seeing anything. I'll show you guys what I'm seeing displayed. If you can repeat what you send me, I know it's all the way up there. I don't want to go through it, but you mentioned something about $2 million when the market cap's only 200 million or something along those lines. But as for open interest, I'm not seeing anything just yet on either side, really. But I guess considering $1.50 is substantial compared to everything else through these. And we only have strikes up to $4.05. So, yeah, and there's no bid or offer on anything north of $3. So, very, very curious to see what you guys are looking at on this one. But it is starting to squeeze. So, really, really good call up. April 17, 2026, $2 strike volume. Thank you. All right, let's pull that up. That's crazy. That's I can't even go that far on this. Okay, April 17th there. Maybe that's the one that you meant. Oh, yeah, there it is. Okay. Volume. Oh, okay. Very, very interesting. I see what you're looking at now there, guys. Wow, that volume is substantial. Why all the way up to April 17, 2026? Let's go. Let's take a couple steps back as well. The volume, nothing. What is up with that? I have no idea what this is, but it's very intriguing to me. For the individuals who we're talking about, yeah, it's 2 million premium sell, 2 million call option with 200 million market cap. Yeah, that's very interesting stuff. Why is there so much volume right at that specific strike price, that $2 that expires on April 17, 2026? I noticed the options on Friday, a bunch of money poured in for September below 600 worth a look. 600? It's $2. It's 2 million premium. Would it be possible to talk about day trading and wash sales by any chance? Do you worry about them? And to be honest with you, B-balling, I don't. I just follow the price action and the tape, to be honest with you. That would be something that Obi and Sharif could touch on with you. I just try to stay narrow-minded. I'm a KISS guy, right? Keep it simple, blep. Because that's just how I am, and it's just the best for me. I can come up with all these data points and all this stuff, and it would just sound like essentially hieroglyphics. So I just try to keep everything as simple as possible, and I think a lot of traders can get behind that as well. You can. That's the thing about trading, is that you can make it as complex as you want, and then you can also make it as simplistic as you'd like as well too. So I'm more on the latter camp. I want to keep everything as simplistic as possible. All right. So yeah, that's very curious. Break it down to me. DM me on X as well at Trader TV Joseph to tell me what your breakdown and kind of what you're talking about there on these April 17, 2026 calls on GoPro there. Obi.
Yeah, I literally people started talking in the chat about GoPro. I pulled up the chart. You seen the chart? Going crazy.
Yeah,
absolutely crazy.
Right it's up like 25%, 30%.
I was gonna say this thing looks like it wants to go pro, but the price action. Nothing too crazy. Nothing too crazy when something randomly pops up 25% on a push like that. Absolutely wild there. So yeah, breaking news, man. And I'm telling you, some of the sickest trades in this market are happening on the breaking news. Jackson Hole being one of them last week. Again, as soon as that report was out, oh boy, were the algos and pretty much everybody just on the on the bid and on the ask as well, just buying it all up. That was aggressive, and we got strong closes as well. So decent kind of move there. And again, GoPro with that I guess news. And then what was that other one? CSX as well. That was an intraday news. Trade today, that's coming in pretty nicely, or it came in pretty nicely. Look at that continuation. It gave you multiple chances to get in even much lower because it was not done selling. And then finally, look at that bid kind of stepping up, maybe with some expanding volume as well off of those kind of muted lows. You can see here on the initial end of the move, long candles, consolidation, long candles, and look at that candle compression as well. as that selling maybe potentially starts to slow down, and then expansive green candles coming back up, maybe a little grind as well as, yeah, a little bit of expansion, but they're kind of steady. Boom, 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 back to the upside. So interesting stuff on that as of right now. INHD, Tom H in the chat is calling out. So INHD, let's take a quick look at that. Inno Holdings, do you even do volume? Yes, you do. 130 million almost traded on the day here. And what a chart, man. This thing, I guess, halted once already, halted as of right now as well. That looks like a bit of a halt. No, it's not. Never mind. That is not a halt. So yeah, still trading a little bit higher here. What is the short float on this one? I'm definitely curious. I don't have my thing up right now, but yeah, INHD. I usually go to Finviz for a quick look there, and let's see what INHD has. Inno Holdings, short float of 3.76%, so not that heavily shorted here on the day. Oh boy, what is that? Oh, okay, that's SoFi. Someone's wiping into the ask on SoFi. So you see that flurry. That's why I like the color coding of both the book and the tape, because it kind of activates the peripherals, right? I can see from the corner of my eye. I don't have to be staring down specific charts and candles. You can see action come in to the book and the tape from your peripheries. When you've kind of set up your station in a way that's conducive to how you trade, and I'm a very visual person. I like visual patterns, and yeah, when something's been happening out of the corner of my eye, and all of a sudden something changes. That's that distinct difference. That's that relative change, and that'll probably put that stock to my main screen more often than not. But oh boy, that INHD is ripping and pushing even higher as of right now. Right, we got some.
That's it. Yeah, that's it, guys.
Oh
that
boy.
time. Yeah, that
Is it
time.
2 o'clock already,
2 o'clock already, man.
My God.
Time flies when you're having fun. Thank you all very much for joining us and participating today throughout the chat, talking about a lot. You're gonna see me up there. And you're also going to see Obi over there.
Yep.
But as for right now, it's the end of the midday. And thanks to our boy.
See you. Take it easy, guys. See you soon.
Thank you, gentlemen. And very quickly, I answered this question in the chat, but if everyone's still hanging around, I saw some discussion on the wash trading rule and about whether it applies in Canada. The answer is yes. There are two types for the wash trading rule, however. In the U.S., you're probably more familiar essentially with tax purposes, selling something and then buying it back too soon. So that is one aspect of it. But there's another in Canada, which I don't know if it's probably the same thing in the US as well, where it refers to market manipulation, where there's no change in beneficial ownership, right? So like you arrange a trade between two people, it's a wash. Essentially, and it's just to manipulate volume. So there's actually two types of it here, both of which are illegal. That's not a big deal, but I just want to make sure I clarified that up. The market slowed down a little bit here, but I think we got buckets of strength and buckets of weakness, and Tesla would be in the good bucket, and AMD would be in the weak bucket. Nvidia is actually pretty strong, up 2% today. The other thing I want to mention is there was also discussion about the MSCI rebalancing. Some people saying it's on Wednesday, and then Obi had mentioned it's tomorrow. You have to keep in mind the difference between when index changes, in this particular case, MSCI index. Yes, it's effective as of the close tomorrow, thus meaning any changes would be reflected on Wednesday morning. But for the trade, you'd be trading essentially potential imbalances tomorrow at the close. So that is one thing worth watching. Oh, I got to go over, and let's just get right to it because my reload in Palantir, 158 has still been a level on Palantir. It's been solid, but maybe this time it is not. I'm short here in front of that 58 level. It has broken a couple of times, just barely, but it's been able to push back down. Like, been able to get 58 down into 57. Hasn't been much of a continuation trade. Like a couple times I tried adding to it in here at 57, but it's essentially been a scalp trade at that $2 off that 157 level to 158 back and forth and over again. I also have Open Door on radar still, and now GoPro because that options volume. So there's a heck of a lot to look at. As usual, just to remind everybody, if you're trying to get us to look at a symbol, myself, Obi, when he sits down here, don't forget to I see most people are putting the $ in there. That's what you got to do. Just make sure you put that $ and that way we can check out the stocks. I voted for yes for Tesla, which I think was a jinx when you guys said, is it getting to $350? So I feel absolutely free to blame me if Tesla doesn't get to $350 today. I'm okay with taking that blame because I think I'm with a lot of people that I voted yes. It wasn't because I missed out on the long. I did. But no, I just felt like it had the momentum with it. And on top of that, this is a stock that has been pretty strong relative to the market. It's a decent pullback, almost a VWAP on the NASDAQ for Tesla to basically hold out those highs. Oh, just wanted to also mention the other stock that I have eyeballs on because I'm looking for a reload in Coinbase. Remember this morning, I was like, yeah, I'm feeling a little bearish on Coinbase. Well, much like a bunch of other things that just fell right away at the open, that you missed opportunities on, Coinbase did not fill in the gap, so there was no short into 318 and missed a breakdown trade. So if you missed a 310 breakdown trade, the best thing you can do after that is take it in the afternoon. Like I just looked at it into the volume weighted average price, shorted into the volume weighted average price. You got to pick your spot. Probably should have shorted 314 in there, but I'm looking at 310 and VWAP this afternoon on Coinbase for fade trade. Just like the relative weakness that we're seeing on over in that name. What do we like here? Oh, I see this. Pathic in the chat saying bull flagging Tesla. The wall, Chef Joe, you're right. The wall at Tesla 350 is massive. I just want to test. We didn't say it had to close above there. We just want to taste. We just wanted to taste the 350. That's all. No, the jinx was not planned. I'll tell you this right now. Like I would never, and first of all, nobody would do that on the show where it's like, oh yeah, we're talking something up because we want to short it. No. No. Like that's one of those, like, and I know you're not really, maybe you didn't mean that, but trust me, that's not something that anybody would do. And, oh, that's right, Stevenson ETN, good one. Can we talk about the reverse split on Lucid? I'm not going to lie, I had actually forgotten. And I'm going to have to go and look up the date because oftentimes, like if I just say it loud enough within earshot of Adara, she'd just remind me of the effective date. Now she's not in the room, which means I have to look it up again. But it's just standard, right? Like whenever they do the reverse split, typically most stocks, I don't care when you do it, but most names tend to fall after reverse split. All they're doing is probably getting ahead of the whole notion, before it gets to underneath $1, don't worry about it, do a reverse split, then you're not concerned about any kind of like delisting. But I'm gonna look that one up there, Obi. That because the news was just on Friday, right?
For the split?
Yeah, I just gotta double check. Oh, August 29th. So that would be.
I'm not aware of that right now.
Yeah, Lucid is reverse splitting, one for 10. Oh yeah, August 29th.
The CCIV comeback, maybe.
Oh, yeah. Wow! Now you're taking it back.
Taking it back, way back. Way back.
Back into time. You don't.
What was that? That high was
nothing.
Like 60.
That was Blackstreet. Just saying. Blackstreet. You don't know Blackstreet?
No.
I like the way you work it. No diggity.
I like the way you work it. Diggity. Okay, is that what it? Okay, I know the song. I just don't know the artist.
Yes, you better know Blackstreet. Okay. Blackstreet's my joint. That's my favorite. That's probably it's my favorite group. That's my favorite R&B group.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, my favorite producer. My favorite producer was Teddy Riley. The dude is responsible for. You don't even know what this is, but he's responsible for New Jack Swing, which was like the original meld between. Like in the late 80s, early 90s, when they melded hip hop to R&B.
Okay.
Like talking like Bobby Brown, My Prerogative. He did the Michael Jackson, he produced the Michael Jackson Dangerous album, SWV, like Trust, he was all hands and everything as well. The guy was a legend. But he's one of those producers, before producers were famous for being like Timberland and Pharrell Williams. Like now producers get that juice, but he never got that juice. He was kind of ahead of his time. I believe we are ready for the rundown. See what you guys want to talk about at the desk with Joe.
All right, guys, I'm back, and welcome to the afternoon rundown, the segment chose by you guys. So make sure you get in the chat, Sharif and I, Obi or Adara, and put those dollar signs in so we talk about the tickers that you guys want to know about most, all right? So first on the list, we have Open. So a lot going on with this name. So stock rallies as rate cuts could unfreeze the housing market. I know a lot of individuals are looking for that rate cut to kind of give a boost to the housing market. And sure enough, Open Door might be able to participate on that front. So changing from its traditional to an e-commerce style of a move. Open the Door up 6% on the day. What do you think, guys?
Well, they closed the door at VWAP, unfortunately, on Open. So that's, I mean, the good news is up 6.5%. The other good news, it was a good breakout long. The bad news is it didn't get to 6. I don't know what was going on with the sell-off. You guys had this live as it was happening, so I didn't really get a good look at the tape.
Yep.
I came to it after it was holding underneath VWAP for a couple of scalp trades in there. But even let's just imagine a world where it doesn't regain VWAP but holds $5. Like, yeah, you got a topping tail candle. Yeah, you have a reversal, and sure, it looks like, oh no, the top's in on Open Door. It's all over. It's game over, man. Well, I don't know that that's necessarily true if it holds on to the morning lows in the $5 level. You could end up with a head and shoulders, but we're way too far ahead of ourselves to believe that. Volume's still pretty impressive, 500 million shares on Open Door. It's got this interesting like trifecta going on with Open, right? Like you've got, as Joe said, you've got the macro angle with rates. Then you got the institutional with Tudor taking a stake, and then you've also got like the meme retail craze. Like you've all three things going for it at this point. So yeah, well, then they also replaced the CEO. Like there's a lot happening here for Open. But I said this morning, like just because like you want it to, like squeezes are better to the long side. Ask anybody during the meme craze, right? Like that's what we want, but. You know, this afternoon, I might be more keen to shorting this off of VWAP, but I'm willing to reverse. Like, I'm willing to be long over VWAP again on the stock. I just think the squeeze is more exciting. That hold of 5 will be key today. I mean, it closed at 501 on Friday. It's not like I'm just pulling that out of thin air.
Yeah, I still think that again, that 5 is going to stay important, Neil.
Yeah.
We've kind of mentioned that in the morning session as well, and I was like, okay, coming into the open and off of the open, we were churning a lot of volume in and around that $5 mark, and yeah, we finally got a push and a break through that level, nice little hold multiple times over the 5, and we get that continuation that did come in really nicely. But taking a look at this bigger picture, this still looks perfectly fine. Sure, we get that aggressive sell. I don't know, this was news. I think, did we say it was news, or no idea what it was.
Technical.
But yeah, just someone just selling, hitting the bid. I was watching this and it was pretty aggressive, so maybe just someone just dumping position. Regardless, there was some volume and sellers kind of stepped in, brings it back down in towards VWAP, reversion to the mean, and guess what? The mean is staying there as price kind of consolidates and churns around that quarter, that $5.25 area here, still above that $5 mark, some of those opening range prices. So bigger picture continuation, yeah, still well within, I would say, an uptrend. We did get some aggressive selling. The question becomes now, will this pop break out? That's what I'm asking. So if we're going to see selling coming in aggressively, that drops us down into VWAP, and then we get a little bit of a consolidation, maybe a little bit of a bid. The question becomes, is this area, this support turned resistance, is that going to hold, or is that just temporary, and that's just a bigger picture, kind of a step up from prior days 420s that we're holding, and then 460s that we're holding, not only in the intraday, but in the after hours and the pre-market today as well, and then the step up onto 480s, and then 5, and then maybe a little bit higher onto 450s. So first time in the past couple of days, we've gotten some aggressive selling on this name. Don't forget where it came from. This thing was a sub-dollar stock not very long ago. So we did go through some earnings as well. When was that? That was on August 6th. That was earnings day one on this stock. Strong flush and sellers off of their earnings, but a failure to follow through anywhere lower as well. And that maybe gives rise for a bit of a push all the way back. And of course, we know that we got some big boys starting to participate with this stock. So can it give us a little bit of a push? It's definitely shown us that it's open to some fresh prices.
Fantastic stuff there, guys. Next on the docket, we have Palantir. Now, year to date, up over 100%. But over the past couple of weeks, guys, we've experienced a 25% pullback with speculation that the valuations are way too high. What do you boys think about Palantir?
Well, I think the last time it did a V-shape like this, it had a very distinct pattern that I'm just going to assume it does the same thing. V-shape on the 20th. And that's the recent low, right? Like that's obviously, that was an unbelievable day in terms of comeback from the market. It held this back on trend, which is, I think, an important thing. It did the same thing today, which is not as deep of a move, where it holds the trend line, holds the 50 period. That's me knocking on wood because we haven't actually closed yet. But, 155, I think, is the 50 period. I favored short today. I know it is what it is. I like Palantir to the short side. 158 was the big level. It never popped up. It was only a consolidation breakdown. I think I had almost every reasonable short chance here. That good. Try to make it overlapping, limit your loss. Good. Try to make sure we have a tight stop. Good trade, tight stop. So yeah, it's been in an upward trend, but you pick your spots and you're able to do okay, despite the fact that buys at all these little bottoms would obviously be better. But on that day, a couple of days ago, when we had the big reverse, when it broke the resistance, which I think is the 158, in the afternoon it dipped back into it and held. So the big line at the 158 is where I want to buy back into, just to look for an afternoon push. Like, I'm not thinking Palantir is going to $163 this afternoon, but if it can just maybe stay on pattern, now that it's broken this 158, try to move into 59, which is where we closed on Friday, maybe even the 60 level, if there's enough juice in the market. So, the 58 was a big level for me. If I was shorting there 4 or 5 times, I'm going to try to buy back into it as a key price level for Palantir. I don't know that it's out of the water in terms of a pullback, but come on. If you put in bottoming tail wicks twice, holding this 50-period moving average, I don't think it's that unreasonable for this to bounce and maybe at least retest 170 this week.
Yeah, I think that's just another case of kind of price action speaking for itself, right? It's like, all right, we've shown some weakness, but guess what? Even throughout that weakness, we've shown aggressive strength just the same as well. So again, we had that bit of a capitulatory action prior Wednesday. We have a range, leg, consolidation, leg the next day, and today we gap down, maybe a little bit lower, flush back into some of those prior days prices. Nice little bid on top of that 150. We can't even get that far past. 149.37 is the current day low, and oh boy, what a reversion that was, all the way back up. So if you took a little bit of that trend break, almost 5% to the upside there on the day, about $7.69 to the high from the break, a trend there, not necessarily from the day low. If you had the day low, then shout out to you as well. Nice little push and false break of that 150. That was pretty nice, I guess. 150. The way I think, if I were to go back and if I were to kind of say the ideal way to trade this reversion on the day, I think would be to just keep it extremely simple. Look at the strong aggressive selling that's coming in. Look at some prior days prices. That's coming in prior day's lows at 151, and then maybe some Wednesday prices as well. Right here, you can see this was that little consolidation before that bid up that from the low. So aggressive bid, pulls back a little bit, finds a bid where on top of 149s, and then distinctly pushes above and sustains above 150. So I think that 150 was interesting. It's shown us that there could be some interest there over the past week. And look at that, comes in once again today. So 150 is something I should definitely be watching on a strong flush like this off of the open, looking for the bid to step back in. And if and when it does, I like the push. Just maybe using simple execution ideas like a downtrend break, however you want to define that trend, whether it be with a trend line or a moving average, or maybe even VWAP as well. So you can see multiple indicators giving you multiple reasons to buy after that strong flush in the off of the open there on Palantir. So good stuff here. Definitely a little bit of stock goes burr on Palantir.
Burr is right. Obi, Tesla up next. I don't even know where to start with this name. Cyberbeast, $15,000 increase. Jerome Powell's slight pivot to maybe dovish with those rate cuts. Positive tailwind as well, too. But let's talk about what's going on through an intraday standpoint. We have a technical breakout, and now Tesla up 2%. A monster move that we've experienced in this name, and that's kind of what we needed in order for it to break through some of this consolidation phase. Curious to what Neil's got going on, because he's all coming on now. Now, talk to us about Tesla.
No.
Without me. Not without me. Don't do that.
I'm about to, I guess I can cancel the offer on open door there. That's.
All right. You know what? I'm going to pack my bags.
All right. Okay.
Done.
So let's talk about Tesla. Open door just lost a bid in a big way. Oh, I had this. So the lesson learned, remember, there's the front end of the trade and there's the back end of the trade, right? So shorting into VWAP, that's the front end of the trade. After VWAP, that's the back end of the trade. And if you're willing to, I'm not saying you have to short it, but if you're willing to short it at the front end of the trade, then you've got to be shorting it when it sets up at the back end. I was offering, I just in this consolidation, I just didn't get picked up. But yeah, we can move on. Let me just 1 second because I want to look at the higher time. You still have so much room to fill in this gap on open. 420, 460 just held. So there might be another salvo in here. I don't know, like maybe the 5 to 520 area for reload short. Like it wipes it out and then kind of comes back and settles in for another trade. Now we can talk about Tesla. That's frustrating. Tesla might be breaking trend here as well. Actually, Tesla's breaking trend on it's clearly breaking trend on the 15-minute. 350 was jinxed. I did say you guys can 100%. You can blame me for jinxing the 350 level. It was rightfully mentioned. Call walls will be there, of course, and it's a big level. It's been trying to go, but this is still bullish. Look, this little wedge that we've been on in Tesla. This test is different. Looks different to me. Unless we end up putting in a topping tail candle and closing down underneath $340, then I think this is a bullish move on Tesla. Next stop will be maybe consolidating and then breaking 350 to get to 360. Everything about this says why shouldn't we at least test 360 to 365 area on Tesla? Maybe not this afternoon because we just broke the trend line down and the market's heading back in. But that's what I felt about this wedge breaking early. I got stuck in the I'm trading it as a breakout trade in the morning. And then when the breakout trade didn't work, I went over to open door because I'm like, well, open door is going. And then they both went. So you could have had either one. Although open door is not going now, that's for sure.
No, absolutely not. All right, so VinFast delivered over 35,000 EVs in Q2 of 25, marking an over 170% jump from last year. That brings their first half total to more than 72,000 EVs, up over 200% year over year. With stronger sales usually in the second half, they're on pace to easily double 2024's 97,000 units. They're also crushing it on two-wheelers, with nearly 70,000 e-scooters and bikes sold in Q2, up over 400% from a year ago. And with gas-powered two-wheelers being passed out in Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh City by 2026, the growth potential looks huge. You can find them on the NASDAQ under ticker VFS. So yeah, a little bit of a Stressla. Yeah, I don't know, man. Some strong push, more like strongla to the upside on the day today, looking distinctly different from the rest of the market as well. The market had a bit of a shake and bake. We had some strength, and then we had some strong pullbacks, some nice rollovers. But Tesla holding its own pretty well on a day like today. And we almost got to that 350. So maybe, we still got about an hour and a half. That 350 is looking a little bit less and less likely, but as long as we hold this bit of an uptrend on the day, I still like it. It's still well within range going into the close, especially if something like a strong imbalance potentially comes out, but a beautiful long, to say the least, on a day like today. And we talked about how well it held that prior structure as well, prior day's highs, some pushes off of some of these levels from yesterday. You can see consolidation lows, opening session highs as well. Anyways, that whole area coming in as a bit of a bid, consolidating, and then pushing up even higher. So I think this place right here, after about 1120, this high a day push, look at how clean it is. Came in really, really nice. I think if you tried it here once, you definitely got stopped out on a pullback in, but this one goes right away without looking back. So nice little push on Tesla on a day today. Stressla, I don't know too much about that. The longs are definitely winning. Unless you're a short, nothing stressful about this price action.
Why doesn't NVIDIA have like a cool little, it's like open the door, Palantir, Stressla,
Should be
SoFi,
NV don't.
NVDA?
NVD don't.
It's like that?
Oh boy.
They only report this week, biggest earnings day of the,
Century.
it's of the year because it's always like the next
Of the
one.
quarter, maybe.
Of the quarter. Of
And
course,
even then, maybe not even that, because we've seen some aggressive.
you're only as good
earnings
as your last report. That's why whatever if NVIDIA is the most important each quarter, then it's the biggest earnings thing of the year whenever it happens because you're only as good as your last report. I used to remind my brother of that every single time we played chess. I'm like, Len, you're only as good as your last game, and one of these days I'm going to beat you, and then I'm never going to play you again. And that is exactly what happened. No, I'm just kidding.
You beat him once?
Yeah, and then for years I'm like, I'm not playing you again. I would just throw it in his face. No, it was like 1,500 and something to 1. There were 2 because once when I was like 4, he let me win a game when I was like really, really little.
Oh wow.
Because he was nice, and then after that he just literally mercilessly destroyed me at chess. But it made me a better player. Then I beat him at chess club in high school and stopped playing for years. Never. We'll play now,
Nice.
but let's go back and talk about some NVIDIA. Little brothers are little-ish is sometimes.
Neil, it's because when you're that good, you don't get a nickname. They just call you by what they call you, and that's NVDA. So we'll keep it at that. Fair enough. All right, guys, fantastic stuff. So we know that the earnings report is coming this week, but we get an upgrade to about $212. But I want to note one thing is that the open interest has not grown, and like we've seen on a couple of strike prices, and that's the 185 and the 190s. We're positive on the day, and after that pullback, you put in that hammer candle from a technical standpoint, and then now you are 10 points higher from that specific low. NVDA reports this Thursday. What do the boys think?
Well, this is one of those, but just first off, Open Door's trying to claw back up. And I'm thinking 5 to 520. Like this is the area that I want to look maybe for a continuation rollover. Kind of like it bounced here, rollover at 40. I am looking for something to play into the short side. For NVDA, this is another casualty of I decided Open Door was going to be the long and got away from NVIDIA. But it would have been NVIDIA if I hadn't been an Open Door because I exited NVIDIA, got a bottom wick, and then took the break in Open Door. But I could have easily just gone over to NVIDIA as that was going. Look, strength into earnings. They're talking about, I think it was Wedbush saying there's still 10 times the demand to supply for their chips, which is wild. Like we're still in that phase, but there's a really good point that Adara makes, and I think a lot of people have been saying, but Adara mentioned a couple times this morning. When it comes to NVIDIA, if you can nitpick one thing, and maybe they just wanted margins like last time. It's just whatever that little thing is, they're going to be able to maybe sell it off a little bit because we're at those highs. I want us to decisively break these mid-180s, but it seems like exactly the kind of level where somebody's been selling it so hardcore between 83 and 84 that that's going to be difficult to chew through. It's going to take perfection. So if we don't get perfection, then this could be just a situation where the expectations are way too high. For this afternoon, I probably look dips where I had it at the 181 if we can even catch that. But for now, I'm looking at this Open Door as the next trade.
Yeah, I think that Open Door definitely is one to watch out for. Currently churning that $5 mark pretty aggressively. So I'm still watching it, haven't really taken a trade on it just yet, but I'm waiting, trigger finger on the ready to kind of maybe take an opportunity on open. But yeah, NVIDIA, absolutely solid price action on the day today. This was the one. Yeah, this was the one with really clean morning action where like we come up, we have pretty much a flat top on Friday. We have the same top off of the opening range. We pull back in through pre-market lows. There's no follow through, 76 holds. We hold this kind of consolidation from prior day as well, mid to end of day consolidation lows. There at that 176, 177 area. And then you go in to break that 178.5, which again, lots of confluence. Prior day triple top, maybe pre-market resistance, opening range, high resistance. We talked about this earlier. Don't necessarily have to get in on this break, even though this break is probably one of the best places to get in because it doesn't really look back off of that. And then pull back, hold, continuation. is absolutely solid. Now, I didn't know it was going to do this, but it kind of told you that it's starting to step up a little bit especially after this kind of action here. Strength still holding on while the market takes a little bit of a curl. NVIDIA, the market leader, is holding its own and doing really well at that here. Currently trading at 181, but I think Neil pointed out the most important prices, the most important places on this stock coming into earnings here as well. Like, what if we get that gap up? That gap up will be much nicer because we've had a flat top on that 184s, right? So just a gap up continuation, gap up above resistance, right? So I really like that look. Going to be waiting for that Wednesday after hours report to potentially participate in that trade. Don't know if we're going to get past that 184 before then or not, but it's been quite nice.
It's going to be a party that day. Myself there on the desk. Maybe we'll go Dream Team. I don't know. We'll see. Oh, Open Door just came in, and wait a minute. Every time I look at, we'll talk about SoFi in a second. Every time I look down, I'm like, why is it that like my positions are on the side that you're sitting, and it just weirds me out.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'm short Open Door to this lower high that it put in, which is a relatively tight stop. But if I like that area of 5 to 520, then I want to give myself a couple of cracks. It's even VWAP. I might take 3 shots at this. I'm willing to trade at multiple price levels. And Palantir just held the 158, that little dip into the prior high as well. Well, let's talk about SoFi, because when SoFi is so high, then I'm a happy camper.
Ooh, yes, and Neil, that's going to correlate with a 52-week high on SoFi today, guys. Also up just a little bit under 5% on the intraday session. Now, rate cut's going to benefit this name, but again, a technical breakout that you can see that we're experiencing through that $25 level. So a very, very nice break. Let's see what the boys think about SoFi.
I like it. I mean, the banking charter, they're going the Robinhood way where they want to be a little bit of everything to everybody, which I do like. There's a word that people have been using a lot, which is frothy. Does it feel frothy? I mean, I guess it does, but let me just go to my E-signal chart here for a second, because there's a little something on SoFi that makes me feel good. It gives me those positive feels, and it's not the weekly chart. Let me just drop it to M for monthly chart. Hopefully my head's not in the way. This is the glory of SoFi. Now, does it look a little top heavy? Fine. But this U-shape, just technically speaking, when Robinhood did this and broke out, it was absolutely wild. Is it frothy up here? I've taken profit twice in front, but I still hold most of my SoFi in my long-term account, although technically I actually have it in my TFSA, not in my RRSP, but I consider it a longer-term position. 28 on the weekly. This goes, and just technically a lot can go right for SoFi. That said, I didn't trade it today. Yeah, you know what? I don't have a good reason for not. Here, I'm just going to do this. Where's my fail key? Wrong side. There it is. Yeah, I don't have a good reason why it didn't even. It's on my iPad, but like I have a bunch of crap on my iPad. I don't know if you can see. So unplug it. Here. Like my process is I have all the symbols that I'm generally watching. I'll add different ones, and then if I put some stuff next to it, then that's the crap that I actually want to trade today. Mm-hmm. And I'm speaking like that because I have SoFi is like in here somewhere, and I didn't even write anything next to it, which generally means one of two things. Either I looked at it and didn't like anything, or I didn't look at it. And I can tell you candidly, because I don't want to sugarcoat it, I didn't look at it. If I had looked at it, I can't imagine a scenario under which I wouldn't have been at least contemplating the breakout trade. And if you took the breakout, it failed the first time, and it was spectacular the second time. But when a stock is doing this, and it's got this going on, like why wouldn't you want that breakout? Yeah, that's a fail, right? Look at that move. That's a fail. I don't care what Open Door did. That's a fail, not having SoFi to the long. Because I think that's a cleaner long second time through. Oh, well.
Yeah, that long was very clean. But guess what, Neil? I went short. So I did like the long. And I was like, oh, boy. And you talked about this a little earlier as well. You're like, OK, where's the next best trade? And the next best trade, I was like, I missed the long. OK, fine. But the next trade, in my opinion, was the short, because I'm like, this is starting to set up as a little bit of mean reversion. Let me pull it up here, SoFi.NQ. So we can pull that up right here. And yeah, I kind of got chopped up on it a little bit. I was looking for a lot more than what it gave me. I had this initial kind of short here. Let me kind of blow this up. So this is a 3-minute chart. I had that initial short off of that first pullback, getting stopped out through the highs. Then I had the second short right there off the second pullback. This was much nicer and even better. So I think I sized a little bit more for this one because I'm like, all right, well, mean reversion. I kind of like that sometimes where it's like it kind of extends even more and the trade becomes even better and maybe with higher expected value as well. So I like the push. Back down, didn't quite get to view up. This is the level that I had to respect here. When it comes in, this was the bid that we found in the morning. This is the bid that it found once again. And guess what? I did kind of learn my lesson where I was just like, all right, well, I did get stopped out. I'm going to get back in short when I see the sellers coming in. I like that for a potential push. I like the add here for a potential push through 26s. But guess what? The buying came right back in at the same place. So I was like, oh boy. And I kind of reiterated this a bunch of times on the midday show as well. I was like, there is a buyer at 25.90s, a stubborn buyer to say the least. Over and over and over again, whenever price gets into there, it's holding up pretty well. So had to respect that the third time at the very least because I'm not respecting it the first time. Here, I guess this technically the second time because that was the first time it pulled in and showed itself, confirm, and then there's that follow through as well for the third time in a row. Did well to get out of it, a little bit down on it, but nothing too crazy, well within range for the day here. But the long was definitely a very, very strong trade off the breakout, off the push, right off of the open. But guess what, Neil? That trade was pretty much everywhere. You see this market off of the open. That happened on, I guess, NVIDIA. That happened on Tesla. That happened on a lot of stocks that closed pretty strong prior day. And then some of them gave it up, and some of them didn't, and are still holding highs. Tesla's a great example of that. Open still churning that $5 level. Boy.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say.
A lot of volume there.
Like it just came in, and let me zoom in. You see a little bit better. So it came in here, bounced again off of 485. So I had 97. It bounced off 485. It's now gunning for that top again. If it topping tail wicks this at 505. Then I'd re-enter ideally as close to 5 as possible and try and rinse and repeat. But if it just breaks out that top, I want to get out. And someone was just asking a question about open. I said open door is exactly the kind of stock that I would expect to trade multiple times in the day. It's done 630 million in volume. Like that's never a stock that I'm thinking I'm going to get in one time and then stop trading. Not generally that type of name when it's this liquid. So I think I don't mind going for tighter stops and try to hold on to something for the move or like add back in on a trail. Like I don't mind getting long more. Like if I'm long here, I'm not actually out when I'm adding here, and then I'll pull that again up top, and never actually be out of the long, but taking multiple shots at it. But if we lose is the wrong answer because I guess technically you lose the bid. I don't know if you lose the offer, but if we break this local high just like 504, I'm going to jump out. Look for the next trade. But if this candle closes with another topping tail, I'm just reloading it. What's wild, I just saw Tony in the chat say Intel short closed.
Yeah, Intel's been nice.
Intel has been
so nice.
Sometimes it's just so good, the short on this stock. Like when this decides that it's done at a level, you don't really have to, it's just so easy. Like look, okay, so 26, fail break, right? Once it was done there, next day done. Then it rolls back and we're like, okay, well what's gonna happen when we get above 25? Tries to go back into that lower resistance, fail. And once it fails, if Intel fails the open on a breakout, you are good to go, generally speaking. Fail the open, you're just good to go. Short the pop, short the pop, short the pop, short VWAP, just whatever short setup is there, you just hold it and keep shorting it for the entire day. And whenever it does one of these, I just anticipate the same thing the next day. So like you come in the next day thinking Intel's a short again, and then you do that until you lose on one of those days. I think that's relatively simple for Intel. But it's kind of like it's been good. It's been a good long for a minute.
Yeah, it's been a solid one. I
it's
think
been okay
and it's still, I think it's still well within range for continuation.
It could happen.
Like, sure, what, you're going to sell off for $1 on the day and the trade's over? I don't think so. We're still consolidating. We're in that range, a little bit higher. And I think the key price, again, is going to be that $28 roughly level where that consolidation high lies. Open door, still churning that $5. So, yeah, I'm going to be patient with this one. I was honestly looking like looking for the continuation short, but I was like, this 5 is going to be very key. It's probably going to be very competitive. I'm not the only one looking to short it against 5 after it's done this aggressive selling on the day, but that's what I want to avoid. I want to avoid being in the trade that I potentially think is amazing, but it has a high probability of being very crowded as well. So I'm just going to continue watching and observing. Haven't really participated on open on the day today, but yeah, this NEO is working out pretty decently. Just talking to Wayne earlier, I was like, oh boy, bro, like I had the trade, but NEO.
Oh, NEO.
Like I had the trade, I had the executions, and I just didn't have the shares that I should be having technically. Especially with my current shutdown, daily shutdown, and just daily risk. Like I am very, very undersized on this trade, and look, it works right off of the open. Right off of the open, it comes in aggressively. So it's like, okay, you got to build a little bit of confidence or some cojones to kind of really push into real effective size when the trade shows up, because we talk about this very often. The best trades, they do not look back, they go right away, and that's the kind of the characteristic that you want to see on all your top trades, and this is definitely one of them today. NEO short was my top idea on the day today. So coming in, didn't really have the executions that I wanted, but I don't have the executions that I want, if that makes any sense to you guys in terms of just sizing. And even maybe a reload here at that 650, it comes in pretty nicely for a secondary test. Like sure, maybe not as confident here on the secondary push, but this is a trade in itself where it false breaks that prior high, trades back below that 650 mark, and then trades even lower for a push through low a day, whereas this is also a different trade when you kind of do a little bit of a double bottom bounce, can't even get to VWAP, and then push through that low once again for that continuation, and oh boy, did we continue a little bit lower. So a distinctly different day that NEO is putting in today after multiple days of strong bidding. So that's what I was looking for. I was already looking for the short coming in, so you guys can kind of reverse engineer that if you want as to why. But I like the stock, I like the trade, and it happened to work out in a way that I was looking for, so I got lucky. So that's all it is. And you can tell that it was doing its own thing. It's distinctly different from the rest of the market after some aggressive strength back-to-back days. So that's kind of what I have on watch as of right now. But nothing else. Maybe we'll find something with Adara with maybe some breaking news.
True.
Okay, keep an eye here on MDLZ, Mondelez, and KHC, Kraft Heinz. I'm seeing apparently court filing shows that Kraft, Mondelez, and some other major food companies have beat a personal injury lawsuit with regards to ultra-processed foods. So Mondelez, Kraft Heinz, and apparently some other companies beating this lawsuit. Keep an eye on these names, guys. Back to you.
We'll definitely keep an eye on those. Thank you very much there, Adara. So I mentioned if there was a topping tail wick candle on open, I get back in under 5. It did do that, and just, tagged 505, 506, maybe 507, or maybe like a 6.5 or something. Got back in underneath 5 at 99, as I mentioned. It's weird. I feel like my position on the other side always. Anyways, it doesn't really matter. I just feel like I'm usually on the other side, and it's like I'm looking over. I'm like, I'm not in NEO. Anyways, back into open, and then in the chat, a conversation in there with Chuck of all trades. I'm like, this Palantir's not doing anything. Like I got in, I tried to get more at 158, didn't get it. It slid up about 20 or 30 cents, but is now not really moving. As the market's sliding back downside, like this is just holding 58. But overall, I would argue you're favoring the short as we pull into VWAP, but the longer Palantir can hold the 158 gives us a chance to maybe bounce out the volume weighted average price. So the NASDAQ just went red on the day. So yeah, I mean, I'm going to hold on to it. I have my stop underneath that prior low, so that kind of speaks for itself. If it goes sideways, that's good with the market coming down. But little scalp trade there in open. And what else we got going on here? What I want you guys to also do, because I just saw in the chat, Tisha Perkins from the morning, the Breakfast Club, you're still around. But Tisha, don't make me have to say it. Where's the dollar sign? Don't type INHD without throwing the dollar sign in there. Let me restart this and give you a reason. Here, we'll restart this and then give you a reason to put the dollar sign in. Here's the thing. I'm constantly looking up, and I can try to monitor the chat, and Obi can the best that he can. But it's just a heck of a lot easier if you just type dollar sign. That way, if it's a hot symbol and everyone's interested in it, then you're going to see it populate there. Then it's not just only about what we happen to be trading or the 4 or 5 stocks that I might have charts up for and the 4 or 5 that Obi has on and what's on our indicators. It's what about you guys want, guys and girls, all of our viewers here. So I want something I always try to keep it on here until something actually pops up in the lead. Tesla EQ and Fubo TV. Apparently the only place I can watch The Institute, which I'm trying to watch. It's Stephen King, and I don't have Fubo TV, and I don't know, I think it's on like MGM or some nonsense, which I have
It's
no
always
idea.
crazy when you can't find these shows that you want to watch.
I just got
it's just like so many things for everything, and it's just like, it was nice initially, but I maybe, let's just say I like to sail the 7 seas. R. All right, so, yeah, no, exactly. When you can't find things, there are always places to find things on the internet. That's what I'm trying to say. So market taking a little bit of a pullback here, and Neil's still confused. So
This is why everyone calls me a boomer, because I know it's probably something I should get, which is fine.
we can
Someone
talk about
explain
it
it
after.
Someone explain it to me.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, there we
Sports
go.
and
Oh,
stocks.
yeah, I
there you
guess
go.
that
That's what I was
makes
like. R. So it's funny that website, literally their logo is a pirate ship. So,
Look, man, I know stocks, I know sports, and whatever the heck my daughter happens to be into at the moment. I'm sorry. And a whole lot of other crap I have no clue.
Yeah.
I can tell you songs from that K-pop Demon Hunter nonsense, but then something obvious like that, I have no clue.
yeah, I don't even know about that stuff. Whatever K-pop shenanigans are happening right now, not very familiar with that. But I guess what? He's like, what? You don't like?
I will
K-pop?
promise you this: there is a very decent chance on Halloween that I'm rolling around my neighborhood in the Saja Boys costume, straight up, because that's how I roll. We do family costumes, and my daughter gets to pick. And
she's definitely picking.
Oh hell yeah!
Rockstar.
And I lean into it too. I really don't care, because one day she's not gonna give 2 damns. She's gonna be like, family costumes? You crazy? I'm going out with my friends. And then it's like, all right, I guess you got to that age. And then if you didn't do all that silly stuff, you're just gonna hate yourself. It's like, man, why wasn't I dressing up a fool and being that dad when I had the chance to do it? So it ain't never gonna be me.
Yeah.
Although I did, oh man, I prefer it when she picks something scary, because then I get to scare the neighborhood kids, which it's like good scare. Like I'm not trying to have kids cry or anything, but anyways. We also do, in the chat here, I just saw something, this is true. I don't know what that, Nakul? Will you guys dress up on the show for Halloween? Here's the thing. I will dress up on the show for Halloween because I always do. Sean will dress up for Halloween because he always does. Adara will dress up for Halloween. I know she's a team player. I'm fairly certain Joe and Sharif will dress up.
Yep.
I know Fabian will dress up.
Yep.
Brendan, he'll say he has a meeting or two. Obi, it's up to you. I don't know if you'll be on the show that day, but for the most
I've
part,
dressed up before.
He's done.
Regardless, yeah. It's a good culture. I like it. It's fun.
That being said, I don't know if we've discussed what we're doing.
So the year before I was on, I was a Jedi. Remember that one? And then last year, I think I was a vampire.
Yes.
So there was that. And this year, I don't know yet. So we'll find out. We'll see what's happening. Usually it's funny. It's like whatever Halloween parties or whatever are happening, I'll be like, okay, this is my costume.
You always
the
have to-
Halloween season.
You got to be practical. I went to a house party. Like,
Multiple costumes that I don't.
no, I do multiple.
Well, if you have them, so now I
got a
have the
bunch.
vampire.
I got a bunch.
So it's just like, all right, and you know what I mean.
Once
But
you got
like,
a bunch. But you got to think ahead. Like I went to a house party one time, and I dressed up as Rorschach.
Okay,
And I
nice,
was all
nice,
in.
nice. Yeah.
But like you got to be able to eat and drink food. So,
Right.
You know how
Has to be
You know
practical.
how in the comic he's doing this? Like I was literally doing this to like eat and drink and just creeping people out. I'm like, no, I'm all in.
Yeah.
If I dress up like Rorschach wears the mask doesn't come off. Exactly. Joe just said you're locked in here with me. I'm not locked in here.
See, I understand that reference. That's it's from
Oh,
when he was in the prison, right? In the movie. Yeah. All right, guys. So there's an issue here. There's an imbalance in the force, and let me tell you about this. So, I don't know how many likes there are on the video, on the stream
34,
right
50.
now, but you guys got to step that game up a little bit, especially if you guys want to see me dressed up this Halloween. You know what? Before I do that, I'm gonna go check on YouTube right now how many likes that we have. So you guys have a little bit of time, maybe a few seconds, to go and hit that like and that subscribe button. But there's a little bit of a discrepancy because there's a poll going on right now, and that poll's been open for roughly about an hour or so. And there's some discrepancy in terms of the consistency. So there's about 384 likes. Would you look at that? 384 likes. But the poll has over 1,200 votes. Guess what? I picked just trade the chart, bro. Because that's what I'm doing all the time, most of the time, or the price action. But I participated in the poll as well. But yeah, no, those likes. Got to step those likes up, guys. Those are rookie numbers. 300. And there are what? There's how many people are watching right now as well? 4,400. So just shy, just in and around 10% of you have hit that like button. So if I see it by 1,500 by the end of the session, if we can get to 1,500 likes,
What are you dressing up as?
I'm gonna put up a poll. I'll put up a couple of choices, and then you guys get to vote what I dress up as.
Oh, but you get to pick all the choices?
Yeah, of course. Why not? I got an only what?
Let me pick one of the choices.
Hey, we don't talk about my OnlyFans on live, bro. Come on. They don't know me like that. All right, so I think Neil has some business to take care of.
Exciting news for Canadian sophisticated traders. Beta Pro by Globex Canada has just launched 6 new triple leverage ETFs, offering 3 times bull and 3x bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60, semiconductors, and U.S. Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until the end of the year, December 31st, 2025. These ETFs also employ currency hedging to seek to neutralize U.S. dollar exposure, providing performance that may more accurately reflect the underlying U.S. equity indices. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca/3x daily to learn more. Shout out to Beta Pro. The last thing on this topic, I think if you do the poll for your Halloween costume, you gotta let somebody else pick at least one of the costumes. You can't.
Okay, at least one.
Yeah, you can't throw like a bunch.
Can't be
of
anything
softballs.
crazy. Like I don't want to go all out crazy. It has to be simple. Like for example, like in the past for the Jedi costume, I didn't even bring a lightsaber. I'm not trying to carry a lightsaber on.
I got like 6 of them at home.
You have a red one?
Yeah, I got it right.
Sick. Okay. I could technically do that, but I had the robe. You know what I mean? I had the robe, and that was a lot of fun. And for the vampire, I had some teeth and a cape. So a cape with like the collar and everything, and it's something that gets the message across, but isn't aggressively time consuming either. It's just something I can throw on. I like that. Don't want to spend too much mental capital or time on that on the day either. So it's just like, all right, it'll likely be a trading day, right? So if it's something that I can just throw on and get the message across, I like that a lot. So something along those lines. Robin Hood, people are saying Space Ghost.
Oh, I like that. Robin Hood's great. Like, what if everybody had to dress up like
As a stock, like
as a stock, but you can't just dress up as like the logo. That would be lame.
Yeah.
But like if you dressed up literally as like Robin Hood, then that's Robin Hood. And then you have to get really creative
with
about
it.
That's not really. That actually kind of
Like
like
open door, I can just strap a door to my back and keep it open and just walk around all day and have people guessing what that is.
No, actually, I'm liking this. Now the problem is now all of a sudden you got to get creative with this nonsense, and that's not easy. So we got to start thinking because that's
Hit those likes. I'm watching.
I don't think that's that easy to pull off. It sounds easy when I saw the Robin Hood example, but then like you start throwing other stocks up there, like Coinbase. Like how would you dress up as Coinbase?
Well, what would be the parameter also for choosing companies? Like how big do the companies have to be? How recognizable do they have to be? How many elements of the company have to be in your costume? Like as long as I have parameters, I'm very intrigued, but I just need parameters.
As long as it's listed, I think it's fair game.
Okay.
And then however because the way I see it, as long as the viewers can reasonably guess what stock it is that you're dressing up as, then you win. I mean, if you dress as something and it's like, okay, it makes sense to you, but it doesn't make any sense to anyone else, kind of like my sense of humor, then it doesn't really fit. But just one more. Last thing, I said the last thing a while ago. I meant to say this as you were talking about your costume for Open Door.
Yes.
Phrasing. Phrasing is all.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, phrasing.
The chat's kind of blowing up on that. No, I didn't realize until.
Oh, I know.
Until later.
I know.
But,
I'm just saying, family show. You never really know. Just phrasing.
Yeah.
Open's doing the same thing at like $5 as it was before. Just it's like scalping back and forth, the $5 level. But Chuck of all trades, I think you might have this one. I finally got the fill at the 58, but we might not want it. We might have to put a tight stop on this. I was actually trying to cover some here. I was sitting on the offer at like 40 something. What was I sitting at? Anyways, it doesn't really matter. It didn't fill. But this sideways action at 58 might be resolving to the other side. So, the scalp in and out seems to be okay right now for Open Door, but Palantir, I don't want it breaking this and then resuming to the downside. The market's trying to bounce off VWAP as we speak, but if it doesn't, then I'm in a little bit of, I don't know. It's still holding the 58, but it might just be a 30, 40 cent scalp trade. It's now been a half an hour. It's been a half an hour that this is sat in that range, and if that's all it's going to be, then that's what it's going to be. You have to respect the afternoon for sure. I saw something else in the chat that looked. Oh.
What do you got?
Well, anyways, I saw someone type in Lily, but I didn't know what the comment was going to be, so I don't really know.
I like that one. T. Hyde, dress like a sheep and call yourself Baba. That's a good one. I like that one a lot.
I couldn't even finish my thoughts.
I like that one a lot.
If you guys tell us,
Boeing. Could it also be Boeing? If you
no,
were
it's
going
better
as
for
Baha?
Baba.
Oh, it's got to be Baba.
No, it's got to be Baba.
Baha.
That's got to be Alibaba.
Yes.
If you guys spoil all the good ones, then we won't have any ideas to.
Or I could just strap a sheep like onto my head or something.
That one's the best. That one's the best.
That's dress as a spring and go as Boeing. That is amazing. That's solid. That's a good one. I like it. See, this is what I mean, but like this is what you meant by getting creative. I like that. That's a good one. Big Bear, yeah. I know.
Oh my goodness.
You just need a Big Bear costume. See, here's the thing. I still have to be like, the tactility still has to be there. I still have to be able to punch my keys. You know what I mean? So.
Why couldn't you do Big?
I'd have to take off the bear glove.
Big Bear is too easy. Big Bear is too easy. I'm just like that's the thing. Like I don't know. I don't know. I wanted to I feel like you got to do something.
I might just keep it simple. Dress up as a candlestick.
No, that's pretty easy.
And call myself Quadunk.
Come on, Palantir. Palantir might actually just be going in a 30-cent range over and over again. It might just do this for the entirety of the afternoon trading, man. It just might be the way that it goes. I've been asked again about Tilray. All right, so you guys know what's going on there. What is Tilray doing? TLRY. See, that'd be a challenging stock. How would you? It's easy to dress up for like a cannabis theme, but you got to pick an individual name. Tilray that's just not going to work on many levels. But it failed that high. Like it failed this little high here at 37, and multiples. What the heck is going on with this stock? That's that prior high, and it just keeps on rejecting
it's just knocking on the door of that. That's a daily?
No, this is the 15-minute.
Okay, yeah.
This is the daily, Obi. This is blue. It's,
Oh, yeah,
it's
yeah,
not
yeah.
Blue, it's not blue sky, but I mean, why not 140 break? Where's the 120 mil volume? 1, 2, 3 times it's failed 38 with the high being actually at 40. You could literally punch a 40 break with a stop at 38. That's 3 cents worth of risk because you're going to get 41s. So you go 41 with an out at 38 on a break and then just see what happens. I like that on Tilray. There's not that much happening in the market right now, so I'm going to go put Tilray. I'm going to move Palantir here into a more prime spot, and I'm going to put Tilray up. And if it breaks that high, I'm going to take it. I'm going to put my stop at 138.
TJ Morty in the chat. I like that's pretty funny. I'll give you that one.
What?
I don't know if I want to say it out loud, but it's fine.
Oh, come on. You can say it.
Good. Yeah. He's saying since he loves the backside, let's go with open door, which is kind of funny. I liked it.
Maybe you shouldn't have said
it. It's funny, but not going to happen. But here's what is going to happen. That poll is not going to be up until, like I said before, 1,500. I think 1,500 likes is well within range. I got it up right here, guys. The likes are currently at 16, nice, 622. I said 1.5K. A lot of people have amazing ideas in the chat. The chat's blowing up with all of these costume ideas. Market's selling off, so not really doing anything there, but let's make this come true. If it gets to 1.5K right here, 1.5, I think that's very, very doable, especially with the pace we're going at, 10 likes a minute. I think it seems we have about 60 minutes until the end of the show, and then maybe 30 minutes more for the after hours market recap as well with Neil and Adara today. So we got lots of time. So we've got to pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers.
Oh, we got a super chat.
But okay, so I'm looking for the next trade. What is the super chat that we got?
It's Mike Lowry.
Oh boy.
Mike Lowry gonna be all right. Thank you. You got into Palantir at the low of the day. We got a key for that.
Congratulations!
The graphics are a bit loud. At least they are on our end. God bless and praise be to God for you guys. Appreciate you. Thank you. I mean, I don't even know how we had anything to do with Palantir at the low of the day, because I know I wasn't looking at Palantir at the low of the day. I've been nothing but. Actually, I came in with Palantir as like a short on my short list. I just missed a short, but those mean reversions, especially on Palantir, when it dumps hard at the open, and you see one of those like monster candles, it doesn't always work. Like here, you probably take a couple of shots and it's like, okay, maybe you get a small win. But when it does work, it's like it's so good that you want to reverse, and it's fine to maybe just try to pick your spots, trying to short, but like that, like all the way. Palantir has this thing about being able to complete the V shape once it really gets going, and that's what makes the dip buy so compelling with it. And the other thing to keep in mind, we mentioned this at the beginning of the show, for all the doom and gloom about Palantir, just straight technicals. Don't at me about the PE. I get it. It's overpriced. That's fine. It could go lower. But if you look at the trend that it's held, there was acceleration when it broke the trend. There's acceleration when it broke it down. But now twice has it fell under the 50 period and the support trend line and been gobbled up at the open. Gobbled up when it loses the trend line. That just means the dip buyers are like, you're under the 50 period on Palantir, let everyone panic, we're buying. That's what's been happening. 2 opens, we've seen it in a row. That's short-term bullish on Palantir above this 50 period moving average. That's all I'm getting at here. So anyways, Palantir looking pretty good. Tilray, let's see if it could go. I'm trying to figure out, why did you just type Toblerone into the chat to Ari Payton?
Oh, because he was talking about, I'm just reading the chat, and because I think somebody was like, oh, Obi, less talking, more trading. I'm like, sure, if the trade shows up. Let's not try to force trades that are not there, right? That's rule number one. Trying to make good decisions, not make decisions for the sake of making decisions, right? I think that's something important to remember. It's always easy to get lost in the sauce and be like, oh, that's a trade, that's a trade, that's a trade. I don't really care, man. I have a certain playbook that I like. I have certain types of trades that I like. And I do well when I sit on my hands and do nothing most of the time. I'm sitting on my hands doing nothing on this NEO trade that I am in right now, and that's working perfectly fine for me. right? So it's like, all right, where is the next trade? Sure, I might have missed a couple of trades here and there, maybe some reversions, but none of them were clean. Not necessarily. I'm in the ones that I wanted. Open door, a bit of a miss on my part, but I'm watching that as well. But Eri Pages, I think he was talking about Mars bars and Snickers. Which one's better? Yeah, Snickers because of the peanuts, for sure. I like it better. Mars is great, but not the same kind of like you mentioned, kind of a crunch. But that's why I was like Toblerone kind of comes in. I like Toblerone as well.
You're putting Toblerone in the same category as a Snickers? Toblerone is like a very, like, you eat it at Christmas and...
Yeah, no, I mean, maybe, sure. They do a lot of... You know what, honestly, if we're talking about chocolate with, like, I guess nuts or walnuts or anything, I like Ferrero's.
Yo, grab those chocolates. There should be a box of chocolates from Nimrod somewhere over there.
There, actually?
Because now you've been somewhere over there. Like, Sean's probably hiding it. There's got to be some left. If you find it... Anyways, you're not... If you find it, don't have to look too hard.
I don't think I see them right off
I remembered we have chocolates over there.
Oh boy, I'll definitely be looking for that. But no, Ferrero Rocher, dude, you know those boxes that you get? I will inhale those. Like, those go down so easily.
Challenge accepted.
Boom, boom, boom. Like, I'm just eating one, and I'm like, wait, did I just eat one? And I'll eat another one.
I challenge you to a Ferrero Rocher or any other kind of chocolate eating challenge.
Yeah? Dude, I love chocolate.
I know, but I love to eat. Ferrero Rocher is actually overrated. I said it. Ferrero Rocher chocolates are overrated.
They taste really good, man.
No, they're good, but they're overrated. So I've been asked about OPAD. OPAD. Well, we've been asked about OPAD. Offer pad 200%. What's this? 130 mil vol. Oh, why is it every? Oh yeah. Oh my goodness. That's a pretty big topping tail at 5. And it just did potential topping tail at 5. I hate when this happens. It's like by the time we're looking at a small capper on volume, yeah, that $5 level, let's see maybe if it can do, maybe you want to dip holding 4 to 420. I just really, when I look at that daily chart and see like the candle forming on the 15-minute, like it's setting up for a pullback right now. You know, if you close this 15-minute candle underneath 460, then 4 to 420 on a pullback could happen on this thing. I'd like for it to go up for you, but that's not really an appealing long at this price or at that moment. So I'd stay away. At least for myself. Like if you're already in it, that's one thing. You let it fly.
Sorry, that's a 15-minute chart?
Yeah, that was a 15-minute on OPAD.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's a little intense. And it's a double. It gets more than a double up, right? So
yeah, on the intraday, yeah. On the intraday, that's you don't always see that. A lot of those multi-percent runners just happen in the pre-market, right? Yeah. Has that one? That doesn't even look like that halted any time in midway. I don't know.
There's no halts on this, which
I think so. No,
there's no
single halt at least
Not
off the action. Yeah.
Wow. It looks like it should have gotten close a few times, but
yeah, it definitely got close a few times. Halted. But I guess they held it down. Because you don't, I don't know. But yeah, so looking good there on the OPAD. I'm looking for the next trade. I don't really see anything, so let's go through some stocks. Let's see what's been doing the most volume here on the day. I know it's going to be Open Door. Open Door is still chopping around that $5 mark here. And I thought about getting involved here, and I was like, this is probably going to be so crowded. So many people are probably risking against this 5 here. I don't want to get chopped up for no reason necessarily, but I think it's a good place to potentially look for the next trade. The step down was pretty aggressive here as well, but let's go through these volume leaders on the day for now. By the way, I'm still watching this. 727 likes so far, so we're getting there. Slow and steady. We're getting there, but I'm looking for a little bit more. Remember, 1,500 likes, and then you guys get to decide off of a poll. What costume I'm going to be wearing on Halloween this year. So that's coming up pretty soon. INHD, remember this one? I remember this one from a little bit earlier. That's holding up pretty well here as well. Normally doesn't do that much volume. Neil, the average volume on this one is 5.7 million. Today, it's done 166 million shares traded on a day. No wonder it's halted up and done some craziness on the day here. So this one looking similar to that OPAD. We just talked about, oh boy, nothing really does multi-percent runs intraday. But guess what, Neil? This thing has done 290% from 10:35 to about 2 o'clock. So nice little push there on INHD. Wow, indeed. NEO, oh boy, a little involved in this one here. Beautiful, beautiful flush off of the open. Beautiful respect of that 650 and that VWAP. And then beautiful breakdown of this opening range low. Sure, you get a little bit of a bounce. Can't expect it to be clean every single time. But the price action is still very much there and flushing to the downside. A red day after multiple days of green here. Intel as well. Intel selling off a little bit off of that 25.5 area where we've been seeing some resistance a little bit overall here as well. And then OPAD, we just looked at that one. NVIDIA, oh boy, this one might be poised for some fresh highs going into the close. HCWB, not really on radar on the day today. And then SoFi as well, we were very much involved in this one. Thar halted up a few times there. That one settled down a little bit. And Palantir, of course. Beautiful reversion that's holding up as of right now, Neil. So a lot of stuff that had the volume leaders, all of the volume leaders seemed like they had great opportunities on the day. Was involved with, I guess, only 2 of those names. But it seems like NVIDIA might be poised for a little bit of a run.
Just very quickly, Open Door broke that 505. That was my 5 to 505, not giving it any more room than that. But what you should have room for is for Woman Boss. Empowering women to change the world. And you can make it happen. The Woman Boss trains and mentors women and girls across Africa to lead, innovate, and thrive. Since 2018, we've reached over 10,000 women and girls, and your donation today can launch the next great entrepreneur. Scan the QR code on screen now and join us in building a brighter future. And the market's bouncing off VWAP pretty nicely here, but let's go to Adara at the desk.
I just want to remind you guys here, definitely check out X at TTV Research for some market content. If you're looking to see what is posted, or I guess what's on watch for tomorrow, I just posted our TTV Research daily calendar. So we've got a whole bunch of economic data. We have some earnings and we have some company events. Check this out on X at TTV Research. Again, every day around 3 p.m. when Power Hour starts, this usually gets posted. So definitely check that out. Back to you.
Peter Zerwinski, Canadian, January 4th, 2012. The record for the most Ferrero eaten in 1 minute is 9. I just had to make sure. So thank you, Random Sandals, for the super chat there. Guinness record for Ferrero Rocher chocolates eaten in 1 minute is 9. Let's see you guys try to break the record. Neil, I am so down to break this record. I'm actually going to go practice today for just to get the reps.
I don't think I could do 6 or 7.
6 or 7.
I don't
9?
think you understand how. No, you're not doing.
Do I have to eat one at a time?
You're not doing the math in your head. They're not. Yeah, you're not really trusting me.
Because it's going to take me at least like 7 to 10 seconds to eat one.
Not as easy as it seems. Off the top of your head, it seems like that would be easy, but it's not.
Yeah, how?
Trust. I got
to get down to eating one, basically inhaling one. Literally what I said. I have to be able to inhale them.
It's not the kind of thing you can really inhale. Anyways. Tesla 350. Yes, we can. Palantir can't. Palantir just keeps scalping the same range. I'll let you guys know. But Tesla is absolutely taking a shot at 350. It does seem here. Oh, Lewis in the chat. Good question. Do day traders get out daily?
Yep.
Yeah, that's the notion of day trading. Now, depending, on a prop flow like us, that's like a hard rule. You have to close all your positions, then you start new positions on the next day, and that's how it works. But I mean, if you could, let's just say you're a retail trader, you could mostly day trade, but then there's no rule stopping you from holding overnight, right? You could just call yourself a day trader, trade mostly intraday, and decide to then hold one position. Now here, when you're trading at a prop floor, you're trading somebody else's money. Like someone is giving you a bunch of capital for you to then trade and you get a commission off of. But in a day trading prop floor, you are flat at the end of the day. You cover your position. Now, you might get some leeway in liquid stocks aftermarket to maybe hold a few minutes or so, but you're not holding it overnight. by rule. So yeah, we're always out of these positions, which sometimes can be a little frustrating. It's like you know it's good, you cover at 4 o'clock, it gaps up the next day, and then you don't get that same trade. But that's the life of a day trader. The other side of it is you get a bunch of extra capital to play with that you couldn't yourself, right? Like the account size that you're able to do as a prop trader. You're just not rolling like that. Well, at least I wouldn't be. But yeah, so there's no free lunch. So for everything, there's always some kind of a trade-off. Tesla looking incredibly strong. Here, Luis Mendoza. If you're in the red, you still got to take the hit. Like you can't just hold something overnight.
If you're in the red, yeah, you lose for the day.
You just got to take the hit. You just got to punch out and take the hit.
Like you can't hope for it to come back tomorrow. That's a different trade. That's not the trade you're looking at. Sure, when you kind of argue that the trade is the trade, things are happening on a much bigger frame. 100% they are. That is what the trade can be. But there are trades that are much shorter. There are scalps, intraday level to levels. There's so many different other things that you can potentially have. And yeah, it doesn't matter whether you're red or green on the day. That's irrelevant, right? You have to be out by the end of the day, and you would have probably had to have that in your trade plan as well, being like, all right, what is the plan for this trade? Am I getting out into the close? Am I getting out at a certain price target? Am I getting out because of a change in behavior? Am I going to get out based off of a new behavior that I'm expecting to come into the market? But regardless of whatever your reason to close the position is, usually happening on the intraday. So yeah, good question there. I like that. But yeah, no, have to be done by the end of the day. And yeah, it doesn't matter whether you're red or green. You gotta be. Yeah, there you go. Eri Pages. Shout out to Best Loser Wins. I think that's by Tom Hogarth, right? So another great trader of our time. Great book and great content that he produces as well. So definitely check him out. But yeah, no, the best loser definitely wins. You have to know really well how to lose, and you have to be willing to lose multiple times over and over again. We kind of talk about some of the best traders that I'm familiar with. Their win rates are like 20 to 30%. Yep. So guess what that means? That means you're losing 70 to 80% of the time. You're red. And the times that you do win, you win so much that it doesn't matter that you're losing 70 to 80% of the time. But think about the mental toll that can take if you haven't primed yourself and trained for that kind of a thing, right? Most people, they don't like being wrong. Most people have an issue with being wrong. They're like, I'm always right, whatever it is. The ego death is a very crucial part for successful day trading.
Ooh, I like that.
Or just
ego
trading. Ego death has to happen.
No, you've got to have a mentality. Because was it Reza in the chat? Reza in the chat was just asking, and he asked why you were long Palantir, but that's because the position board's flipped. It's like all these positions are under me.
Yeah. You gotta check the name.
I was on Palantir at 158, and it was very simple. 158 was my key level today. Like it was the area outside of, obviously it flushed at the open. That's the area I was shorting at 158. It then broke 158, held on a dip, so I was then a buyer at 158. It's that simple. Like support to resistance and back and forth, and you just do it. Just do it rote. Like that's the strategy. It got to that price, and the shorts started giving you scalp trades, and I guess look the other way. But now that it's broken, going into the close, if it bounces and curls at 58, then I'll short in front of that level because 158 was the level. And that's like to me, you just try to keep it as simple as possible. And sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. But as long as you have a plan of action, then two things can happen. One, if you actually have a plan, then you can evaluate how that plan went objectively, and you can do more of what works and less of what doesn't work. And then you don't get really emotional about it, which I think is important. That's the thing that gets me. Like you don't want to take a hit and then get angry. Like I'll get angry if I make a mental error. Like if I keystroke, I don't get too pissed off. Like it'll happen once or twice a year. But I think when you do something which broke a rule, as opposed to just taking a hit because you made a trade that didn't work that fits your plan. Like if I break a rule, that didn't actually break the trend line, but I got short anyways. What am I doing? Like that's the thing that'll piss me off. Okay.
Tesla 350, by the way.
Yeah, that's where my eyes are. I mean, Palantir still. I might take a reverse on that one, but Tesla in that 350 level, this might be a chance to short it. And I'm probably once again jinxing it because now it's just not going to get to 350 because Tesla. It's still.
I don't expect it to be clean.
It's still trending toward 350, and
Like,
it's trying to break the
47.
trend now. Well, it could easily pull back to 47 first. Like this little uptrend that we're on, it could bounce here, make one more test, but if it breaks down here, that might be the chance to get into Tesla. We still have about 30 minutes to go till the imbalances, so there's plenty of time for this to make a good move here.
I like that. I like that quote. Garrett Morris, drummer. I like him as well. I've seen some of his videos, some of his philosophies I like, and some of it is kind of whatever. But Alan Watts, the biggest ego trip is getting rid of your ego, and of course the joke of it all is that your ego does not exist, which is funny, right? So I like that as well. Again, you got to go on that journey, and I've definitely there's still times where I'm just like, my ego's getting a little out of hand. I have to kind of dial it down, kind of pull back, and really stay calm and collected for optimal performance, right? So okay, so this 349's coming in here on Tesla. We're holding up pretty well here. I'm looking for that 350 push. It's 319 right now in terms of time. So we still have about 40 minutes until the bell rings. Let's see if we can clip that 350 and maybe push a little bit higher. Market tailwind definitely not on our side as we've been selling off for the past couple of hours here. You can see it pretty clearly here on the ES and the NASDAQ as well. Tesla, distinctly different. One of the only Mag 7s that is pushing its fresh highs. Sure, NVIDIA is strong. Sure, Alphabet is strong. Sure, Amazon is relatively strong as well.
Is it,
but
though?
Not as strong as Tesla. Tesla is the strongest out of the bunch, and then maybe followed by, definitely followed by NVIDIA, and then maybe some Alphabet as
Amazon's
well.
exactly what the NASDAQ is.
Yeah, it's
precisely. Like it's 0.05 down. The NASDAQ is basically the same thing. Don't get me wrong, I like Amazon. Dip bought it after earnings, and it's held to 50, like all that kind of good stuff. But here's what Amazon's doing. Well, I like these. I like the wedge. Every time I draw a wedge on a chart, then you have to suffer through me mentioning that Wedge is the most underrated character in Star Wars by a long shot. Wedge he didn't have any powers, man.
Oh, you talked about him last time.
The man couldn't summon the Force, but he just found a way to survive. He's a hustler, man. Anyways, you have a wedge pattern forming on Amazon. Ideally, we resolve this with a breakout tomorrow. That's one to put on the radar. I didn't necessarily like it today for that reason. Like you were just failing the top end. So if you can break out 230, then that is a wedge break here on Amazon. Post earnings, wedge break, hold to the 50-period moving average, all that good stuff. But it failed that top today pretty decently. So unless it can break that tomorrow, I'm not sure I'm a huge fan for sure. Airy Pages, this is a good question. I'm a nerd, so I'll answer it. How much would you pay for a low Earth orbit trip? I think Katy Perry was on that trip. I've thought about this. I would love to go. But at the prices that it costs to go up there, I'm just being real, I would have a hard time justifying that over literally giving to charity, helping out a family member. It's just, I couldn't. And I would love to go. Seeing the curvature of the Earth, that would be a lifelong dream. But I just have a really hard time justifying it. I think what's going to happen is 100%, I'm not that old, but before I die, it will be much more reasonable that I wouldn't feel ridiculous going up. So I don't know what that number would be. But if it's over, but this is the thing. It's just like if it's over 5 figures, I could not spend that on myself for an experience that's just about me. I can't do that. There's so many other ways that I can enjoy. Anyways, it doesn't really matter. But I would love to go up into low orbit, see the curvature of the Earth and everything. Not just like you would see. It would be a bucket list thing for myself. I just could never justify it.
I think it's well within range. I would say within our lifetime. I think with the way that technology is kind of building, I think it'll become relatively accessible. I'd say nobody's not a lot of people are willing to put down, like say you said 6 figures
Yeah.
for the trip. That's wild. It's just like you said. There's so much more.
My thing is, anyone you hear any quote from people that have seen the Earth from orbit, even a low orbit, and how sort of like life altering it would be. And then on top of that, like I'm not like my dad would like. Here's the other thing, I would send my pops up before I would go myself, because like I know he didn't, like that's one of those things, like if he had the chance to do it, it's like whatever, he would just take that shot because he'd want it more than I would. And that's probably most of the reason why like I'm into it. Like my dad was talking about this with my wife yesterday. My dad would take us to see stuff when I was a kid that like made no sense. Like I literally watched 2010 when I was a little kid in the movie theater, and I thought, well, this is really, really cool, and that's why I'm into science fiction.
Right.
I'd send him up there. Like he would kill for that. Anyways, John Baker, how do I feel about Virgin Galactic? Don't buy it. Speaking of all that, how do I feel about Virgin Galactic? I own Virgin Galactic shares. Anybody that watched this show during COVID knows that I was a buyer on the way up, and I'm a nerd, and it's a meme stock, so how could I not possibly be long it? Wow, how far do I have to pull this? I have to go to a monthly chart? This is the problem. You can't use like daily charts for anything for this. No, this was a fantastic stock if you had it during COVID when literally you could buy. Because the fun thing was you could buy just about anything and it would work. So why not buy something that you think is cool? The problem would be if you were still buying it on the way down after everything sort of, came back down to reality. I just don't see and the funny thing, on the way down, like a few years ago, I would have said multiple times on the show, like, now what? Like now that the froth is out of it, now that the meme stock and craze and all the free money that everybody got, now that fun is done, what are you left with? Because they had so many concerns to even get it functional to the point where you could be doing multiple trips, let alone getting it to a price point that also could make it a viable business. I think it's the coolest thing ever. Absolutely. They sent an Antiguan up on a Virgin Galactic flight. That's where my family's from, which is super cool. But no, that's just nope. SpaceX is a real company. Blue Origin, that's real. These guys, fun. It's a fun concept. But someone in the chat even just said they would invest in SpaceX too. They're doing amazing things with SpaceX.
Dude, SpaceX is absolutely blowing it out of the water, right? It's just like
it's not even close. It's not even
nowhere close. Like I saw that like the progress video of the rocket launches throughout the years, and the frequency, the level of like evolution of the technology is absolutely crazy, and it's only getting better and better, right? So I think in terms of SpaceX, absolutely beautiful. It's a prime example of I guess Elon's capabilities of growing a company. I know a lot of people hate on Elon, but he's kind of proven over and over again that he knows how to successfully build and grow good companies.
Someone would like to know if you've seen the Wright brothers.
The movie The Wright Brothers? I know of the Wright brothers.
Oh, you do know of them.
Of course, yeah. Don't you? What do you mean?
What? I'm just checking.
These guys were the fathers of aviation, were they not? And then some of I think it was Da Vinci's drawings and contraptions for flying. Those are absolutely beautiful as well.
If you get to Rome, there's 2 Da Vinci museums. Yeah. There's one that's like a cool practical one, which is fun, and you don't have to worry about lines, and it's outside the Vatican. And then there's like the big one. Going to the small one on the day you do the Vatican is definitely something worth doing, especially if you're there with kids. Rome is awesome. All right, what else we got here? Everyone's now just talking.
Yeah, they're like, hey, I hope he finally knows something. Aviation.
What?
Nice.
Okay, first of all, that was Fabian that wanted me to ask that. I was not trying to throw any shade on Obi.
Here's a joke.
Okay? But Fabian just wanted to know.
I like my science. Let's say that. I majored in science. I like physics. I actually love physics. I think that if I were to go back to school just for fun, it would probably be for theoretical physics. So that's something. But like, Right now, ain't nobody got time for that. I mean, that takes a lot of time and dedication.
Time for that.
It takes a lot of time and dedication and mental capital, all of which I'm not willing to put on the line right now. But I still kind of, still watch videos on physics. I think there's Veritasium's absolutely amazing.
Tesla's breaking the trend.
I don't know if you know what Veritasium is. I'm watching Tesla pretty aggressively here as well because I want to take it into that 350. I've tried once on top of that
I want to know here.
49, but it didn't really work out just yet. So I'm going to be a little bit patient.
You had the 49 short?
No, not the short. I tried the long.
Oh, you went the long.
I went long, and then it came back down.
It's breaking.
So I got out on top of 49, and then now it's following through. So I was like, all right, good. It was a strong reason to sell. I'm like, if I wasn't in the long, I would probably take that short. So I jumped out of it because
I like that logic.
But yeah,
I always ask myself if I'm ever biased to the long side on something, and I'm like about to enter the position long. I ask myself if I had zero bias, would I short this here? And if the answer is yes, then I might take a long somewhere else. But you'd be surprised how often, you're at a key price, and it's like if I had no bias, what would I be doing at this price if I was just looking at the chart and the price action? And so do I want to be long? Do I think Tesla's going into a long? Do I think Tesla on the daily chart looks like a long? Do I think Tesla is trend up today? Absolutely. But at 3:30 in the afternoon, when it just got to 349.5 and then broke the trend from 346, I'm thinking short. And I'm trying to get the short, which it won't fill me on. The prior bar is 349.20. So I can throw a stop at 349.20, quarter or so. And if we get it, we get it. And apparently I have a stop somewhere else on Tesla that I have to cancel first. But if I can get the fill, I'm looking for that short. It'll be a relatively tight stop because I think risking less than $1 on Tesla can be somewhat classified as a relatively tight stop. But yeah, I just see the trend break at 330, which reminds me, everybody,
oh boy,
to look at some early look imbalances.
Yes.
Yes, early look imbalances. What do we have? Ooh, whoa. Sorted it one too many times. Ford. Nobody cares about Ford. 4 million to the sell side. Enbridge is always there. 3 million buy. CNQ, PCG, they're always there. Why are these always the same stocks? NEM, 1.1 million. It just got Tesla at 69. Yeah, I know. I'm just never offering 370 or 75. I'm just going to offer 69, and you guys have to live with it. But that's not a lot on this locator. I'd say very disappointing on the early look, but you never really know. There could be something pops in here in about 20 minutes or so as we get the bigger imbalances coming through. So first stop, 48, maybe 47, and then 46 are the obvious levels here. This is not a time of day to think about VWAP, at least not for myself in terms of a retracement. I think I'd be perfectly happy if this were to get down to the 47 level. Certainly 46 would make some sense, but I want to be on the right side first of 48, and then we'll see how it goes at that 47 level. So a bit of a trend break here on Tesla. My stop is at the prior bar high on the 3-minute, like it always is. Let's see if this trade can measure up to expectations.
Yeah, I'll see what you did there.
See? And I leave it right there with silence, so it's as awkward as possible for Rob and Mark, who are hard at work right now.
All right, so no follow through on that. 350 there. So a nice little pullback going into the last half hour. I'm just waiting and watching. I want to see, I like the short, but I'm not going to participate in it. I want to see a distinct kind of a flush. Because right now, if I'm shorting this, I'm risking against 350, right? If I'm shorting this, I'm risking against 350. But I still am looking for a potential 350 push going into the end. Day, and so close to imbalances as well. I don't really want to, participate in anything that I feel a little iffy about. So let's take a quick look at what else is kind of moving around. We know that NVIDIA was pushing for its high of day as well. Let's take a quick look at NVIDIA and see what our friend is up to here. So yeah, a little bit of a pullback. So along with the rest of the market here, finally kind of stepping in to the book are some of the sellers. 181 halves trading at 181 currently, but holding up quite well, Neil. So we're seeing a little bit more of the same. So 2 days of good strength on NVIDIA. We have the morning rush. And then for the rest of the day, you consolidate within the upper quartile of that action. And then on the day today, Sure, a little bit of a shake and bake off of the open, but the bid does catch on. And look at that, nice little sideways in the upper quartile of price action for the rest of the day. So nice little push there on some of these tech names. So I like that. I'm still looking at this Tesla as of right now. But let me know in the chat. Yeah, exactly. Joe Ventura saying OB2 trades. Yeah, exactly. My thing has always been quality over quantity. Quality over quantity. I like that. Now, that's not like I know there's traders on our floor and with the firm that do not trade like that at all. They have multiple different stocks and multiple different entries and exits, and it's just baskets on baskets, and that's totally fine as well. It's just you have to trade what you kind of align with. So I didn't have many ideas today. I can show you what my I guess morning plan was here. Let's go back to that. And did I actually trade a lot of that morning plan as well? Okay, so where is my Notion?
While you look just for a second.
Yeah.
So the first time
please.
off 328, so 348 on Tesla, it bounced. This is the second test coming in at 348. There's still buyers in here. Most of the buying was in the, I'd say like the 20 to 25 range. This time it's right at 348 that you're seeing some of the buyers step in. So if it breaks down from here, obviously that's good. We'll look to see if it has a bid at that 347 level. Ideally, you want to be out of this before the imbalances come in. And I just asked Adara, what's up with this Ray stock? That's not a pattern you see very often. I know a few people have asked about this. It is on the list. It's like number 7 out of the symbols that you guys have been talking about here in the chat, like right down in here. The only one without a logo, which, I mean, I've never heard of the stock, so I guess it makes sense that we don't have the logo for it. But what is this thing? Raytech Holding halts down off of the open, opens higher, and then just rips everybody's faces off. This is a pattern. You don't see that happen very often, but if you ever catch shorts that far off guard, like it's almost as if it's like you caught shorts off guard, then it was just maybe sideways, and eventually when there was capitulation, it just let go. Like I'm not even seeing a story on it. Like all I see is that it was halted on a circuit breaker, and then the resumption. Yeah, like I just don't really see much what's going on. Like, why was this stock halting down? Maybe just technical, but this is if you trapped shorts this morning on that halt down or in that open and maybe other shorting, this is now potentially breaking out. I'd love to know what the story is here, but I don't really see anything on Ray. Yeah, this is probably worth having up on like the charts even just tomorrow to see if it's still doing volume, because that sets up like it's a breakout and somebody got rinsed down there. They can't hurt the long, I suppose. But yeah, not really sure what the story is here on Ray.
All right, guys, listen up. First month free. That's right. We're waiving fees, so trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, and capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts. Predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, and global markets at your fingertips. It's an all-in-one platform, so don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description. All right, I think we got some breaking news with Adara.
I couldn't find any news on this RAY. I will let you know, decent amount of social media attention, but everyone's just kind of confused as to what happened. I don't have anything news related, unfortunately, and the float, market cap, etc., are not really significant either. Back to you.
Yeah, someone said it's a Chinese ADR. Is that? It's a Hong Kong pure beauty man. What is going? What is it? What do they do? Yada yada yada. Mining and industrial supply. What? Okay. Mining and you're just trying to figure out what could be going on with that one. Sometimes you be careful, because some of the Asian ADRs, when they lose the bid, there's just it's just nasty. And it doesn't have to be a story. Like, it loses a technical bid, and the next thing you know, you're in a series of halts to the downside, and it might not make any sense because there was maybe some froth built into the stock. So, yeah, be careful with those. I didn't realize, I just looked it up now, and it's not to say that you can't go long because it happens to be a Chinese name or listed, be a Hong Kong company, but that always gives me at least a little bit of pause on those small caps. So, yeah, and without a story or a catalyst, maybe I don't like that as much. So here's the second test. Again, or actually technically the third test on Tesla at 348, but once again, bought right back up above that 348 level. It's starting to feel like it's running out of time. I'm not at the point yet. Like, I've moved the stop from the prior bar. Well, actually, no, it's still at the prior bar. I haven't done it yet. I'm thinking about it, though, if I shouldn't be using break even the more times we bounce off the 348 level. I'll give it one more chance, one more candle. This is still looking pretty bearish here on Tesla. But I saw Numchucks in the chat just said this, which I think is a good point. If you don't know anything about it, do not buy. Yeah. That's sort of the thing.
You gotta know what you're buying.
Like, if I could, if you find a quality story or a catalyst, like a reasonable one that you know, like if it could be a pharmaceutical with a good trial and good technicals, so you can make a trade. Maybe you pull up the chart, it's done it in the past, but pretty liquid. Like, that's fine. But if it's moving nonsensically for absolutely no reason, and I pull up a company page and I'm like, what is this? Then yeah, probably going to stay away. You can still make technical trades to the point where there's liquidity, but if it halted off the open to the downside on absolutely nothing, I don't like that. You don't want a stock that has no news, no catalyst, and halts down instantly off the open. Like, how is it even happening? I don't want to be a part of a stock like that. What's it going to do overnight then, if it did that just at the open on no news?
Yeah. I think keeping in mind the volatility profile is definitely key.
Yes.
And yeah, it's just, you got to know what you're getting yourself into. And that, whether or not you're familiar with the kind of action it's been doing, or maybe you're familiar with it a little bit more fundamentally. Like, a lot of people ask me this question, like, oh, do you know? Like, sometimes it's just a stock, sometimes it's just a name, right? It's just a four letter ticker, and it honestly doesn't matter, right? Because at the end of the day, if you're trading price action and you're in for short term, then you're taking the short term trade. So in that sense, yes. But in terms of a swing and something that you're investing in, no, you definitely got to do some of your research. But I think we got some breaking news with Adara.
Yeah, just be aware here, guys. We do have BA on watch, making a bit of a move to the upside. Korean Air reportedly expect to announce an order for roughly 100 Boeing airplanes. BA did get a little bit of a pop, so Boeing on watch again. Reportedly, Korean Air is going to be announcing an order for roughly 100 Boeing airplanes. Not yet confirmed. Back to you.
Ooh, another good order for Boeing, but that's literally at the low of the day when it caught that news. Wow, look at the trend down. Wow, Boeing. Yuck. All day trend to the downside. I don't want to. Any pun that I would use is like inappropriate given Boeing's history, so I'll try to stay away from that. But this was a stock that was primed for a break. It still might be. This is, it still looks great on the daily chart. Hold the 50 period, higher lows, even when it dips. The dip, rejection 240, holds a 50 period, puts in a higher low. Now you can break the wedge. Why is there a wedge pattern on like every single stock that I pull up? Obi? I'm seeing it's like deja vu around here.
Yeah, there's been a lot of indecisiveness. Yeah. There's been a lot of price compression. I think, especially with I thought you were looking at Baba. I was going to say, especially with some of these Chinese names that have been running up. But yeah, no, never mind. That's Boeing. But yeah, no, I've been seeing it all around, right? I've been seeing it all around. Tesla especially. Right. There's the weekend calling me.
The weekend's not calling me. I had to get out of Tesla. I'm going to show you guys why. Remember 348? I'm like, there's a battle at $348. We'll give it a chance to break it. It did break on the third attempt and then got bought right back up. And it opened the candle above this prior. So I'm like, let's just get out of the trade. It's not close enough to 350 to YOLO, and it's close. Well, I mean, it's 347. It's 342. Still have 7 minutes to the imbalances, but it wasn't looking perfect. And I saw the way the buyers came in there at the 48. Let's just get away with what you can, right? Like try to get the positive trade in there. If it goes further, fantastic. Jag, you're right about the wedge pattern. It's because we've been in a chop zone. But the thing about the Boeing one, if I can just finish the thought for a second, is this one it's pretty bullish. But it plays, I get it, it plays both ways. But it's how clean these have been. Like the higher lows haven't always been clean on a lot of the stocks where you see this, but I found like a lot of the lower highs are just very clean. It's like it's buying right into the same trend. Like once it's established, we're getting wicks right into that same top. So what I love about that is it's very clear when you're taking that breakout. That's why Amazon for tomorrow, and I didn't hit save for this, so I guess you have to live with me drawing these every time. It's like Amazon. Like that's just so clean if Amazon breaks out tomorrow. You kind of want to be in the trade. I speak for myself, of course, but you kind of want to be in that trade. Like it sets up really nicely. And the thing is, if it does so and you're in the 230 range, you've got room to the prior high for one leg, and then you get continuation potentially after that if you want to be swinging it as well. So there's just a lot working on that time frame. And someone just asked about like the swing on, like, would you swing Tesla? Well, Tesla's breaking trend too. I think for this swing, the question you're asking yourself is what style of swing trader are you? Are you swing long here till the trend bottom, which is probably closer to 313, that wick? Are you swinging it to the 50 or the 200 period moving average? And these are all time frame based, right? So you'd want to have your own strategy as to that works. Like the way I look at it, it's like you give it to the wedge bottom in that particular case, but that's just the way that I would look at it here on Tesla. I mean, anyone else can have their own strategy. You could ask Michael Noss what his thoughts would be on like a wedge pattern breakout from a technical standpoint. As a matter of fact, maybe I will. Every single time, and I don't know if you know this, Darren knows this, every time Michael comes on the afternoon show, generally speaking, it's like I know what he talked about in the morning. I have an idea. It's like these are the things he's been talking about on X. So you know what he's prepared to speak on. And I'm always asking him at least one thing that there's no chance that he prepared for. And then he always seems to have a really good answer for it. So hopefully he's not listening right now, because I think I want to ask him about like this wedge pattern. Okay, well, what's your setup and what's your trade for a break of this pattern? I don't think that's that hard, but there's a lot of these happening in the last couple of days. So I think it should be interesting.
We're seeing that compression kind of happening on NVIDIA as well into that 184, just a few other places as well. I'm still watching this Tesla. This Tesla coming in pretty decently here, 348. So didn't really go. We have about 15 minutes left as of right now. So about 15 minutes left until the close. And I'm looking for the next trade. Nothing really here. And I was saying I was going to go through my my morning trade plan as well and take a look at all of the stocks I actually planned for versus the ones I executed. So we were talking about quality over quantity. So I'm just going to throw this in here right here so you can see. Okay, cool. So I have a little snippets for myself. Look for structure breaks, VWAP holds, be like water. Just remind myself to be a little nimble, not numble, a little nimble there. But So Google, I was like, okay, all-time highs. Look for a VWAP hold. Prior day hold is key, and then look for market tailwind. Now, of course, I'm not going to write my execution sets and things like that on here. It's just a very simple one-sentence idea of what am I looking for, and then I already have an idea of how I'm going to trade it, right? So Google, did it do that? Google all-time highs, VWAP hold. It's only been holding VWAP all day, Neil. So did I get involved? No, absolutely not. I didn't. But it was a bit of a chop. I didn't really like the action that was happening right off of the open. But guess what? That plan actually worked. That plan worked well. Every time we got into VWAP hold was there. Buyers were definitely there. And then market tailwind was also there. And then I was like, look for a prior day high hold, and that's key. Sure, that didn't come in right off of the open, but eventually that trade does show up here after 11:30, where we do hold prior day high and push a little bit higher. So if you're not in here, there's definitely some valid pushes or some longs through prior day highs and holds happening there as well on Google. So didn't really participate in that one. And I know for a fact this one did exactly what I was looking for. Zoom day 2. Right? Off of the open. I guess it didn't. I take that back. I was wrong. I only looked at it in the first 15 minutes. So I was like, okay, this continuation happened really nicely. Remember, I was like, oh, right off the open, Zoom is zooming to the upside, and I didn't really look at it after that. I forget exactly why, but that basically failed. Okay, so I was wrong. I was wrong on this one. Zoom, I was like day two of earnings, very strong buyers on the first day. Again, simple idea. Look for continuation. Look for the VWAP hold. And guess what? I think I probably saw it holding VWAP as resistance, so I took that off my list. All right, that's not going to work. NEO, pushing, 5 times ATR within 5 days, a little bit overextended. Am I going to look for exhaustion? It never exhausted. It never exhausted. The selling came in right off of the open. Right? So I was like, all right, well, that can also be a case. And I got involved with it in other ways, through pre-market lows, and then maybe through some VWAP holds as well, as we trade much, much lower. So NEO worked out pretty well, and that was, again, one of my top ideas on the day. Open, I was looking for continuation and the $5 level hold, and I guess I didn't finish typing this overnight. But again, $5 held really well, VWAP holds really well, and it did give me the continuation. So, but I didn't really get involved in that one. And the short was absolutely beautiful as well. Look at that, 516. Oh boy, it's coming in now, going into the close. So is this backside stuff? Have we seen some exhaustion or some, I guess, strong enough selling to take this all the way back down? As of right now, we only have about 50 seconds. 50 seconds for, I guess, 40 seconds, 30 seconds now for these imbalances to come out. And I had AT&T for a continuation. That didn't really come in, I don't think so. Maybe-ish, but sideways consolidation. Wayfair with the furniture tariffs, I was looking for continuation as well. That didn't come in. And then PDD with earnings, I kind of knew what I wanted to do with it, but it already didn't do what I was looking for in the pre-market, so I left that alone as well. So again, so many ideas, only a few of them worked well, and I traded only one of them off of my list, which was NEO, and then another one, I guess I traded a little bit of SoFi and Tesla as well. So, it is what it is. Gotta stay level-headed. A lot of things work. Imbalances are out.
NVIDIA, 2 million to the sell side. I mean, Ford's 4 million if you care about Ford. DNB's about 2.5 million. We got HPE, 1.6 million to the sell side. Not really a heck of a lot in terms of the larger cap names here. I don't know why Walgreens would have a sell imbalance, but it does. It's a bit weird. That deal's not closing anytime soon, I didn't think. Yeah, just that NVIDIA looks like Mara, 600,000, but that's not going to move the needle. Walmart, 600,000. The market's overall 1.1 billion to the sell side. NASDAQ, 560 to sell. Dow, 450 to sell. Mag 7, 300 million to the sell side. But it's NVIDIA. You're in NEO. NVIDIA that has the largest imbalance. And that's not going to, 2 million's not that big on NVIDIA. Bit of a move down, but then right back in. What's Tesla doing? Tesla might continue here. Yeah, Tesla does seem like it wants to continue. Man, Open Door as well. That was such a good short.
Oh, beautiful short.
It was such a good short.
I was like, oh, it's a little crowded. Everyone's going to be risking against this 5. Guess what? It gives you that push, lower high.
You just gotta jump
exactly. Right.
Why Tesla? Shouldn't have gone to Tesla. That was silly. Could have stayed with Open Door instead of trying Tesla. Tesla battled to go $1 on a $300 stock. This thing, that gives you 5 to 475 on a reload in there. Come on, $5 stock. Yeah, that's a good one. Open Door's got to be on radars tomorrow, and I get it. It's just it's too much volume. It's 700 million shares, and it's doing this kind of volume every single day, right? So it's one of the few stocks that even if you miss one trade, you're gonna get multiple cracks at this thing, up or down. It doesn't really matter, and it's not gonna do this kind of volume forever. It's gonna taper off. And you're right, it might be on the back end of the trade here, unfortunately, on NVIDIA. I want to check back in on that Ray stock. We had questions about that. That's not even moving at all. And then OPAD, OFFPAD was another one that gave up that 5 level. Right, that's the problem. You got a wick top, it doesn't hold, it doesn't even hold the 4 level. So you have a bit of a pattern forming with this where rejection at 5, big rejection at 5, and then it's putting another big rejection at the $5 level. So it's in an upward trend. When you zoom out on OPAD, it doesn't look like that's you want this to close above $4 to break this pattern a bit. that's a heck of a topping tail candle that's forming here on OPAD. Like if this opens underneath the close, like history's told you, it's not very good for OPAD. And every time I say OPAD, I just keep thinking of the art school here, OCAD.
Yeah,
My brother
it does sound similar. Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I think my sister really wanted to go for I think it was fashion design, maybe.
Nice.
I think so.
You want jokes? So my brother he was at OCAD for a year. When my dad moved to the States, he went there with them, and he went to the Art Institute of Fort Lauderdale. And
nice.
you know who was at that school at that time? Venus and Serena Williams. They were doing fashion there.
Cool.
So yeah,
that's really cool. Yeah.
But then the crazy, there was like, that's really cool. The thing about Florida, because I spent my summers there when I was in university, it's just oddly weird how many you just, especially in like South Beach, you just see celebrities. And if you're not used to it, like I remember one time we went to the beach, because that's what you do, it's Florida. And like J-Lo was like walking.
Walking by, yeah. I mean, when you're on South
but
Beach.
like in my impression of how that should have went was just like a bunch of like, but it was normal.
Yeah.
I'm like, yo, that's J-Lo, man. He's like, yeah. And I'm like, what do you mean, yeah? He's like, just be cool. I'm like, I can't be cool. It's J-Lo.
You gotta remember, at the end of the day, these are real people.
I was real cool about that.
Like, there's some neo-aggressive selling coming in into the close here. Oh boy, it's only about 4 or 5 minutes. I think it was MF Dangerous in the chat asking Obi, where are you closing that neo, time or price? And I said, bro, I'm taking the closing print. It's already in. So.
Oh, you got the auction?
Yeah. So I just took the closing print on it, just for reps, right? Like I said, I was extremely undersized on this thing. I should have way more. But again, it is what it is. Another one in the books for, in my opinion, what I think was an A+, but it is what it is. A+, I would say maybe arguably B+. It wasn't extremely perfect, but it is what it is. That's the one. All right, guys. So you've seen Trade the Pool here with us for a while now, and now Trade the Pool has created something special just for you. A free ebook featuring 4 proven swing trading strategies from Trade the Pool's top funded traders. Inside, you'll find exactly how they approach the markets, how they manage risk, and what setups they rely on. You can learn and grow from what actually works. Download it now by scanning the QR code on the screen or hitting the link in the description. So it was interesting to see and find out and kind of figure out, also reverse engineer, what kind of trades other traders are taking
that can
as
be
well.
tricky. I think you probably get the most out of it from the process.
Yeah, the process for sure.
Process
for
sure.
Matters. But in terms of like finding edge as well, right? It's just like a lot of edge does come from process at the same time, but there are certain edges in the market where it's just like, yeah, you know something's working, you got to figure it out. We were talking about some of that kind of trade this morning. Like we know something's happening there, we just don't know what just yet. But we will. We'll find out. We'll find out soon.
Well, I mean, there was. I'll have to get ready for the market recap show. Join me with Adara. We have Michael Noss come through. But there was a few years back. I remember like the simplest strategy in edge that we saw was when we got a new market at Real Trading, and it was the Brazilian market. And a couple of traders were like, "Yeah, let's try it out." And when they looked at it, and after a few, I don't know, like weeks, maybe months of observation, it became painfully obvious that sometimes, like if there was a firm trying to buy a Brazilian stock, like there was so many situations where it would trend up and then print higher in the auction, meaning that somebody had shares they needed to buy that just weren't done yet. And if it did it for 3 days in a row, you bought it at 3 o'clock on the 4th day.
Okay.
And if it did it on the 4th day, you bought it on the 5th, and you would just 3 days in a row, and you would just do it, and you would hammer it.
Yeah.
And it's like sometimes it'd be like 7 days. With one stock, like 17 days in a row it had the pattern. Now you wouldn't always win as big, but it was like little simple stuff like that on Brazil. And when it stopped working, because obviously something that obviously inefficient doesn't really last for too long. But you never really know where your edge is going to be. Very quickly, TD Baker. Before I get up to the desk, what are my thoughts on HIMS? Thank you for the super chat, TD Baker. We appreciate you. HIMS has done it. It bounced off the 200 period. It bounced off 41 after breaking trend down in there. That is your line in the sand. It did nothing with that trend break today. That's disappointing. So it broke the trend here after bouncing, and it did nothing with it. I think if this stock loses the 200 period moving average, that was your chance. It was a trend break short to here, and then it made a chance to try to go this break. It can still consolidate, fine, but if it makes a fresh low, I think it just resumes the short trade. So to me, your leverage on that long was to the 200 period moving average, but that's what I felt last week. I feel like I've only ever said the same thing about HIMS, which was that trend break is a short to there, and that's your only bounce spot. So that's my thoughts on HIMS, and I'll see you guys at the desk. Think of your questions for Michael Noss. Thanks for filling in.
Thank you.
Appreciate you, Obi, and good luck with Neo in the close.
Thank you very much. Yeah, no, Neo seems to be trading a little bit lower here. Yeah, that HIMS on the higher time frame, it just right away when I looked at it, I haven't really seen it other than just now when Neil had it open on his chart. And oh boy, is that sell coming in so aggressively. So that NVIDIA sell imbalance plus the market sell imbalance coming in real hot and pushing back through the open on the ES. So the ES goes green to red on the day, oh boy. And then the NASDAQ as well, pulling right back into 23,500 with only about a minute left to go. And yeah, Neo trading a little bit lower as well. So oh boy, indeed. So anyways, so HIMS kind of looking like it's just in a big, huge range since the beginning of the year, and kind of just revisiting some of the areas in that range. Those are my thoughts on it. Nothing too crazy here, but yeah, no, hopefully you guys have had a solid day here at the beginning of the week. Sure, we had a very strong close going into the end of the week, but coming in, we had that continuation on the market, strong bid coming in, and then we're reverting a lot of that coming into the close here, especially on the ES. That's over 100% reversion, and only about 10 seconds left for this bell. So thank you guys all for joining us here, and don't forget, the closing bell is brought to you by VinFast. That's ticker VFS on the NASDAQ. Oh boy, let's see what print I get here for Neo, if it's gonna have me. There we go. What is the closing print? 09s. Okay, so I got 09s right there. There's the cover on Neo. Heyo, nice little hold on that one there. I just got to do better at holding most of this. Sure, covering a decent chunk. Seeing the confirmation that, okay, sellers are in charge. This is a trade within itself. This is also a trade within itself. By this, I mean the VWAP hold here and the false break of that prior high, and then the breakdown of this opening range low, which also kind of confluenced because it was a bit of a double bottom. $6.30, I think, was prior day high as well, so strong confluence on that. And then just wait for it to kind of come into the close and use some of these prior levels, maybe 625, this consolidation range high, 615, to really hold on to the trade. I did cover, I would say, over 80 to 90% in all of these executions, and then left that last little breadcrumb until the end just to put in the reps. I'm like, okay, well, if I had X amount of percentage size, would I be holding some into the end of the day? Has it really given me a strong reason to buy? Absolutely not. So that was the Neo trade there. Tesla, a little bit of a chop, just quick scalp into that 349 for a push towards 350. Doesn't really come in right away, and that's what I'm looking for. So I kind of stepped away from that one. And then SoFi as well, I definitely got a little chopped up on this one, even though I was in the money pretty decently multiple times, but chose not to take it because that's not what I was looking for. So took a couple of paper cuts on that one, and that's perfectly fine. That closed pretty strong on the day. So maybe it's not time to sell SoFi just yet. It's holding up really strong. I was looking for a nice little flush, and it seemed like sellers not really getting involved in the kind of way that I was looking for. So that's what I was looking for there. But without any further ado, I may or may not see you guys tomorrow. But Neil and Adara are at the desk. So take it easy, guys. Stick around for the market recap.
Thank you very much, Obi. Welcome to your market recap show brought to you by Beta Pro by Globex. I'm sitting here with Adara. We were just talking about Coinbase and how good that short was. Well, I mean, crypto over the weekend, we know what happened. You had all-time highs in ETH, then you pull back 10%. Bitcoin just pulled back. It didn't make any new all-time high. So you had a bunch of names that were under pressure, especially at the open when it came to the crypto space. Coinbase in particular did not necessarily have a good day. But let's be real, we know what's coming up this week. On Wednesday, we're going to have NVIDIA earnings. Tonight, there is a lot to go over. One of the stronger names of most of the day here, Tesla, did a very, my chart here. Now my chart does not want to load at all. Anyways, Tesla had a pretty strong day as that looked like it was reversing a big move after its earnings and now starting to break out a little bit. Some of what was moving this market, of course, had to do with Jackson Hole on Friday. And then there's those fears of losing that gap that we had. Because I mean, I've been trading a while. You noted the reactions that we've seen to Jackson Hole before. The manner in which it went up is what was shocking.
Yes.
It's not that the market rallied after Jackson Hole. It's how heavy the rally was instantaneously that it was something that I'm not used to seeing. So you're always fearful when we go up that quickly that you might give some up.
Well, yeah, I think generally, too, what happened with at least last year's Jackson Hole was we gapped up into Jackson Hole. Then we basically, we had the pop. Powell stepped off the podium. We sold off. And then we kind of came back up and we still opened up on the day solely because we gapped up. But as you said, Friday was a very different beast. Friday, we just bought up and then chopped and then bought up and then chopped. And so it was just, you're right, like the way it did it was distinctly different, at least from last year's action. This is like my second Jackson Hole ever. But yeah, I mean, I want to talk as well. I mean, we know we keep talking about NVIDIA earnings, but I am ever the contrarian, and the earnings I am most excited for this week, and I've said this before, CrowdStrike. Ooh. Also on Wednesday. CrowdStrike is on a downtrend on the daily. CrowdStrike is, and I've talked about this is probably my favorite ticker to trade on earnings. Look at this downtrend on the daily. We also randomly sold off here into the close today. We had a downgrade on this today. So, I mean, like, what I'm trying to make is I think NVIDIA is definitely on watch for good reason. I will also be watching NVIDIA. But you have to make, there's different trades for everybody, right? There's something for everyone. And, make sure that you're just prepared for all of the amazing opportunities this week, because whether you're like a pre-market trader who's going to trade off of some of these numbers, we have GDP on Thursday, PCE on Friday. We've also got, of course, like even other earnings beyond NVIDIA, CrowdStrike. We've got Snowflake, Dell, Affirm, if you're into more kind of the short flow type of situation, open provided opportunities. So just make sure that your doors are open to all of the different wonderful ways that trades can set up for you. So that's going to be my little rant, but yeah.
Well, that's sort of the thing. You have, I like the pun there, as it should be. No, CrowdStrike is a good one, Adara, because that was something that, for lack of a better term, I think might have disappointed on Friday. Like if you think about the kind of volatility that we saw to the upside on Jackson Hole, you would think that growth names, things with high Ps, like the cybersecurity group does have, would have been maybe a little bit stronger. Like if you pull up this daily CrowdStrike, does it really stand out? Like, yeah, you got a green candle on Friday, but it doesn't stand out at all. So I think that was a little bit disappointing. I like the fact it's holding the 200 period moving average. This is going to be a big report for them because we saw Fortinet have a decent report and go down 22%. We've seen Palo Alto be a bit of a dip and a good dip buy opportunity as well. So CrowdStrike, again, with a relatively high PE, not doing much in here today. That seems like it's going to be a big one to pay attention to. I know we're going to have Michael. What I love is I know there's already a few people in here that are asking some questions. Jag asking a question already that he wants Michael to answer, which I'm going to get to. I know I kind of teased what I was going to ask him about before, but before we get into talking to Michael here, there's another factor that I think when we look at some of the moves that we've seen, ETH all-time high pullback. You've had a bunch of squeeze. You had a squeeze name like Open making those highs. You have the NASDAQ pulling off of those highs. There's so much that makes people feel frothy, I suppose is the word you keep hearing a lot, that I'm always worried about stocks that don't make upside moves the way that I would expect them to. Whether it's CrowdStrike not bouncing the way that I would have liked. I thought like Amazon had a bit of an underwhelming day today at a Mag 7 land. Not much continuation. Hopefully you can do better tomorrow. But just start to to get a little bit skittish, I do think. We have some news breaking.
Yeah, we just have like some tech earnings. So Q2 adjusted earnings of 41 cents per share. I didn't have them on my prepared earnings notes because I usually try to stick with larger names or names with larger market cap. Semtech is kind of neither, but I want to talk about it regardless. I saw some people mentioning it in the chat. Semtech Q2 adjusted earnings 41 cents, narrowly beating estimates of 40 cents per share. Sales also narrowly beating estimates here, 257 million versus 256.094 million. So that is a narrow beat on both EPS and sales. Their guidance here quickly too, I'll talk about as well. They're guiding Q3 adjusted earnings between 41 and 47 cents per share. That midpoint is basically in line with estimates of 44. Sales here for the quarter, 261 million to 271 million. Again, their midpoint just slightly beating estimates of 264.742 million. So if I had to describe this report in one word, it would be in line.
In line is okay, but in line doesn't play anymore. No, not at all. I'm going to have to throw some other charts because my signal is not really working. We just got a super chat in here, Dara, from Microvision. So first question to Rusta in the chat is, do you really just want us to call up a chart of MVIS? Because we can. I'm not sure if there's anything going on with Microvision. I mean, it's a $1 stock that has been trending down, which is not really doing a heck of a lot. So if there's something else that you want us to expound on, just let us know. They've already reported, didn't really do much off of those earnings, except for, hey, good look, it's held the $1 level pretty well. And I don't mean that, I'm not saying that jokingly. It's literally bounced off $1 exactly 3 times in the last couple of months. 1, 2, 3. So that's actually not bad. That's a pretty good sign for you to bounce off that dollar level, especially when you're talking about effectively a penny stock. But there's no catalyst that I'm aware of with this stock. So let me know if there's something else that you wanted us to look at with regards to it, or you just appreciate the super chat and pull it up there. Maybe that'll be a dollar trade tomorrow. You never really know. I do usually like that level as a former penny stock trader. But you know what? Someone who I know doesn't really trade penny stocks, at least not to my knowledge, but knows a lot about technical setups. And we talked to him this morning, and we're bringing him back like we always do. It's our good friend, the NOS Boss. Time for a little trader talk. Welcome back, Michael Noss, our good friend from Stats Edge. It's been a minute, not a full day, but a full trading day since we last talked to you. And maybe not the exciting, ridiculous Jackson Hole nonsense that we had on Friday, but still an interesting day in terms of finding some continuation, though not across the board, after the wild Friday that we saw when I don't recall that kind of a rapid move at Jackson Hole. You don't see that too often.
No, and this is one of those times I'm happy that I look at charts and not just headline numbers. Because I'm looking over here, and if someone just read to you, small caps down 1%, Q's down 1/3%, SPY down 0.5%, you'd think it was a really ugly day. And then you zoom out, and you just compare that in comparison to yesterday's candle, like you were talking about, and it's really nothing. So it's just a rest day. It makes perfect sense that we're going to have a little bit of a rest after this massive move. Even if you look at something like the IWM that's down 1%, in context, again, this makes perfect sense. Just everyone's taking a little bit of a breather here. So I expected this, and to be honest, as annoying as it is, until we have NVIDIA's Wednesday, and then we have, I think, some sort of CPI or some big number on Friday, we could be seeing more of this chop, I think.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. Chop just seems like the way that it could be for sure. And NVIDIA is such a big deal to these markets, Michael. But I want to ask you something maybe not monster big tech related, because the whole thought was, all right, Jackson Hole rates coming down, let's go IWM, let's go small cappers. Now you have individual situations which have been incredibly bullish. Up until the last maybe 30 minutes, Open Door was looking really good. That's more of a squeeze play. But take me through your thought process there, because it's one thing to have a big move on Friday, but when you get the information of, okay, well, now that people have had a chance to maybe calm down and think about it, how do we look now? Because this was the news that small caps wanted to a certain extent from the Fed. How did today's price action speak to you there?
Again, I don't take much stock on today's price action, but what I wanted to show, and I was talking about in the show in the beginning, was this chart right here. And I've been pounding the table. I promise I don't always talk about commitment trader data because quite often it doesn't mean anything if it's kind of middling in the middle. However, this has been so interesting to me from the Russell 2000 side of things. So essentially what we're looking at is the average long or short position of traders in the Russell 2000. And they've been kind of flat or even. This right here where I've got my cursor, this is like the 0 line. So it's been a little bit short, covering a bit, not too much action in this area right here. And then all of a sudden, after we had this tariff tantrum, you can see how much shorter they became and more short at this point than they have been, if we zoom out, in years, all the way since 2022 and, the height of that bear market. And you'll notice that when we were that short before, that kind of marked the bottom of that bear market. So these guys are continuously and consistently wrong, which is why I like to potentially fade them. Also, it's just one of those things, even if they weren't that wrong, we know that when a trade gets too crowded in either direction, it's probably time to start looking for the opposite. But seeing that they have been shorting more as this has been rallying, and then we had like a 4.5% or 5% gain on IWM on Friday, and they only covered a little tiny bit. Like this tick up is what happened last week, the amount of contracts that they covered. The fact that they are still this short and we think that business is going to get a little bit easier for these small caps still makes me very bullish, right? You combine the price action that we broke this 2,300 area for ages, that we've was resistance here and then back here and here again. So we broke out of that. We had a monster day. We know the positioning is net short. To me, that is everything I need to know for a potential larger rally in the small caps, which, always, they're not really the most exciting stocks out there. You're talking a lot of regional banks, a lot of biotech companies, that type of thing. But I'd rather fish in this pond of 2,000 stocks than potentially in the large cap side of things, where if I go to the NQ, they have been kind of long the whole time. They sold a whole bunch of it last week. So this positioning data doesn't really give me nearly as anything interesting as that short flow data on the IWM did.
I love that you brought that short flow data to our viewers. It's something that's definitely piqued my interest, and I know a lot of our other viewers. Before I get to, I know there's a question I want to ask you that partially a viewer and then partially myself, but before we get to that, I did want to ask you about something. I've said this on the show a few times. Like on days like Friday, you want to ask yourself if the stock didn't perform on Friday, maybe you should be questioning what's going on there. And I wanted to get your thoughts on it, because I know you do have some thoughts on this as well. And if there's anything that stands out to you in that vein, because it was the kind of everything up kind of day where some things are going to stand out if they weren't strong.
Yeah, it was actually a 90% day. I think it was Frank Capolera, who said that, and who does a lot of breath work. And the 90% update just means just that 90% of the S&P 500 on Friday was up. And I actually made a tweet about that and got some responses as well from it. And that's the idea, is that if we know that when the market moves fast, everything becomes correlated. When the market moves slow, things aren't nearly as correlated. So if the market was grinding up over time, slowly, I think you can kind of forgive the stock that's in your portfolio that's not really participating with it. When markets rip or when markets tank, generally speaking, correlation spikes. So all stocks in the market will move roughly the same. So I did, and kind of what I was not suggesting, but telling everyone might be a good idea to do themselves, is I went through everything that wasn't up on Friday, and on Friday at the close, I just killed it. And I got rid of all of them. I said, I'll figure this out next Monday if I really like these. Unless the name is specifically there for a hedge, like it's a Coca-Cola or a Walmart or something like that could be considered more defensive. If it didn't move up with that rally, I really do think you need to ask yourself why. And I'm looking at you, Palantir. And this might just be because and Palantir was up on Friday, but if you compare this to the market, it wasn't that substantial. And part of it, I think, just could be that this trade is a little bit overcrowded, and there's so many people that are long it and got shaken out that who's really left to buy type of scenario. But the reason for this too, and you can look at the literature, this isn't just us pontificating, you can look at correlation literature, and it just shows that if you buy the stocks, there's an old saying in technical analysis that I love that say, hey, if you want to outperform the S&P 500, you should just be buying the stocks that are outperforming the S&P 500. And if your stock was dramatically underperforming, or even worse, not even up on Friday, I really think you have a hard think about why that might be and whether or not your capital should be better allocated somewhere else.
Yeah, I'm with you. Like I think if it was relatively weak, you need to have a strong conviction reason. Like if it's technical, it better be A+. If it's fundamental, it better be like, this is the story and the value that I really, really believe in, because the market's telling you something there. Certainly on days like Friday. And I want to throw to Adara, because I believe we have a question for you, and then I do have one that I'll try to stump you with myself.
Yeah. Hi, Michael. Thank you so much for being here with us today.
Hey.
I want to ask you here, I guess a question from Carlos Giovanni in the chat. What are your thoughts here on natural gas futures? Do you think they're a buy at this level? I know you've talked about UNG before. What are your thoughts as of right now, I guess, how it's moving?
This person must have read my mind, because I was actually going to talk about natural gas futures, NG here. And part of the reason was just today's candle. And you guys know I love to play this, even though it's a little bit spicy. They call it the Widowmaker because it's crazy. For a commodity, this one moves by far the most that are out there. But what interests me today is that we had this big gap down. So we'll just zoom into today's candle. We had this big gap down off the open, and then this seems like it could have spent all day meandering up here. But if you go into like the 15-minute chart, it all happened pretty quickly. So this is the opening, and then in the first 45 minutes or so, it just rocketed up to close that gap, and then held that all day, even with the little bit of a weak close we had on the S&P 500. So all of the caveats that are out there, like if you're trading natural gas, you might as well be trading sheep with hat coin or XYZ biotech company that's worth like $1. You need to expect 10, 15% overnight swings, and there's nothing you can do about it. But that was interesting. And in fact, I actually had the natural gas chart queued up right here to show the commitment of traders data on it, and quite a bit short, not at an extreme. So we're looking at the red line here. So it's not nearly as extreme as it was way back here, but it's probably the most short it's been in about a year. That combined with the price action that we saw today that rallied this through, that makes me interested. So depending on tomorrow's action, I might pick up a little. I'm going to use just a stop at the low of this candle and just see if this is a short-term bounce. Nothing that I think we're going back to, prior highs up here at $10 or anything like that. But hey, it's at 270. If you can buy some here and it gets up into the threes and you're using like 250, 260 for a stop, it's a good risk reward play. So yeah, that chatter read my mind. I was actually looking at that right before the show.
And that's sort of the thing. If there's something to be played in that gas, I know you're going to be at least looking at it. Maybe not always taking the trade, but okay. So I always try to do this for you. This one, I'm not giving you the option of not taking trade. You don't actually have to trade this, but there's a pattern that we were discussing on the show multiple times, and I've said it as well. Tesla has this set up. Amazon has this set up. It's a very, very clear defined wedge pattern. And it's not so much what to do with the break of the wedge, because it breaks the wedge up, you go long. It breaks the wedge down, you go short. My question for you is, what is your exit plan? I kind of know what mine is, and I said it in the afternoon, how I approach where I would throw a stop on a swing for this, but I want to know what you do. There's a chart of Tesla or Amazon, either one. They both have clear wedges on the daily. So you're entering along here. Maybe the close today or however you like, and maybe you're taking the open tomorrow, I have no idea. But you're in the trade. Where are you throwing the stop here, Michael, and why?
So two options here if you want to be a little tighter, a little looser. And one, if we're going pure like old school in the textbook technical analysis, is a break to the other side, right? So I have this wedge drawn out, and if you get a break of this upper trend line, that's your immediate exit. And that actually think I like the best because it lines up with this massive candle that we had on Friday. So your exit's around 318 or so. The more conservative way is if you look at kind of the halfway between the breakout line and the other line, which would probably also be roughly halfway in this candle, that's around 330. So what I would probably do if I was in this trade right now is I would say, okay, any close below 330, I'm out, and then have a hard stop down here at like 318, 319 in case something catastrophic happens when I'm kind of away from the computer, which knowing Elon, that could happen anytime. But yeah, I'm a little bit tighter on these because I know breakouts, generally speaking, are going to be wrong more often than they're right. So the power in taking breakouts is a small risk plus a pretty massive potential return. So I would say on a closing basis, 330, I'm out. And then on an absolute basis at 318, that's just got to be your hard stop. So I would size it so that 318 wouldn't bother me too much. And then look at it. If we get a close under 330, then I would just exit from there. Now for what to take out as a profit target, with Tesla in particular, I'm not using a profit target. I'm using a trailing stop because Tesla has this history of absolutely nothing for incredibly long periods of time and then like a double, and then nothing for a long period of time and then a double. So I want to make sure that I'm giving myself that opportunity just in case things start to go good on Tesla, that I'm using a moving average or an ATR trailing stop or something to give me a little bit of room, because if this goes, it would not surprise me if we're looking back in a little bit of time and saying, oh yeah, Tesla broke that 500, now it's 550 or 600 or something crazy.
Always a fully thorough answer. I didn't even ask you about profit targets, but you gave me the answer anyways. But I want to, just for anyone, I'm going to highlight something that I thought was the coolest thing about that, personally, is you said sizing the trade for that, like the wedge trend up break.
The worst case stop, yeah.
For the worst case, which that allows you to say, I'm setting aside a fixed amount to lose on that trade, but you also have this isn't working right away halfway stop, which requires it to close under that, where you could potentially then be risking less on the trade with an opportunity to maybe get back in. That might allow you to play it twice on the break, like it fails the first time, maybe it goes the second time. That's an interesting little twist, because that's something that I'll tell you right now, when I've done swing trades on a wedge break, I've never really done that. I just keep it really simple. I'm like, well, if it breaks the bottom of the wedge, I'm just getting on. I like that wrinkle. That's why we appreciate you so much, Michael, as always. One of these days, I'm going to get you to say, I don't know, I don't take that trade. I don't know, I don't really like it that much. But it hasn't happened yet. But I think this goes down to preparation, and we appreciate how much time you put into the charts and your analysis. But I don't want to get you out of here without allowing you to hopefully opine on something maybe we didn't cover. I didn't get to it. Maybe there's something that's piqued your interest. Maybe you have a setup that you really like that is natural gas. Maybe that got spoiled. It could be something crypto, Solana, that you're interested in. Anything on your mind before we get you out of here?
Solana, I do think, is very interesting. I like the look of Solana for potential break back over this range. When it comes to kind of 205, even though it's selling off a bit. The main thing I'm interested in, though, is MSOS. And full disclosure, I already own some of this. It's just not doing its normal thing where it pops and then usually just gives it all right back. In fact, it's holding, and it's holding pretty strong, and looks like it could potentially break out of this base. So again, I like that as a maybe base continuation. Full disclosure, I am in MSOX, which is, I believe, triple leveraged, either double or triple leveraged, I can't remember. So I'm using this vehicle as opposed to picking individual names. The only worry I have here is potential sell the news event if there is some sort of declassification or regulation or whatever it is that they're putting through. But it's just, if you look at MSOS, it usually pops and drops and pops and drops over and over again. This time, at least for now, it's popping and holding, which is a bit of a change of character and something I'm a little bit interested in.
Oh, I like that look. There was a trader on Friday in our back office in the algo room that was looking at something very similar in the space. It wasn't MSOS, but they were looking at individual stock. So they're on the move, and it does. We were talking about tail rate even on the show. It does look a little different this time. That said, I always remind everybody, it was really, really good a few years ago. You still got to take profit on the way up and not just sit there holding out for the marijuana names to always go higher. Make sure you're taking that profit. That's an important part of any strategy out there. And that's why I appreciate you. When we asked the question, how would you manage risk on Tesla, you made sure you answered the whole thing, because you don't actually have a trade if you don't have both ends. You got to be able to explain the whole thing, not just, where's my out, where's my in? Well, where are you going to take profit as well is a big part of it. Michael Noss, it's always a pleasure having you on. Check him out at Statchez. Check him out at X. Sometimes you find some funny posts in there as well. Thank you so much for coming on here. We can't wait to talk to you for the end of the week here on Friday. We'll see you then, Michael. Best of luck.
Thanks for having me. I'll see you Friday.
All right, take care, brother.
Yeah.
It's the Nas boss. He never disappoints. And on top of that, while we're talking to Michael, Adara never disappoints. I think you were dropping news like hotcakes in the chat there. Appreciate you so much. Before we round things up, I think there's at least a couple of headlines. It was AMD had a bit of a headline. They had somebody. I'll let you get to it. We had a couple of headlines while we're talking to Michael.
Yeah, I'll get to it. I already talked about Semtech earnings. They were in line. Heiko we're also waiting on, but they're set to report after the close, which apparently does not mean as of right now, because I haven't seen those numbers. Sometimes when they say after the close, that can just kind of be any kind of time before tomorrow opens. So we're going to have to wait and see. I'm also seeing reports that apparently South Korean President Lee, who we know had a meeting with Trump today, apparently he's also meeting with NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang. So keep an eye on NVIDIA. But as you mentioned, AMD at news 2, Neil. AMD on watch. Apparently their CAO, so Chief Accounting Officer Philip Carter, is joining Skyworks as their CFO. So he's getting, it sounds like a little bit of a job upgrade as of September 8th. Now, AMD has made it very clear that this was Philip Carter's own choice. He's leaving of his own volition. They didn't have any kind of accounting issues that caused them to oust him. It's not an ouster. He left of his own accord. And in the meantime, in the interim, as they look for a new CAO, their CFO will be filling in for Philip Carter's work as well. So busy CFO there at AMD, but it doesn't sound like Lisa Su has too much drama on her hands. As you can tell, the stock didn't really react at all to this, but I think worth noting nonetheless, Skyworks, I wasn't really seeing much of a reaction on either.
You think if they
to this story,
usually you think it'd be good, but
WKS, Skyworks. Not really much here. They kind of sold off into the close, but post-market, not much to look at.
Well, it's important, that clarification, because look, anytime you hear a CFO leaving a publicly traded company,
CAO, right? That's the one thing.
CFO, CAO, it doesn't. In the surface, you want to make sure there's nothing going on there.
Yeah, I like that they told us that right off the bat. They were like, he is innocent, he didn't do anything. He just is getting, I would assume, a better job, CFO. Yeah. Someone put it in the chat, I guess he learned at AMD and now he's moving up in the world. Wolfspeed as well, they reported earnings. I dropped those in the chat too. Inline earnings here are losses per share, and then sales 197 mil, beating estimates of 191.795 mil. This is a super choppy chart. Yeah. They also said their next important milestone is for the court to approve of their plan for reorganization next month, and then hopefully they can shortly thereafter emerge from their Chapter 11 status.
There you go. Thank you very much, Adara. And we got more work for you because we're about to do the roll call. By the way, Mike DeRider, Michael Noss probably cut down 175 trees today. The guy's a beast. So I made that number up, but it sounds apropos. And shout out to you, Mike. But you know what else we can give shout outs to? Our entire community when we do the roll call right about now. Big shout out to Obi filling in for Sean. He'll be back after a much deserved long weekend. The Midday, thank you for Obi again. And Adara, both filling in for Sharif. He should be back tomorrow. And Joseph, shout out to you. Shout out to Fabian, Ramin, Andre. Hey, you saw Mark, Randy, and Rob all working in the back of Studio 8, working really, really hard. And of course, big shout out to Brendo. Big shout out to Michael Noss. our special guests, both in the morning and the afternoon. And hey, give yourselves a pat on the back as well. Get yourself in the chat. To do so, you got to be a subscriber. So hit the subscribe button, hop in there, and let's get a little roll call action.
Yeah, we had some super chats as well from Rustem Bilalov. I know we mentioned the MVIS earlier, but we also had OSRH and MVIS. So thank you for the $9 of cumulative super chats here from Rustem Bilalov. Yeah, this OSRH, I know this has been a small cap in the past. Take a quick look at the daily chart here before we get to the roll call. Yeah, I mean, it actually did gap up today. It looks like there could be some resistance at that $1.30 level. I am by no means a small cap trader. I'm actually maybe the opposite of that. But either way, it does look like an interesting little opportunity. This thing, though, is below the $1 level. Now let's talk about everyone in this chat. Thank you guys so much for being here today. Stevenson, Etienne, Maximus, Charlie T. Money, TD Baker. Not seeing a lot of names right now. We're not populating very much. Chuck of all trades, Ronaldo, John Fitz. Oh, there we go. We got some names now. Your Huckleberry TV, Mike Lowry, Mig Raj. We've got Belch Melch, John Baker, TD Baker again here. Goodo, Chris Rover, so many beats. Mr. Thumbs Up 2025, Mike Lowry again. We've got LJ, Neil TTV, thank you, Neil. Derek Thompson, Traditional Developments, Dine Roking. And before we, I guess we go here, thank you to Neil, thank you to, we'll see Sean tomorrow. Thank you to Sharif, we'll also see tomorrow. Joe, we had Obi doing double duty today. We have Ramin, Fabian, Andre, and we have Brendan, of course. And we'll see you all, I believe we will all see you tomorrow. So that'll be awesome.
I also saw in there Big Milkshake Trading, which you have a name like that, we got to shout it out. Chocolate milkshakes are the best. I'm just going to leave it at that because I happen to believe that it's true. And I have no idea if other people agree with me, but I'm just letting you know. And you know what? It's always a lot of fun. But remember, we're all building into Wednesday. NVIDIA earnings, we got to get there first. We'll be here for all of the action. We are Trader TV Live. It's been brought to you by Beta Pro by Globex. And we'll see you tomorrow morning, bright and early, 8:30. Bye, guys.